Look, I'm not going to lie. Getting violently shoved out of a dark tunnel into a blinding colosseum is a 0 out of 10 experience. Highly do not recommend. The guards removed my chains and booted me through the portcullis, and the sunlight hit me like a physical flashbang. To make matters worse, I am currently missing a tongue. Yeah, the southern bastards operating this lovely resort decided my singing voice was too dangerous, so they removed the hardware. They also force-fed me some kind of bootleg alchemy brew that tasted like battery acid and despair. It basically disconnected my server. My brain was lagging, my ears were ringing from the deafening roar of the crowd, and I was standing barefoot in the sand wearing nothing but torn rags and my tribal tattoos. Peak fashion, honestly. Something metal clattered against my leg. I looked down. A rusted, dull short sword. The kind of garbage loot you do not even bother picking up in the tutorial level. My laggy brain finally started connecting the dots. Sand. Screaming fans. Garbage weapon. I am in the Grand Arena. And, judging by my current health bar, I am not here to win a tournament. I'm a halftime show. Now, normally, this would not be a problem. I'm a Spellblade. A magical powerhouse. But when I try to tap into my mana pool to activate my speed buffs, error 404. Nothing. That vile potion had completely crushed my magic. My spellcraft was offline. I was basically a stripped-down, level 1 character with a butter knife. Then the beast gates opened. I was expecting a gladiator. Instead, 400 pounds of angry, yellow-furred muscle charged out. A lion. A literal, actual lion. The other prisoners in the arena started screaming and getting shredded, which, frankly, was horrible for morale. I looked at the lion. The lion looked at me. My magic was gone, my weapon was a joke, and I could not even scream a cool battle cry because of the whole missing tongue situation. So, I did the only logical thing a modern tactical genius trapped in an ancient meat grinder could do. I charged right at its face. Spoiler alert. I did not win that fight. Hours later, the arena was empty, and I was lying in a pile of corpses in the basement. The smell was exactly what you think a room full of dead bodies in the summer smells like. Two guys were literally prepping a bone saw to chop me up for the furnace. But here's the thing about my luck. It is aggressively weird. A woman in a fancy mage robe wandered into the butcher shop, checked my stats, and decided I was premium merchandise. I could not see clearly, but she poked around my ruined face, checked the claw marks that had absolutely wrecked my tattoos, and dropped a bag of silver on the table. She bought my half-dead body from the janitors. When I finally respawned, I was strapped to a cold slab in a medieval clinic. Every single nerve in my body was transmitting pain signals at maximum volume. There was a grumpy old man poking at my bandages, muttering about how I was a waste of money. I checked my inventory. My body was wrecked, my magic tree was burned to the ground, and someone had clamped a permanent anti-magic metal band to my left arm. I was silenced, crippled, and enslaved. Then my new owner walked in. A bald, intense guy who looked like a budget action movie villain. He told me he was a lanista, a gladiator trainer. He shoved a wax tablet in my face and told me to write my name. I just stared at him. You want a name? Fine. I scribbled 3 letters into the wax. Arn. He nodded and walked out, telling the doctor to get me ready for the sands. I leaned back on the slab, and a smile actually cracked my ruined face. These absolute idiots. They think they bought a helpless victim to die for their entertainment. They did not realize that the seed of my magic is still buried deep inside my core. And there's a very dark, very forbidden way to level up fast without a magic wand. You just need to harvest souls. They are sending me back to the arena with a sword. They are basically handing me an unlimited XP farm. And once my mana bar is full, I'm going to burn this entire empire to the ground. I woke up with the taste of snow in my mouth and the iron tang of blood on my tongue. For a second, I thought I was back in the northern woods, running through the pines with a blade in my hand and a target in my sights. Then the blinding pain from my torn-up torso slapped me back to reality. Right? Not a free man, still trapped in a medieval gladiator school, wearing cheap cotton rags instead of my custom armor, and missing my most important asset, my voice. The door to my cell creaked open, revealing a guard who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. He gave me a lazy beckon. The doctor had cleared me. Time to meet my new boss. I followed him up the winding stone stairs, leaving the dungeon-like gladiator quarters behind as we crossed into the luxury side of the estate. We entered a modest study where Master Igneous, the Lanista, was drowning in paperwork. He was a guy who dressed like high society but smelled like low funds. His tunic was frayed at the edges, and his posture practically screamed desperate financial debt. He dismissed the guard, leaned back, and gave me the classic talent scout evaluation. "So," he said, eyeing my scars and my bleach blonde hair, "what do you know about gladiators?" I gave him a slow, blank shrug, a masterclass in acting completely clueless. Igneous went on to explain the business model. His school was filled with volunteers, convicts, and prisoners of war. Officially, I was logged as a northern POW. But then he dropped his pen and leaned in, his eyes narrowing. "An official examined you, declared you totally void of magic," he said, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. "But once your physical strength returns, maybe your magic comes back too." There it was. The angle. In this empire, anyone with magic talent was legally banned from the arena. But a broke gladiator trainer with a secret, magic-wielding ring-ringer? That is a ticket to the big leagues. He needed money, and I was his potential jackpot. "Before you think about pulling a phantom act," he added, pointing a finger at my left arm, "that metal band above your elbow is a tracker. The Holy Inquisitors will hunt you down before you reach the city gates." I glanced at the multi-metal bracelet welded to my flesh. Convenient. Igneous shoved a piece of parchment across the desk. "A standard contract. Fight for him, get food and a bed. Win the Solstice Championship, and he promised to find a high-tier healer to fix my tongue. If I refused, he would hand me back to the Imperial Guard for a swift execution or a lifetime of rowing a galley." The contract was standard corporate gibberish. Igneous probably thought a paper document was a legally binding spell. To me, it was just ink on a dead tree. I grabbed the quill, scribbled Arn on the line, and handed it back. 10 minutes later, I was standing in the small, cramped office of Gaius, the school clerk. Gaius was a scrawny, arrogant bureaucrat who talked down to me like I was a feral dog. He shoved a small wax tablet and a bronze stylus into my hands. "Keep that," he sneered. "We cannot have you grunting at everyone. Now get out before your smell ruins the chairs." I stared at his exposed neck. I could have cleared the desk and crushed his windpipe before he even processed the movement. But survival requires patience. I clutched the tablet, clutched my fists, and walked out. The training yard hit me with a wall of heat, sweat, and the clattering sound of wooden practice swords. Dozens of fighters were hacking away at wooden posts. No distractions, roared a voice that could rattle teeth. The weapon's master strutted over. His name was Mayhan. Bronze skin, sharp dark eyes, covered in arena scars. He looked me up and down like a butcher assessing a skinny chicken. "Bird bones," he muttered. "You are quick, but you are weak. We need to add muscle to that frame." Back home, I never had to lift weights. I had a permanent rune of force tattooed on my forearm and a rune of swiftness on my calf. I was a walking cheat code. But now, those runes were scarred over and completely dead. I was relying entirely on raw, unbuffed human biology. I pulled out my wax tablet, scratched out a quick note, and held it up. "When do I fight?" Mayhan burst out laughing, drawing stares from the entire yard. 5 days ago, you were dragging food. You are nowhere near ready." I erased the wax and wrote a single word: ready. Mahan's smile instantly evaporated. "In this yard, I am emperor," he sneered. "Put away your little toy and follow me." He dragged me over to a lineup of bizarre, medieval gym equipment. A heavy rock, a wooden yoke, and a rope running through a high pulley attached to a massive leather sandbag. "Pull it," Mayhan commanded. I grabbed the rope and hauled back. The sack lifted, but without my magical buffs, the weight felt like an absolute mountain. 150 pounds of pure dead weight. Within 10 seconds, my forearms were screaming. My fresh wounds pulled and throbbed. My grip slipped, and the bag slammed into the dirt with a loud thud. The surrounding gladiators erupted into roaring laughter. Pathetic Mayhan spat. Get your arms massaged tonight. You're going to need it. Lift it again. I clenched my jaw, reached out with trembling hands, and grabbed the rope. By the time dinner rolled around, I was physically destroyed. The gym session had thoroughly wrecked whatever stamina I had left. I shuffled into the mess hall, trailing behind a line of sweaty, aggressive men pushing their way toward the food counter. Being a new guy, I was dead last. When I finally got my wooden bowl, it was mostly boiled barley, cabbage, and two sad, paper-thin slices of mystery meat. High carb, low protein, terrible for gains, but I was too exhausted to complain. I sat down on an empty wooden bench and tried to eat in peace. Naturally, the universe declined my request. A hulking fighter with a criminal mark branded right onto his shoulder stepped out of line, walked over, and hovered above me. Enjoying the slop, strawhead? He mocked, his breath smelling like cheap ale. He reached out and jabbed a dirty finger right into the scar tattoo on my shoulder. What is the matter? Cat got your tongue? The entire mess hall went dead silent. Everyone stopped chewing. It was the classic prison yard test. I did not pause. I did not look up. I just dropped my spoon, drove a brutal fist directly into his solar plexus, and watched his windpipe collapse in a wheeze. As he doubled over, my knee shot up like a piston, cracking him square across the jaw. He stumbled backward, completely dazed, and I stood up, delivering a one-handed shove to his chest that sent him crashing flat on his back. I picked up my bowl, took a bite of barley, and glared around the room. The other gladiators silently turned back to their food. Message delivered. I sat back down, chewing my cold grain, feeling the cold metal band heavy against my arm. They think they are training a dog for their little blood sport. They think I am just another broken gladiator trying to survive the week. They have no idea. Every day in this yard gets my body closer to fighting shape. Every match in the arena brings a fresh batch of souls. And every soul I harvest is going straight into that tiny, dormant seed of magic hiding deep inside my chest. They are building their own executioner, and they are paying for his food. Will Arn's raw physical strength be enough to survive his first real match? Or will the arena spellcasters realize his magic is coming back before he is ready? Passing out from pure physical exhaustion has one major perk: no nightmares. My body was a canvas of deep, throbbing bruises, and every muscle felt like it had been shredded and glued back together. But I'll take absolute physical agony over reliving my past in my sleep any day. Breakfast was surprisingly peaceful. Yesterday's convict flinched when I stepped into the food line, practically pressing himself against the wall to let me pass. I didn't care about the gladiator social hierarchy, nor did I care about getting an extra piece of stale bread. My goal here was simple: speedrun this entire gladiator experience, harvest enough souls to rebuild my magic, and burn my way back to Tyria. Everyone else in this yard was just an NPC waiting to die for someone else's amusement. When we hit the training yard, Master Mayhan started barking orders, directing me back to the medieval gym equipment. I walked straight up to him, held up my wax tablet, and pointed at the single word I'd scratched into it: sword. Mayhan gave me a cold, mocking laugh, pointing right back at the sandbags. Don't test my patience, bird bones, or my next answer won't be so polite. Right? Message received. I grumbled internally and went back to lifting heavy rocks. By noon, the temple bells were ringing across the city. I was wearing a wooden yoke across my shoulders, two massive bags of sand dangling from the ends, doing deep squats until my knees shook. You should stop, a voice called out. I looked over. It was one of the senior gladiators, a broad-shouldered guy with a square jaw and dark hair. A classic local. I ignored him and kept squatting. I couldn't ask him what he wanted anyway, and I didn't have the energy for mind games. Look, mate, you are overdoing it, he said, walking over. Mayhan told you to take breaks between equipment. He wasn't wrong. Between the blood loss, the missing tongue, and the brain fog, I might have skipped a few safety warnings. I lowered the yoke, staring at him suspiciously. No need for the death glare. He laughed, raising his hands. We might fight each other in here, but out there, you're a gladiator of House Igneous. Your performance reflects on all of us. When we look good, we get booked for better matches. Mayhem would skin us alive if we gave bad advice to the new guy. Fair logic. I gave him a crisp nod and moved to the pulley machine. There you go, he grinned. The first few weeks are hell, but we will make a proper killer out of you yet. While taking a breather, wiping sweat from my eyes, I watched the other guys sparring with wooden swords. One of the veterans pulled off a slick maneuver, faking a high shield block, slipping past his opponent's guard, and smashing the rim of his shield right into the guy's wrist. The wooden practice sword flew through the air and clattered into the dirt right at my feet. Opportunity unlocked. Before the disarmed guy could react, I scooped up the wooden blade, flipped it into a low guard, and raised it toward the guy who had just given me advice. The square-jawed gladiator burst out laughing. "Oh, you want a piece of this? Come on then." He took his stance, shield up, sword ready. He was covered in legitimate combat scars. A veteran, and he was definitely underestimating a skinny, voiceless northerner with no armor. He lunged. I parried, taking 2 quick steps backward. I was close to the yard wall, running out of space. If I got pinned against the stone, it was over. Time to flip the script. I launched a rapid series of light, annoying strikes. None of them did real damage, but they forced him to pull his shield close and back up. Remembering the trick I'd just seen, I drove forward in a deep thrust. He predictably dropped his heavy shield to crush my blade. Drop. Catch. Strike. I let go of the sword with my right hand, caught the hilt with my left midair, and swept the wooden blade hard across his unarmored knee. His leg buckled. A quick front kick to his chest sent him sprawling backward into the sand. The yard went quiet. The veteran stared up at me from the dirt in total shock, then erupted into a booming laugh. A two-handed switchblade style? I have never seen a gladiator pull that off. I dropped my guard and offered him a hand. Respect earned. He grabbed my hand, pulling himself up. The first time you pull that stunt in the arena, the crowd is going to lose their minds. I am Domitian, by the way. I gave a polite nod. Back to work, you useless dregs. Mahan's voice shattered the moment. You, Tyrian, follow me. Mahan led me out of the sun and into the cool, dark armory. Racks of wooden weapons lined the stone walls. He turned around, studying me with newfound suspicion. That was not a wild barbarian brawl. Mahan said flatly, that was trained military precision. Who taught you? If he only knew. I was 5 years old when the tribal elders handed me over to the Spellwives. They didn't just teach me how to weave magic into runes. They taught me how to kill with steel. Even without my magic buffs, my muscle memory was elite. Pick a weapon, Mahan ordered, pointing to the racks. I walked past the short, stubby legionary swords. Too short. I needed reach. I picked up a longer wooden blade, sweeping it through the air. Balanced. Heavy. Just on my old longsword. Mahan nodded. Good choice. Now for the left hand. He looked at my lean frame. A heavy tower shield will slow you down. You're built for speed. He grabbed a small, circular wooden buckler and strapped it tight to my left wrist. There. This makes you a Velis. A light skirmisher. It keeps your left hand free while giving you a blocking surface. I tested the weight, rotated my wrist. With the buckler strapped to my arm, I tossed the wooden sword from my right hand to my left and caught it effortlessly. Mahan's eyes narrowed. Why the rush? You're covered in claw marks. Nobody would complain if you took a month to rest. I couldn't tell him the truth. I couldn't tell him that I needed to get back into the arena because it was my only source of fresh souls to feed my dead magic. I couldn't tell him I needed leave privileges so I could find an underground tattoo artist to recarve my tribal runes. So I just placed my hand over my heart and gave him a stoic, honorable look. Let him fill in the blanks. Mahan grunted. Fine. Prove yourself in training, and you get a spot on the next fight card. Now get back out there and teach Domitian how to hold his shield properly. I bowed my head, hiding the sinister smile creeping across my face. Out in the yard, Domitian saw me walking back with my new gear and raised his sword. Back for round 2, Tyrian? You won't catch me off guard this time. I raised my wooden blade, locked eyes with him, and let a predator's grin spread across my face. They think they're teaching me how to be a gladiator. They don't realize every practice bout is just recalibrating my killing instincts. My body is healing. My steel is chosen. And the arena is waiting. Will Arn's raw skill be enough when the wooden practice swords are replaced with real steel, or will his lack of magic cost him his very first real match? Morning porridge looked and tasted like gray sadness. Boiled oats and water, the exact kind of peasant slop I used to eat as a kid back in Tyria, minus the fresh berries or a pinch of salt. Sitting at the long wooden mess table, I stared into my wooden bowl and thought about the last time I actually tasted real food. Just another tiny, petty luxury the Southern Empire had stripped away from me, along with my voice, my home, and my magic. But hey, who is counting? I didn't care about the strict seating hierarchy, but I knew deliberately breaking it would invite unnecessary drama. So, I just moved up one spot in the line, casually stepping past the convict whose ribs I had caved in a few days ago. He gave me a dirty look, kept his mouth shut, and stared at the floor. Progress. Master Mahan appeared in the doorway like a storm cloud, slamming his hand against the frame. "Listen up, you absolute degenerates," he barked, drawing a few lazy chuckles from the veterans. "I have picked our lineup for the upcoming arena matches. Sigismund, Domitian, and Marcus. None of you clowns better injure them in practice, or you take their place with one arm tied behind your back. Some of us could still win under those conditions, Master Mahan," shouted a fighter named Andrew, trying to sound tough. "Some could," Mahan sneered back. "But not you, Andrew, considering you telegraph every swing like a lazy pig squealing for the slaughter." The room erupted in laughter, and Andrew shrank back into his porridge. As the men cleared out, I spotted my opening. I slid over to Domitian before he could head out to the yard, pulled out my wax tablet, and scratched a quick question. "How to be chosen?" Domitian blinked, looking a bit surprised. "Oh, for the games? Well, everybody gets booked for a match once a month, maybe twice if you are good. Mahan rotates us, so we all make some coin. Don't stress. As soon as Mahan thinks you are ready, he will throw you into the rotation. Waiting a month? Absolutely not. I couldn't afford to sit around twiddling my thumbs while my dormant magic sat like a dead seed in my chest. If I waited too long, the connection might atrophy permanently. I needed a fight. I needed coin. And more importantly, I needed permission to step outside these walls. My eyes drifted across the room to the end of the highest table. The guy sitting there was always served first. The undisputed champion of the Ludus. Time to skip the tutorial. Out in the training yard, under the harsh midday sun, the fighters lined up to grab their wooden gear. I walked straight past the racks, marched up to the reigning champion, Sigismund, and raised my wooden sword in a direct, unapologetic challenge. Sigismund didn't even flinch. He glanced over at Mahan. "Master of arms. May I?" Mahan crossed his arms and nodded. "Don't hold back, Sigismund." The champion didn't waste time talking. He exploded into motion. It was immediately obvious I was outmatched. Every strike was brutally efficient, flowing seamlessly into the next without a single wasted frame of movement. His guard was impenetrable. I was instantly thrown onto the defensive, frantically parrying with my blade and tiny buckler, sliding backward across the dirt. I needed a miracle, or at least a reckless gambit. Instead of backing away, I lunged forward, intentionally dropping my guard. His wooden blade slammed straight into my shoulder. If that had been real steel, my arm would have been detached. But it bought me a fraction of a second. I closed the distance and slammed my buckler forward like a wooden fist straight at his face. Sigismund reacted with veteran speed, jerking his head just enough for his heavy metal helmet to take the brunt of the blow. He grunted, momentarily dazed, but recovered faster than me, driving the pommel of his sword straight into my chest. The impact stole the wind from my lungs, and before I could recover, a follow-up strike rattled my helmet and sent me crashing into the sand. Cheers and laughter rippled through the watching fighters. Sigismund offered a hand, hauling me to his feet with a respectful nod. In the actual arena, a reckless stunt like that will get your arm amputated, he warned, glancing at the ugly bruise forming under my leather tunic. I just shrugged. We weren't in the arena yet, and I had successfully landed a hit on the undisputed boss of the school. Mission accomplished. With me, Mahan ordered, his face carved from stone. He gestured toward the armory, away from the crowd. We stepped into the cool, shadowed room. Mayhan stared me down. I figured you would get restless once I let you touch a weapon. You prisoners all think this place is beneath you. You think you can just rush through a few matches, buy your freedom, and walk away. I kept my expression flat. No use arguing with a guy who read me like a cheap romance novel. You're going to get your wish, Mayhan declared. My eyes widened slightly. Is the only way to cure your dangerous impatience. Mayhan continued with a grim smirk. Maybe once you get beaten bloody on the sands, you'll come back here with some humility. A slow, dark smile crept across my face. Let him think whatever he wanted. Be warned, Northman. The audience doesn't care about your attitude. If you give a boring performance, they will only cheer when your blood paints the dirt. Victory or death. Those are terms I could work with. Training Groundhog Day continued until Monday evening rolled around. Tomorrow was the big day. My debut in the actual arena. Despite the brutal schedule, my body felt terrifyingly good. My healing factor was moving at an unnatural, almost freakish speed, a lovely side effect of whatever mysterious chemical lobotomy the Empire had subjected me to. My muscle memory was fully dialed in. You sly bastard, Domitian whispered, sliding onto the bench next to me at dinner, completely ignoring the rigid seating rules. I still cannot believe Mayhan gave you a match. You have been here for less than 5 days. I gave him a knowing smirk and went back to scraping my wooden bowl. Just as I finished my meager slop, one of the guards burst through the doors. The sister is here, he announced loudly before ducking back out. Domitian stood up, brushing off his tunic. All right, Sister Helena visits every 5 days, right before the matches. I paused, silently forming the word sister with my lips, raising a single eyebrow. She is a nun, Domitian explained casually, a priestess of the moon. You northerners have religion, right? I gave a silent nod. I knew the Empire had its weird cults and lunar priesthoods, but I had never bothered with them. She is here to offer prayers to anyone fighting tomorrow, Domitian said, grabbing his gear. Not that the moon gives a damn who wins, but old habits die hard. You heading over? I shook my head. If it came down to survival, I trusted cold steel and my own instinct to hell of a lot more than a glowing rock in the sky. Relying on divine intervention was a rookie mistake. A man's fate was carved out by his own hands, not begged out of the clouds. If the gods were actually fair, they would fix this mess themselves. If they weren't, they didn't deserve a single word of praise. As the other fighters trickled out to visit the cloistered nun in the training yard, I quietly slipped back to my cell. Tomorrow, the sandbox phase ends. The real game begins. And every soul harvested on those bloody sands is going straight toward resurrecting the monster inside me. The training gear in the morning was standard, beat-up garbage, but after breakfast, they finally handed over the good stuff. Heavy leather jerkin, iron greaves, iron bracers, and a steel helmet fitted for my head. No weapons yet, though. The house didn't trust us not to start a riot in the van, so the real steel was kept under lock and key at the venue. Domitian, Sigismund, and I piled into the back of a horse-drawn transport wagon. Mayhan took the front seat next to the driver. Why walk when you can ride VIP? Domitian grinned, patting the wooden bench next to him. I gave him my best deadpan stare and sat down. As the wagon rolled through the heavy wooden gates, I got my first real look at the capital city of Aquila. It was an absolute sensory overload. The noise alone hit like a physical wall. Thousands of people screaming, arguing, laughing, and selling crap in streets. Stalls hawking cheap street food, crowded taverns spilling drunkards into the alleys, and frazzled waitstaff darting between tables. And the architecture was insane. I'd been to southern cities before, but the capital was built different. Massive, multi-story stone apartment blocks towered over the cobblestones, squeezing hundreds of families into single buildings. My entire home village in Tyria could fit into 2 blocks of this place. Then the Colosseum rose up in the distance. I had been here before, but my memory of it was a complete blur, a hazy nightmare of poison, screaming crowds, and the metallic stench of my own blood. Seeing it sober was a whole different story. The place was a mountain carved from dead stone by human hands. It could easily hold tens of thousands of bloodthirsty spectators. Back home, stone had a soul. If my earth magic were active, I'd be able to hear the stones singing, like the ancient peaks of Tyria under the winter aurora. But this place? It was completely silent. Dead, hollow rock, built exclusively for human slaughter and the dying gasps of gladiator slaves. We jumped down from the wagon and entered through the underground performer entrance. The subterranean level was a chaotic maze of tunnels, holding cells, and stage machinery designed to keep the crowd entertained with constant variety. As we walked past the beast pens, a massive lioness lunged against the iron bars with an ear-splitting roar, her razor-sharp claws swiping inches from my face. I instinctively backpedaled, my heart hammering against my ribs. The rot-tinged stench of her breath brought back a sudden, violent flashback. The sun blinding my eyes, the dull sword snapping, the claws tearing through my chest. For a split second, panic threatened to lock up my lungs. "You good, man?" Domitian asked, placing a steady hand on my shoulder, grounding me back in reality. I forced a deep breath and gave a slow nod. A guard with a whip chuckled from the shadows. "Sorry about her. A northern prisoner took out her left eye a couple of weeks ago. Now she tries to murder every bleach blonde head she sees. Nothing personal, except it was entirely personal. I remembered that moment clearly now, driving my broken blade into her eye socket right before her pride shredded my torso. We were both back in cages now. The difference? Her story ended in a ditch. Mine was just getting started. We reached our assigned tunnel entrance and waited. Mayhan unlocked a heavy wooden crate and finally distributed our gear. He handed Sigismund a short spear and a round shield. "Keep your steps tight, Sigismund. Let the spear's reach do the heavy lifting." To Domitian, he gave a gladius and a heavy tower shield. "Don't pull your punches. Speed over strength. The blade will do the work." Finally, he handed me my longer blade and small buckler. "And for you, Northman, since you ignore every single instruction I give you anyway, just go out there and do whatever the hell you want." I accepted the steel with a respectful bow. The weapons were all I cared about. 50 breaths until showtime. An official shouted down the corridor. Mayhan looked at me, his eyes dead serious. "First-timers go out first. Keep your head on a swivel." Domitian smirked, clapping me on the back. "My hometown girls tell their husbands to come back with their shields, or on them, but yours is way too small to carry a body." Sigismund just gave me a silent, warrior's nod. The heavy iron portcullis slowly ground upward. Mayhan gestured toward the blinding sunlight outside. Time to work. The iron helmet felt heavy and oppressive, especially with my hair shaved short to fit inside. They had stripped me of my eagle feather braid when they captured me. A stupid little token, but it was the one thing that kept me tied to the green hills of home. Now, I was wearing imperial iron mine from damaged land, walking into an arena filled with thousands of screaming sports fans who wanted to see me bleed. "Citizens of Aquila," a voice boomed across the entire stadium, amplified by a clear, high-tier wind magic spell. Making his arena debut, the ferocious savage from the far north, captured after single-handedly slaughtering 10 imperial legionaries, 2 with his bare hands. The bloody eagle of Tyria. I rolled my eyes inside the helmet. 10 legionaries? Bare hands? Complete fiction. I was ambushed in my sleep and barely got a strike off. But hey, if the Southern propaganda machine wanted to paint me as a mythical war god, it only made my stock go up. I didn't even bother listening to my opponent's introduction. It didn't matter who he was. He was just a health bar standing between me and my freedom. A gladiator stepped out from the opposite gate, marching toward the center of the ring with a measured, military stride. He was carrying a gladius and a tower shield, the exact sword and board setup I've been sparring against all week. Domitian style. Predictable. The atmosphere in the stadium condensed, the crowd going silent with the electric pressure that comes right before a lightning strike. I didn't usually rely on prayer, but as I adjusted my grip on my sword, a single silent thought echoed in my mind. "Thunras, grant me a swift victory or a death worthy of the northern halls." Above us, a high-ranking official raised his hand, the magical amplification making his voice snap across the arena like thunder. Fight! Will Arn's calculated training pay off against his first real opponent? Or will the weight of actual steel turn his quick arena debut into a fatal mistake? We were 20 paces apart, sizing each other up like two predators testing the wind. I had the reach with my long blade, but his heavy tower shield was a wall. If I tried to snipe him from a distance, he'd just block and counter. If I closed the gap, his short gladius was going to carve me up inside. We locked up, trading a few quick exploratory strikes. My blade scraped off his shield. He was moving slow. The sheer weight of that metal-rimmed wood was dragging him down. I realized if I circled hard to his left, away from his sword arm, I could slip past his guard and land a quick slash to his leg before he could pivot. Then he surprised me. He didn't pivot. He just put his head down and charged like a goddamn bull. I managed to slash his shoulder as he came in, but the momentum was too much. The tower shield hit me like a runaway freight train, blasting me flat onto my back. The stadium erupted in jeers. Falling down in the arena is a death sentence. A smart gladiator would have driven the sharp edge of his shield straight into my throat to end it. Instead, this guy got greedy, winding up for a flashy, stabbing motion with his gladius. Rookie mistake. The wind-up gave me just enough time to roll, kick off the sand, and bounce back to my feet. There was only one problem. My hand was empty. My longsword was laying 5 yards away in the dirt. All I had left was the tiny wooden buckler strapped to my wrist. My opponent smirked, eyeing me like a free meal, and took a hungry step forward. Desperate times calls for absolute trash-tier tactics. While backing up fast, I frantically ripped at the leather straps, unbuckling the small shield from my arm. The moment he opened his mouth to roar and lunge, I snapped my wrist and skipped the buckler through the air like a lethal frisbee. He was too slow to get his main shield up. Crunch! The hard wooden disc hit him square across the bridge of his nose. Blood exploded everywhere, and he stumbled back, screaming in pain. Before he could recover, I sprinted, planted my foot, and launched myself into the air. He managed to pull his tower shield up, but I wasn't trying to cut him. I drove both of my iron-soled boots directly into the center of his guard. The impact shattered his balance, sending us both tumbling into the sand. Because I wasn't carrying 50 pounds of armor, I scrambled up first. I stomped my boot down on his sword arm, crushing his fingers against the dirt until he dropped the gladius. He tried to shift his shield over his body, but I kicked it aside and pinned his other arm. I dropped to my knees, trapping him completely. I reached down and popped off his helmet. I didn't know his name. In a better life, maybe we would have shared a drink. But right now, he was a resource. I placed my palm directly against his bare forehead. The roar of 20,000 screaming fans suddenly vanished from my ears. Total silence. I closed my eyes and drove the short blade down into the soft flesh right above his collarbone. As his final breath left his lungs, his life force burst outward, and I grabbed it with my soul. I drank it down like a dying man stumbling across an oasis in the desert. It was a dark, forbidden technique, the kind of soul-harvesting magic that even the darkest northern witches considered taboo. My stomach instantly turned inside out. My throat burned like I'd swallowed liquid fire. My entire body shook violently on the sand. But the stolen life force rained down on the dead, dormant magic inside my chest. And ever so slowly, the seed sprouted. I staggered to my feet, completely deaf to the thousands of fans chanting my name. I shuffled across the bloody sand, passing under the towering banners of the Imperial Eagle. They thought they were cheering for a brave gladiator. They had no idea they had just witnessed a resurrection. Restoring my magic felt less like an upgrade and more like getting mauled by a bear a second time. My head was pounding, my muscles were on fire, and I could taste metallic copper in the back of my throat. Northman, your first win. Domitian roared, slapping me on the shoulder as I stumbled into the dark tunnel. Sigismund gave a silent nod of respect. Mahan just stared at me, his eyes dark and calculating. 30 breaths. A guard yelled from down the hall. Focus on your own match, Domitian. Mahan snapped, cutting off the celebration. Don't let his win make you sloppy. Yes, Master Mahan, Domitian said, instantly snapping to attention. Rushing an enemy like that only works on amateurs, Mahan added, giving me a pointed look before turning back to Domitian. Faint low. Draw him in. Don't leave yourself exposed. Time. A voice echoed. Domitian grunted, stepping out of the tunnel and into the blinding light. Once he was gone, Mahan turned his full attention to me. You had him completely defenseless. You didn't even check with the crowd or the officials before you finished him. I stared at him with cold, dead eyes. I didn't give a damn about official approval. I had a job to do. Watch your back. Northman, Mahan warned low. Word spreads fast. If you show zero mercy in the ring, no one is going to show it to you. I touched the jagged scars running across my torso. I had already received imperial mercy once. I wasn't planning on asking for a refund. High above the arena floor, far away from the dirt and stench, sat the luxury viewing boxes. Wealthy nobles relaxed under silk canopies, sipping wine. In one of the private boxes, a woman dressed in vibrant, high-tier robes leaned back. Standing behind her was a massive, armored bodyguard. On her upper arm, a multi-metal bracelet shone with a faint, invisible magical aura that ordinary eyes couldn't see. She touched the metal band, a faint smile playing on her lips, then glanced over her shoulder at her guard. We can leave now, she whispered. Both Domitian and Sigismund won their matches, making it a clean sweep for House Igneous. When we got back to the training school, the remaining gladiators gave us a full-blown hero's entrance, banging their wooden swords against their shields. We were given the rest of the day to get patched up and drink. While the house doctor was stitching up my fresh cuts, Mahan walked in and dropped a small leather pouch on the table. Clink, your cuts from the fight, Mahan said. 1 silver crown. He leaned against the wall. It takes 50 crowns for a prisoner of war to buy his freedom. You will earn more as your rank goes up. 5 crowns if you somehow win the Solstice Championship. I feigned interest, nodding along. If you leave the money lying around the barracks, someone will steal it, Mahan added. I can store it with Master Gaius in the office if you want to play it safe. Deal with that slimy bureaucrat again? Pass. I shook my head hard. Mahan shrugged. Suit yourself. I grabbed my wax tablet and quickly scratched a note. I want to go into the city. Eager to spend your first paycheck? Mahan smirked. I wrote the one word I knew he couldn't argue with. To pray. All right, Mahan rubbed his neck. I suppose that is proper after your first kill. Guess Sister Helena's moon prayers aren't your style? I shook my head vigorously. Fine. It wouldn't do to anger your northern gods, assuming they can even hear you from this far south. I will ask the Dominus for a day pass. I bowed my head in gratitude, snatched my silver coins, and headed straight back to my cell. Sitting on my cot, I flipped a silver coin across my knuckles. 10 silvers wasn't going to buy my freedom, but it was a start. Step 1. Get permission to enter the city. Step 2. Find a black market northern lore master who could carve fresh, functional magic runes over my dead scars. If I could get my body re-inked, my magic recovery would skyrocket. I just had to pray Aquila had an underground Tyrian magical community. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door creaked open. A young girl stepped inside, wearing a sheer, skimpy dress. She couldn't have been older than 19. I froze. Other than the ancient cook, women were never allowed in the gladiator quarters. She offered a sly, practiced smile and slowly let the left strap of her dress slide off her shoulder. I instantly understood. A reward for winning in the arena. The other gladiators probably lived for this, but I had just spent the last hour stabilizing a freshly harvested soul inside my spirit core. The last thing I needed was to mess up my spiritual balance with an encounter like this. I held up a palm, stopped her in her tracks, and pointed straight at the door. She blinked in confusion. I'm here for you. It is already paid for, if you're worried about silver. I crossed my arms in an absolute X sign. No thanks. Do you prefer boys? She asked hesitantly. They didn't tell us, so I let out a heavy sigh, pointed at the door again, and shook my head. All right, fine. Stars, don't get angry. She held up her hands, but didn't leave. She stood there, tapping her foot nervously. Look, do you mind if I just sit here for 20 minutes? If I walk out right now, my boss won't pay me my cut, and I really need the money. I exhaled slowly. Cost me nothing. I gave a shrug and lay back down on my straw cot. She let out a relieved breath and sat on the cold floor, leaning her back against the stone wall. So, you were really mute? A real Tyrian barbarian? How did you end up in a place like this? I raised my head and gave her a sharp glare. Right. Stupid question, she muttered, looking around the tiny cell. Did you get all those nasty scars in the arena? I pressed my index finger to my lips. Silence. I hated talking about the scars. My arms and legs were covered in jagged lines, but I could also feel a heavy scar cutting right across my cheek and forehead. Without a mirror in this pit, I had no idea what my own face even looked like anymore. I was just thankful my eyes were intact. Blindness on one side would have gotten me slaughtered today. The girl finally stopped asking stupid questions and started to sing. It was a simple, gentle local folk song, a soft melody about green hills, ocean breezes, and returning home. I wanted to mock it. I was a trained northern bard, a skald. I knew high-level compositions that could move armies to tears. But sitting in that dark cell, stripped of my voice and my home, the simple melody hit me like a sledgehammer. I had hundreds of grand epics locked inside my mind, but I couldn't sing a single note. My throat was a graveyard of broken music. I stared up at the stone ceiling, completely motionless, as a few silent tears tracked down my scarred cheeks. I was just glad she was sitting on the floor, unable to see my face. When she finished the song, she suddenly let out a loud, dramatically exaggerated moan. "Oh, stars! You are absolute animal," she yelled toward the hallway. I sat up, wiping my face quickly, staring at her in absolute shock. She looked at me, gave a playful wink, and adjusted her dress. Got put on a little show for the guards. Handsome. I have to earn my silver, after all. She gave a short laugh, turned around, and strutted out of the cell, leaving me alone in the dark. Will Arn find a rogue lore master in the city to restore his magic runes? Or will the Imperial Inquisitors track his growing power before he can escape? Smoke rising from a dozen enemy campfires. No mages, no spellcasters, no magical aura in the area. Perfect. With the cover of darkness, my oath-sworn brother and I had the total tactical advantage. I snapped my eyes open, escaping the memory, and was hit with an absolute surge of relief. The stolen soul I harvested in the arena yesterday was fully processed. My internal magic core was no longer a dead, hollow shell. The mana flow had returned, feeling like a regenerated limb. I was still running on low fuel, not enough to cast high-tier combat spells, but the engine was officially back online. Now all I needed was to get my ruined body runes restored so I could actually process and channel the power. And that wasn't the only passive perk that just unlocked. After breakfast, I walked out to the yard and looked toward the tall, slender temple tower rising above the outer stone walls. Yesterday, it was just a blurry gray shape on the horizon. But now that my internal magic had reawakened, one of my oldest racial passives clicked back into place, Eagle Eyes. I remembered climbing the highest peak of the northern mountains as a kid, snatching a feather from an eagle's nest, and bringing it to the village spellwives. They had enchanted it so it would never decay, and in return, they bestowed the visual passive onto my eyes. Looking at the distant temple now, I could literally count the individual stone bricks and read the weathered scratches on the masonry miles away. I instinctively reached up to stroke the braid where my eagle feather used to hang, only to feel my short-cropped gladiator haircut. A minor loss. At least I had the passive back. After breakfast, I handed Master Mayhem my wax tablet with a quick note asking for a day pass into the city. He just grunted and ignored me, but by mid-afternoon, he walked back over, looking deeply confused. "The Dominus approved your pass," Mayhem said, eyeing me down. "In fact, he said you are cleared to leave the grounds whenever you ask." I've never seen him show the kind of leniency to a rookie POW. "What's your angle?" I kept my face completely blank, silently thanking the northern gods for the lucky break, and went right back to my training reps. By evening, showered and fed, a guard led me through the inner courtyard to the heavy iron front gates. First time stepping into the real world, Strawhead. The guard grinned. I gave a silent, impatient nod. Here are the ground rules. When the final evening bell rings, you have 2 hours to get your ass back in this courtyard before we drop the portcullis. If you aren't in your cell for head count, we release the hunting hounds. And trust me, they will track your sweaty gladiator smell in 5 seconds flat. I let out an annoyed grunt. Spend your silver on booze or girls, but stay out of trouble. No fighting, no stealing, no city guard drama. You get arrested or miss curfew. You get 50 lashes with a spiked whip. Oh, and don't try buying weapons. We confiscate everything at the gate. I stared at him until he finally shut his mouth and pushed the massive wooden doors open. Freedom. Stepping onto the busy city streets alone was surreal. Part of my brain screamed at me to sprint for the trilene, but the multi-metal tracker bracelet welded to my left arm was a constant reminder that escape right now was suicide. Runes first. Escape later. I turned west toward the harbor district. People gave me a wide berth, but nobody panicked. Aquila was crawling with scarred thugs and leather tunics, so I blended right into the local underworld aesthetic. I hit a sprawling open-air market first, dropping a couple of my silver coins on a leather pouch for my belt, a place to keep my wax tablet, stylus, and a basic needle and thread I bought from Taylor. Down near the docks, I started scanning the stone walls. To an imperial citizen, the faint scratches on the alley masonry looked like accidental tool marks. But to a Tyrian, they were secret directional runes. Underground signposts. I followed the hidden mark system away from the main avenues, ducking into narrow, filthy alleys flanked by ancient wooden shacks. Finally, I reached a small, hidden courtyard surrounded by tall tenements. In the center grew a single, massive blood beech tree with deep crimson leaves. Back home, these holy trees grew wild in the endless northern forests. Here in the southern concrete jungle, it was trapped in a tiny ring of dirt. But looking at the dark, rich red color of its leaves, I could tell the local Tyrians had been feeding it plenty of blood. I pulled out my new needle, pricked the tip of my thumb, and let 3 drops of dark blood fall into the soil. I renewed my silent vow. Restoration. Freedom. Absolute vengeance. I wiped the needle on my lips, slid it back into my pouch, and waited under the shade of the red leaves. After 20 minutes, an old Tyrian crone walked into the grove. She had deep, hardened lines carved into her face, the mark of someone who had survived decades in the capital slums. I stepped out, holding up my tablet written in Tyrian runes. Lore Master? She squinted at the tablet, then looked at my scarred face. Strange fellow. Never seen you around. I'd ask why you're typing out your questions instead of using your mouth, but I take it there is a story there. I tapped the word Lore Master impatiently. All right, keep your shirt on, she grumbled. Yeah, there's a Lore Master in town. Go back to the main alley, take a left, keep walking, then hit another left right before the pottery shop. Down that dead-end lane, look for the door with the runes carved into the wood. I bowed my head and headed out. I found the dead-end alley, spotted the wooden door marked with mundane Lore Master runes, and banged my heavy fist against the frame. The door flew open, revealing an old man with messy graying hair and sharp blue northern eyes. What is with the battering ram attack? He snapped. You can't wake the dead, and I can't raise them. What is the emergency? I held up the wax tablet. Lore Master? That is me, he sighed, stepping back. So you're the quiet type? Fine. I talk enough for 2 people anyway. Come in. His workshop was a single, cluttered room. Dried herbs, strange glass jars, and elemental ingredients lined the shelves. He sat down on a wooden stool and gestured for me to take another. So what are we doing here? I pulled up my right sleeve, showing him the mangled, scarred mess where my primary force rune used to be. The Lore Master let out a low whistle, leaning in to examine the tissue. Yikes. Someone really carved you up, kid. There isn't a single drop of magic left in this ink. I shook my head. Well, if you want me to repair it, you are out of luck. Your arm is more scar tissue than actual skin at this point. I grabbed the stylus and scribbled aggressively. Remake it. Look, it isn't that simple, he argued. I know the spell, but re-inked magic over severe scar tissue? The mana won't bind properly. It would take hours of continuous high-tier enchanting, and I can't guarantee it won't just explode or fade away. That wasn't the answer I wanted. I didn't have hours to sit in a basement. I had a strict gladiator curfew. Another way? I wrote. He scratched his bald spot. Not really. Do it split up. Multiple sessions. No can do, kid. You interrupt an active rune-binding session. The whole enchantment collapses into junk mana. I gritted my teeth. I wasn't leaving without a solution. How fast? He shrugged. The longer I take, the better. Giving the magic time to sink into the skin is key. I don't have time. He raised an eyebrow at the text, eyeing my leather gladiator tunic. Why not? I just stared at him. He sighed, tapping his fingers against his knee. Well, there's one workaround. I made a quick continue gesture with my hand. I could carve the rune onto a physical focus stone. A rune token, he explained. That way I can take all the time I need to enchant the stone properly. But once I give it to you, you have to manually absorb the raw magic out of the rock and force it into your body yourself. That is an extremely painful, dangerous process. I smirked internally. Painful soul absorption was literally my new specialty. Do it. All right, cool your jets. I need to source a high-grade mana stone that can actually handle that level of charge. Can't just pick up a rock from the street, he said, licking his lips. Come back Monday evening, same time. I will have the stone ready. And the price tag. Not the instant fix I was hoping for, but it was a solid lead. I bowed, turned on my heel, and slipped back out into the alley. Back at the gladiator school, the front gate guard gave me a quick pat down, checked my empty leather pouch, and waved me inside. Once I was locked safely inside my dark cell, I reached inside my waistband. I had used my needle and thread to sew tiny, hidden interior loops into the lining of my leather belt, perfectly concealing my leftover silver coins and the steel needle itself. A classic prison trick. Guards check pouches and boots, but they rarely feel along the inside seam of a dirty leather belt. In a gladiator's hands, even a small steel needle could be a lethal weapon. With my silver hidden and an improvised shiv secure at my waist, I lay down on my straw cot and finally let my eyes close. Will the Lore Master's rune token successfully reignite Arn's combat magic on Mandaree, or will the steep price tag force him into an impossible corner? After 20 minutes, an old Tyrian crone walked into the grove. She had deep, hardened lines carved into her face, the mark of someone who had survived decades in the capital slums. I stepped out, holding up my tablet written in Tyrian runes. Lore Master? She squinted at the tablet, then looked at my scarred face. Strange fellow. Never seen you around. I'd ask why you're typing out your questions instead of using your mouth, but I take it there is a story there. I tapped the word Lore Master impatiently. All right, keep your shirt on, she grumbled. Yeah, there's a Lore Master in town. Go back to the main alley, take a left, keep walking, then hit another left right before the pottery shop. Down that dead-end lane, look for the door with the runes carved into the wood. I bowed my head and headed out. I found the dead-end alley, spotted the wooden door marked with mundane Lore Master runes, and banged my heavy fist against the frame. The door flew open, revealing an old man with messy graying hair and sharp blue northern eyes. What is with the battering ram attack? He snapped. You can't wake the dead, and I can't raise them. What is the emergency? I held up the wax tablet. Lore Master? That is me, he sighed, stepping back. So you're the quiet type? Fine. I talk enough for two people anyway. Come in. His workshop was a single, cluttered room. Dried herbs, strange glass jars, and elemental ingredients lined the shelves. He sat down on a wooden stool and gestured for me to take another. So what are we doing here? I pulled up my right sleeve, showing him the mangled, scarred mess where my primary force rune used to be. The Lore Master let out a low whistle, leaning in to examine the tissue. Yikes. Someone really carved you up, kid. There isn't a single drop of magic left in this ink. I shook my head. Well, if you want me to repair it, you are out of luck. Your arm is more scar tissue than actual skin at this point. I grabbed the stylus and scribbled aggressively. Remake it. Look, it isn't that simple, he argued. I know the spell, but re-inked magic over severe scar tissue? The mana won't bind properly. It would take hours of continuous high-tier enchanting, and I can't guarantee it won't just explode or fade away. That wasn't the answer I wanted. I didn't have hours to sit in a basement. I had a strict gladiator curfew. Another way? I wrote. He scratched his bald spot. Not really. Do it split up. Multiple sessions. No can do, kid. You interrupt an active rune-binding session. The whole enchantment collapses into junk mana. I gritted my teeth. I wasn't leaving without a solution. How fast? He shrugged. The longer I take, the better. Giving the magic time to sink into the skin is key. I don't have time. He raised an eyebrow at the text, eyeing my leather gladiator tunic. Why not? I just stared at him. He sighed, tapping his fingers against his knee. Well, there's one workaround. I made a quick continue gesture with my hand. I could carve the rune onto a physical focus stone. A rune token, he explained. That way I can take all the time I need to enchant the stone properly. But once I give it to you, you have to manually absorb the raw magic out of the rock and force it into your body yourself. That is an extremely painful, dangerous process. I smirked internally. Painful soul absorption was literally my new specialty. Do it. All right, cool your jets. I need to source a high-grade mana stone that can actually handle that level of charge. Can't just pick up a rock from the street, he said, licking his lips. Come back Monday evening, same time. I will have the stone ready. And the price tag. Not the instant fix I was hoping for, but it was a solid lead. I bowed, turned on my heel, and slipped back out into the alley. Back at the gladiator school, the front gate guard gave me a quick pat down, checked my empty leather pouch, and waved me inside. Once I was locked safely inside my dark cell, I reached inside my waistband. I had used my needle and thread to sew tiny, hidden interior loops into the lining of my leather belt, perfectly concealing my leftover silver coins and the steel needle itself. A classic prison trick. Guards check pouches and boots, but they rarely feel along the inside seam of a dirty leather belt. In a gladiator's hands, even a small steel needle could be a lethal weapon. With my silver hidden and an improvised shiv secure at my waist, I lay down on my straw cot and finally let my eyes close. Will the Lore Master's rune token successfully reignite Arn's combat magic on Mandaree, or will the steep price tag force him into an impossible corner? Ever since my first arena victory, my stock at the gladiator school had gone up. Meanwhile, Domitian had voluntarily demoted himself in the mess hall hierarchy just so he could sit next to me during meals. I didn't care about gladiator social ladders, and holding a conversation with my wax tablet while trying to eat gruel was a total chore. But he was a friendly guy, and I had no reason to be a prick to the only person in this blood pit who treated me like a human being. That's a sleek little belt pouch, Northman, Domitian said between mouthfuls of slop, nodding at my new market purchase. Man, I can't imagine what it's like losing your voice and having to write down everything you want to say. Given the nonstop waterfall of words that spewed out of his mouth every single day, I couldn't imagine him being silent either. You're pretty damn lucky they gave you a day pass so fast, he added. Maybe because you're a prisoner of war, they figured you had actual honor. Took me months of begging before Master Mahan let me step foot outside the gates. I paused, looking over at him. I had just assumed the burly fighter was a free Aquilin who had signed up for the purse. Ah, never told you my origin story, huh? Domitian pulled up his leather tunic, revealing a dark, jagged brand burned into his shoulder. Damnatus. Condemned criminal. I tilted my head, genuinely curious for once. Halfway through my tour as a legionary, I got into a massive, drunken brawl and accidentally put another soldier in the dirt. He grunted. Wasn't on duty, so they didn't execute me on the spot. But my squad commander vouched for me and convinced the magistrate to let me clear my debt in the sand. I wouldn't have guessed it. There was 0 booze allowed in the Ludus, and he was always dead sober. At one fight a month, I've still got a couple years before my contract is cleared. Domitian sighed, a distant, hungry look in his eyes. Unless, of course, I win the Solstice Championship. That's a full pardon right there. Something for you to aim for, too. You've got the killer instinct, Northman. Honestly, I'm surprised you haven't been pounding down Mahan's door, demanding your next fight. You were more amped for your first match than a sailor hitting the red light district. I gave him a thin, cold smile. I was in no rush to jump back into the ring naked. If I could get just one of my minor body runes restored by the lore master, I wouldn't have to scrape by on pure luck and desperation next time. I'd have literal magical force backing my sword arm. A few days passed, and Monday evening finally rolled around. Time for my appointment with the lore master. I cleared my evening reps, washed off the sweat, ate my ration, and grabbed my wax tablet from my cell. I was just pulling a clean tunic over my head when someone knocked on my wooden door. I snapped my head around, frowning. Nobody ever knocked on my cell door. I slid the door open. Standing outside was the veiled moon nun who came around every Monday to offer last rites and prayers for the gladiators scheduled to die in the ring tomorrow. I was completely confused. I wasn't on the roster for tomorrow, and I didn't need her southern prayers anyway. She wore her heavy, ceremonial robes, a dark cloth veil hiding her facial features, and carried her heavy quarterstaff. You are the Tyrian gladiator, correct? I am Sister Helena, she said softly. I just stared at her, unblinking, waiting for her to state her business. I was told you were mute, she continued. I might be able to help you. I raised an eyebrow. How? All the sisters in our order learned silent sign language, she explained with a polite little laugh. It maintains silence during long prayer rituals and helps us communicate with the elderly sisters who are hard of hearing. I could teach it to you. I quickly scribbled on my wax tablet and held it up. Does anyone else in this pit know sign language? Oh no, not to my knowledge, she admitted. But if you learn, perhaps others will. So, her brilliant idea was to give me a way to whisper sweet nothings to nuns. If writing wasn't such a tedious pain, I would have dropped a wildly sarcastic paragraph on the wax. Instead, I just wrote one word. No. Oh, of course. I apologize for wasting your time. Looking closely at her face through the thin, black veil, I thought I caught a glimpse of disappointment. But my passive eagle eyes picked up something else through the fabric. On her left cheekbone, there was a massive, deep purple bruise. Fresh impact damage. Plenty of gladiators in the yard carried marks like that from getting cracked by wooden practice swords. But seeing it on a holy woman was strange. If she were a civilian, I'd assume a violent husband, but nuns didn't marry. I tilted my head, pointed to my own cheek, and then pointed directly at hers. What? Oh, that. She flinched, instinctively bringing a gloved hand up to cover the mark through her veil. We, Sisters of the Order, train extensively in staff combat. She slammed the heavy wooden quarterstaff hard against the stone floor, her eyes flashing behind the cloth. You can be kind without being weak, Northman. I stared at her for a second. That was the very first thing that had come out of her mouth that earned my actual respect. Still, I didn't have time for a martial arts chat. Curfew clock was ticking. I pointed over her shoulder toward the corridor. Right, of course. I won't keep you. She bowed her head. May Luna watch over your path. I waited until her black robes disappeared down the hall before slipping out. Just in case one of the Dominus's guards was trailing me, I made a detour to the underground shrine first, kneeling before the sacred blood beech tree. I pressed my palm against the rough bark, sending a quiet prayer of thanks to the Tyrian gods for keeping me alive in the sand. Satisfied I wasn't being followed, I doubled back through the alleyways and knocked on the lore master's door. Enter. A voice called out. I pushed the door open, only to freeze on the threshold. There was a third person sitting inside. He was a short, completely hairless guy. No beard, no eyebrows. Wearing an extraordinarily smug grin and boasting pointed, elf-like ears that looked like a Tyrian mountain troll. I glanced from him to old Helgi, my eyes narrowing. Oh, my quiet friend. Helgi said, speaking in fluent Aquilin. You understand the local tongue, right? Even if you can't speak it? I gave a sharp nod, keeping my eyes locked on the smirking intruder. Great. So about your rune token, Helgi said, rubbing his hands. I can definitely forge it. The real question is the price tag. My scowl deepened, and I pointed aggressively at the bald, troll-eared guy. If you're wondering why I'm here, big guy, it's because I own this shop. The bald man smirked, his voice dripping with arrogance. The name's Lucius. Our old friend Helgi here works off a massive debt to me. So whatever services you need from him, you pay me. I held up a hand, making a hasty get-to-the-point gesture. And I don't care about your gladiator pocket change, Lucius sneered. Old Helgi tells me you've got a little magic in your blood. And unlike him, you're a combatant. What did he call you again? A Spellblade? Means jack shit to me. But Helgi says you know how to murder people with a sword. So the old lore master had deduced my true class back home. He was sharper than he let on, but getting tangled up with a mobster like Lucius was a major headache. Still, I needed my power core back. I whipped out my wax tablet. What's the price? Simple job, Lucius said, leaning back. Not far from here, a small gang of local malcontents is causing problems for my business. 3 guys. Shouldn't be a problem for a high-tier Spellblade like you to scrub them out. I looked between the 2 of them. An assassination contract. It was a payment I could execute a hell of a lot faster than saving up 50 silver crowns, but the operational risk was sky high. I'd have to do it in the evening before gladiator curfew. Being a giant, heavily scarred Tyrian, I stood out like a sore thumb if any witnesses spotted me in the alley. Plus, I had 0 intel on the targets, their combat skills, or the layout of the drop zone. On the flip side, it was an isolated street hit. Nobody would ever link a gangland hit back to a locked-down gladiator school. And, best of all, if I play my cards right, I could harvest one of their souls to jumpstart my magic storage. I hesitated for 2 seconds, then wrote, I need a sword. Lucius grinned, his sharp teeth showing. We've got plenty of unregistered steel lying around. Head back here when you're ready for the hit, and your weapon will be waiting. Helgi will brief you on the targets. I'll start enchanting the rune stone tonight, Helgi added, looking at my scarred body. Which one are we restoring first? I'd already run the math. I needed raw strength to crush opponents in the arena. But if I was going to be taking Black Ops hit jobs for mobsters, I also needed the athletic capacity to scale the gladiator compound's wall at night. I pointed directly to the shattered force rune on my right bicep. Got it. The rune of force, Helgi nodded. I quickly scribbled on the tablet. Easier to do hit with rune active. Helgi let out a sardonic chuckle, translating the Tyrian text to his boss. The guy wants the enchanted stone before the hit. Lucius says he needs the strength spell to guarantee the kill. Lucius hit me with the exact same smug grin. Work first, payment after, barbarian. You just have to rely on whatever combat spells you've already got stored up. From what Helgi tells me, a Spellblade should be able to turn a butter knife into a lethal weapon. It'd be real embarrassing if you couldn't handle 3 street thugs. In a normal situation, he'd be right. But my internal spell tank was currently bone dry, and I couldn't cast a damn thing. Revealing that weakness to a shark like Lucius was a fast track to getting betrayed and sold out. A guy like him only respected raw power. I wiped the tablet and wrote, I will return next 5 days. The bald mobster smirked, sticking out a hand. Excellent. A deal well struck. On the walk back to the gladiator school, I spent my very last silver coins at a shady clothes rack, buying a long, heavy wool cloak with a deep hood. If I was going to play assassin for the local underworld, I was going to make damn sure no one saw my face. Will Arn's covert hit job go down smoothly on 5 days? Or will his lack of active spell power lead him straight into a lethal trap? Despite agreeing to Lucius's assassination contract, I spent the next few days in a state of deep tactical paranoia. Taking a hit job with 0 intelligence, relying on a shady underworld boss not to sell me out, and dodging curfew on the crowded streets of Aquila. The operational risk was astronomical. If Lucius and old Helgi stiff me on the rune token after I cleared their problem, I had almost no leverage to force their hand short of burning down the shop. But without my runes, my magic progression was dead in the water, and I refused to spend the rest of my life as a glorified circus dog in the sand. Back and forth my brain went, weighing absolute suicide against absolute necessity. Master Mahan, what is the point of pairing me with a mute? Andrew complained in the middle of the dust-choked yard. We're both the lights. I'm not fighting another light skirmisher in the arena. Mahan stalked over, his heavy boots kicking up sand. By fighting your exact build, you learn to spot your own stupid habits. Are you done whining, Andrew? Yes, master, Andrew grumbled, bringing up his small buckler and gladius. All right, strawhead, let's go. We circled each other, probing with light, exploratory jabs. Within 3 exchanges, I picked up on the exact tell Mahan had warned him about days ago. Every time Andrew committed to a real thrust, he let out a sharp, involuntary gasp of air. Even in the deafening clatter of 30 gladiators sparring, my hyper-focused combat reflexes locked onto that sharp intake of breath. The second I heard his lungs fill, I knew the precise vector of his attack before his blade even twitched. I sidestepped, parried his thrust, and swept his back leg, sending him face-first into the dirt for the 3rd time in 10 minutes. Andrew slammed his practice sword against the ground in absolute fury. This is dark magic. The barbarian knows what I'm doing before I even know it. Mahan instantly appeared, crossing his arms. I told you. You gasp like a dying fish every time you attack. In the arena, a real fighter will hear that and put a sword through your throat. Andrew gritted his teeth, wiping sweat and dirt off his chin. Again, Northman. I gave a tight, closed-mouth smile and raised my blade. I still don't get it, Andrew muttered at the mess hall table, dropping his wooden bowl next to mine. I suppressed the gasp. I tried to fake you out, and you still predicted every single strike. I let out a quiet sigh. I didn't feel like enduring an hour of his insecurity, so I reached for my wax tablet. You breathe too loud. Hey, excuse me for needing oxygen, he scoffed before trailing off. Wait, you mean my chest movement? My foot cadence. I just gave a non-committal shrug. Man, Northman, that's male ficus. Witchcraft level awareness. In a way, he wasn't wrong. It was 10 years of ruthless Tyrian military conditioning. All right, point taken. Thanks for the beatdown today, Andrew grunted, clapping me on the shoulder before tearing into his bread. I blinked, momentarily surprised by the unexpected sign of gladiator solidarity, before going back to my meal. Master Mahan walked into the hall, shouting out the fight roster for tomorrow, Soul Day. Soul Day, the weekly festival day in the capital. The streets would be packed with drunk citizens, rowdy veterans, and open-air taverns. Perfect tactical cover. In a surging crowd of drunkards, a hooded Tyrian walking the alleys wouldn't draw half as much suspicion, and any witnesses would be too hammered to give the city guard a coherent description. Soul Day was the night. I'd execute Lucius's targets then. After dinner, a few gladiators scheduled for tomorrow's fights headed out to the courtyard for the weekly pre-match blessing. I tagged along out of pure curiosity. As a skald, understanding local religious rituals was second nature, and now that my internal core was slowly waking up, my old analytical mind was returning. Sister Helena was already kneeling in the dirt before her moon crescent staff. The gladiators lined up in a circle as she recited soft, rhythmic aquiline chants. Once finished, she uncorked a small glass vial, pouring sacred oil over their heads and tracing a crescent symbol onto their foreheads. In Tyria, we use fresh animal blood for pre-battle blessings, but the concept was the same. As I watched her work, my passive eagle eyes zoomed in on her face behind the black mesh veil. Something was wrong. 5 days ago, when she tried to offer me sign language lessons, she carried a massive, deep purple impact bruise across her upper cheekbone. But looking through her thin veil right now, the mark was completely gone. Not faded, not yellowing. Gone. Flawless, unblemished skin. As someone who spent his entire life getting hacked, bruised, and stitched up, I knew how human tissue healed. A deep impact bruise took weeks to clear. Even with high-grade herbal salves, it didn't vanish in 5 days without leaving a trace. Unless I felt a sudden, sharp chill run down my spine. I waited until the gladiators dispersed before stepping up to the nun. She looked up, offering a polite, surprised smile. I held up my wax tablet. Teach me sign language? You change your mind. Her smile widened behind the cloth. I would love to. We can sit right over there. She pointed to a wooden bench near the barracks wall. As we walked over, I deliberately accelerated my pace, brushing past her shoulder. In one fluid, invisible motion, I pinched my hidden steel needle between my fingers and gave the back of her bare hand a sharp, quick scratch. Ow! She flinched, pulling her hand back with a nervous little laugh. I think Your fingernail caught me. I smoothly palmed the needle back into my belt pouch, pulled out my tablet, and wrote, "Sorry. It is fine, just a small scratch. But actually, that is a great first word to learn." She held up her hands, demonstrating a series of precise finger flicks and wrist rotations. "This sign means sorry. Now you try." I carefully mirrored the movement. "Very good." And building on that, "This is how you sign thank you." Half an hour later, she brought the lesson to a close. "That is all we have time for tonight. Practice those signs, and we will review them next 5-day when I return." I immediately formed the hand sign, "Thank you." Then, acting like a grateful student, I reached out and took her hand in mine, sandwiching her fingers between my palms. She gently pulled her hand free, signing, "You are welcome," before grabbing her staff and walking toward the iron gate to be escorted out by the guards. I stood on the cobblestones, watching her black robes disappear into the corridor, a dark, dangerous smile slowly spreading across my face. My little field test had worked. When I grabbed her hand just now, my fingers had stroked the exact spot where I scratched her 30 minutes ago. There was no blood, no scab, no raised skin. The fresh puncture mark had completely sealed itself shut without leaving even a microscopic mark. Instant cellular regeneration. High-tier restoration magic. Wrapped in heavy robes, hiding her face behind a black veil, pretending to be a humble moon sister. Sister Helena was harboring a secret 10 times more dangerous than mine. She was a secret high-level divine healer, hiding in plain sight inside an empire that outlawed unsanctioned magic. The only question now was, how was I going to use this against her? I turned on my heel and walked back to my dark cell, my mind already spinning with new possibilities. Will Arn use Sister Helena's dangerous secret to force her into an alliance? Or will his upcoming assassination job on Sol Day go horribly wrong? Sol Day at the Ludus was loose and chaotic, with Master Mayhan away at the Grand Arena managing the day's scheduled fighters. The rest of us were left to train at our own pace. Mayhan wasn't stupid. He knew that giving men who bled 4 days a week a light day on the 5th kept the barracks from rioting, while the other gladiators spent the afternoon shooting the breeze and laughing in the shade. I was mentally running through a kill plan. Taking an unsanctioned assassination contract in the middle of an imperial city was a massive gamble, but the payout was non-negotiable. Restoring my rune of force meant supernatural strength on command. It meant never having to scrape by on pure luck in the sand again. By late afternoon, Mayhan returned with our fighters. 2 had won their matches, and the 3rd had managed to score a crowd pardon. I waited for the rowdy cheering to die down before pushing through the crowd and showing Mayhan my wax tablet. "Leave? Don't blame you, Northman," Mayhan grunted, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Sol Day nights get wild in the city. Half the civilian population is plastered right now. Get out of here. Just remember the bell. Curfew is absolute." I gave a sharp nod, sprinted to the bathhouse to wash off the sand, pulled my heavy woolen hood low over my face, and hit the streets. Old Helgi's door creaked open. He slipped inside, reached under his cot, and pulled out a sheathed sword. "Your iron." I slid the blade out half an inch. A standard legionary gladius with 12 stamped into the bronze pommel. Stolen military surplus from the 12th Legion. It was shorter than the Tyrian bastard swords I was used to, but in a cramped indoor knife fight, it would do the job. "Target is in the northern slums," Helgi explained, pointing at a crude map drawn on parchment. "Past the Potter's Quarter, take a right at the Apothecary, 3rd tenement down." I scraped a subtle mark on the doorframe. 3 men inside. Dead. All of them. "Bring the steel back when it's done, and you get your stone." I didn't bother issuing a verbal threat. Holding an unsheathed legionary blade in his tiny living room sent a pretty clear message about what would happen if the stone wasn't waiting when I got back. I clipped the sheath to the back of my belt, letting my heavy wool cloak drape over the hilt, and stepped back out into the evening air. Crossing from the Southern Harbor District up to the northern slums took longer than expected, especially since I couldn't risk stopping to ask for directions. A mute, heavily scarred barbarian asking for street names near a triple homicide would be the first thing the City Watch investigated. I finally reached the target alleyway, sitting down against a crumbling brick wall and pulling my hood low to act like an exhausted, half-asleep vagrant. The northern slums were an absolute pit. The wooden tenements were rotting, children in threadbare rags ran through filth, and half-conscious drunkards were slumped in every doorway. It made my presence almost completely invisible. Then, the deep bronze chime of a distant temple bell rang through the city. Curfew warning. Time was running out fast. I had to hit the house, clear the targets, get back to Helgi for the stone, and make it through the gladiator gate before the hound were released. I stood up, crossed the muddy street, and slipped into the narrow service alley running behind the target house. I checked both directions. Empty. I drew the short sword, took a deep breath, and kicked the rotted wooden back door clean off its iron hinges. I burst into the room just as a figure turned around in shock. Pure muscle memory took over. I lunged forward and ran the gladius straight through his sternum. He collapsed with a choked gasp. A second man slammed his chair back on the far side of a wooden table, drawing a long hunting dagger. I leaped onto the table, parried his frantic upward strike with the flat of my blade, and drove my iron-soled boot straight into his jaw. The impact snapped his head back, and I dropped on top of him, plunging the steel deep into his chest. I froze, chest heaving, scanning the dim room. 2 down. Before I could search for the third, a floorboard creaked above my head. I spun around just as the third target came flying down the wooden staircase, wildly swinging a short sword like an amateur. Raw ferocity was useless against a trained combatant. I casually leaned back to let his desperate arc swing past my chin, stepped into his guard, and slashed his chest open. The pain shattered his focus. I slapped his sword out of his hand, kicked his lead knee inward until the joint popped, and dragged him to the floor. I dropped my weight onto his chest, pinned his throat with my bare left hand, and drove the gladius straight into his heart. The moment his heart stopped, his soul burst outward like a dying breeze. I immediately locked on with my internal core and pulled. The stolen life force flooded into my spirit vessel like cold mountain water, forcing the newly sprouted magic seed in my chest to burst open. A whole new branch of raw mana blossomed inside my soul. Finally, my internal spell tank was holding usable energy again. I was officially a Spellblade once more. Then the violent side effects hit. The instant spiritual backfire hit me like a runaway sledgehammer. A blinding migraine exploded behind my eyes, accompanied by intense, agonizing nausea. My knees buckled, and I slammed onto the blood-soaked floor, releasing my grip on the sword. My vision went completely white, and it felt like 100 hot needles were being driven into my skull simultaneously. I lay there in the dark room, gasping for breath, until the sensory overload slowly receded. I wiped cold sweat and spittle from my chin, staggered to my feet, and dragged the bloody sword from the dead man's chest. Mission complete. I glanced down at the corpse's hands. Thick, callous palms, embedded black dirt under torn fingernails. These weren't dangerous gang lords or rival mobsters. They were runaway agricultural serfs hiding in the city slums. Click! The front door creaked open. I whipped around, my blood-stained sword raised, only to freeze. Standing in the doorway was a young boy, barely 9 years old, holding a small clay water pitcher. He stared at the hooded, scarred monster standing over 3 bloody bodies. The clay jar slipped from his numb fingers, shattering into a dozen pieces across the floorboards. The kid didn't run. He just stood there, paralyzed by absolute terror, staring death in the face. I stared back. A surviving witness was an operational death sentence. My Tyrian oath strictly demanded I do whatever was necessary to survive and restore my power. But butchering a defenseless kid? That would make me an oath breaker, a cursed nighing in the eyes of my gods. Slowly, without breaking eye contact, I dropped to one knee. I pulled the bloody blade through the dead serf's shirt until the steel was clean, then stood back up. I raised one gloved finger to my lips. Silence. The boy's wide eyes flickered with understanding. I sheathed the gladius, turned on my heel, and slipped out the shattered back door into the shadows. The return trip was absolute torture. My physical body was drained, experiencing the classic crash of severe mana overexhaustion. Blinding headache, heavy limbs, stomach turning inside out. I was in no condition to survive a street fight if someone ambushed me. Part of me wanted to toss the stolen legionary sword into the harbor, run back to the gladiator barracks, and retrieve the rune stone another day. But asking Master Mayhan for 2-day passes in a row would raise immediate red flags. I had to push through. I dragged my feet through the crowded, drunken streets of Aquila until I finally reached Helgi's hidden shop. I didn't bother knocking. I shoved the door open and stepped inside. Helgi, who was sitting at his table eating stew, nearly dropped his spoon. "You're back already?" He glanced up at the small sun window. "It's barely twilight. How the hell did you clear them so fast?" I untied the sword, slammed the sheath onto his table, and held out an open palm. When Helgi just stared at me, I drew my forefinger across my throat and held up 3 fingers. "All 3? Dead." Helgi stammered, scrambling to open a wooden desk drawer. He pulled out a dark, thumb-sized river stone etched with glowing Tyrian runes of force. "Here." As agreed, he held it out, watching me close my fingers around the cold rock. "I'll notify Lucius," Helgi muttered, licking his dry lips. "If the job was clean, he'll have more contract for you. You could get your speed and defense runes restored next, assuming that token actually works." He gave a nervous shrug. "No guarantees, kid." I felt the concentrated, latent magic thrumming inside the stone. It had to work. I gave him a curt nod and backed out into the night. One final operational hurdle: the entry search at the gladiator gates. The rune token was the size of a bird's egg, too bulky to hide in my small belt pouch or waistband. I picked up a sharp pebble off the street, slipped it into the heel of my right boot, and jammed the rune token into the heel of my left boot. It was deeply uncomfortable, but the twin lumps forced me to walk with a normal, balanced stride instead of a suspicious limp. At the front gate, the guard gave me a quick pat-down, running his hands down to my ankles. "Huh, you look half an inch taller, strawhead," he grunted, shaking his head. "Whatever. Get inside before I lock the portcullis." Minutes later, I was safely locked inside my dark cell. I kicked off my boots, pulled out the rune token, and sat cross-legged on my straw cot. My entire body felt like it had been run over by a war wagon, but I refused to wait. I closed my eyes, squeezed the cold stone in my right palm, and locked my newly awakened spiritual core onto the magic etched inside the rock. Slowly, strand by strand, I began to drag the raw rune power directly into my soul. Will Arn's body successfully absorb the rune of force, or will the raw magic fracture his damaged soul core? I couldn't move my fingers. The rune token was practically glued to my right palm, my hand locked into a rigid claw after hours of continuous mana absorption. My entire body felt calcified, frozen in a cross-legged sitting posture. It took everything I just to force my eyelids open. Not that it mattered. My cell was pitched in total, pitch-black darkness. I couldn't feel my fingers, but I could sense the magic inside the stone. Or rather, the complete lack of it. I had drained every single thread of raw force out of the rock and dragged it into my soul core. With a silent, guttural growl, I forced my rigid muscles to unlock. My joints popped like snapping dry twigs. My grip finally gave way, and the drained river stone dropped onto the straw cot with a dull thud. I stood up on shaky legs, running a palm over my right bicep. The skin felt no different, just the same jagged, raised scar tissue overlapping my faded Tyrian ink. I fumbled around in the dark until I found the hollowed-out token. It was completely inert now, but if a guard spotted a stone carved with northern sigils, it would trigger an immediate search. Besides, I needed to test if this nightmare had actually been worth the operational risk. I staggered down the stone corridor toward the courtyard. I was no longer nauseous from the soul harvest, but the extreme sleep deprivation had me moving like a staggering drunk. Dawn hadn't broken yet, but the sky above the training yard wall was turning a pale, hazy violet. Twilight. Perfect. I gripped the dead stone, looked at the far wall, and commanded the newly bound rune of force on my right arm to flare. Zip crack. Sparks of blue spiritual energy surged beneath my skin. I whipped my arm back and hurled the stone with everything I had. The rock didn't just fly. It tore through the morning air like a ballista bolt, breaking the sound barrier with a faint crack before disappearing over the outer perimeter wall. Somewhere half a mile away, that stone was probably going through a tile roof. I started to grin, and then absolute agony shattered my arm. The brand on my bicep burned like liquid iron being poured directly onto raw nerves. My knees buckled, and I slammed onto the dirt, clutching my right arm with my left hand, gritting my teeth so hard my jaw popped. A price for everything. I had naively hoped for a smooth, painless restoration. But forcing magic through heavy, mangled scar tissue wasn't going to be free. The magical feedback circuit was unstable. Still, it worked. I dragged myself back up, flexing my trembling fingers. I just had to be smart. Use it in short, microbursts during combat to deliver devastating, bone-shattering strikes, then shut it down before the feedback burned my arm off. With time and repeat activations, my scarred channels would widen and the pain would fade. I let out a low, cold laugh. My physical edge was back. In the arena or in the alleys, nobody was putting me in the dirt again. Over the next few days, I integrated the rune of force into my daily sparring sessions. Whenever a fleeting opening presented itself, I'd pulse the rune for a microsecond right at the point of impact. Sparks of invisible kinetic force would detonate off my wooden practice blade. Even when my opponent raised a solid guard, the sheer impact pushed them back 3 feet or sent them tumbling into the sand. The tricky part wasn't winning anymore. It was holding back, so I didn't break my sparring partner's arms or draw the suspicion of the instructors. Monday morning, the bill came due. "Northman, you're on the roster for tomorrow," Master Mahan announced at breakfast, dropping a wooden token on my table. "I reckon you're ready." Given that I had already won my first match weeks ago, I felt I had been ready all along, but Mahan had his rigid training schedule. He thought he was putting a polished gladiator back in the pit. He had no idea he was sending an empowered Tyrian Spellblade into a slaughterhouse. I accepted the token with a curt nod. Beyond my minor strength rune, the soul I harvested from the third serf in the slums had restored my base mana storage. My passive Spellblade abilities were officially back online. For combat, I now had enough raw spell power stored in my chest to fuel a single, high-impact spell strike before needing to recharge. The only problem? I hadn't field-tested my active Spellblade abilities yet. Unlike the body rune, I couldn't just throw a magical blade aura around in the middle of the training yard without 5 guards screaming male ficus and sticking me with spears. I needed a live target and a real blade, which one I needed to get back to Old Helgi and Lucius. If the bald mobster had another hit contract for me in exchange for the next rune token, the Rune of Speed, I could test my active spell strike on the targets. A win in the arena tomorrow, another harvest, another rune restored. I finished my porridge with a dark, satisfied smirk. At the evening meal, Domitian slid onto the bench next to me, leaning in close. "Northman, you hear the rumors? About the northern slums? About the monster?" My fork froze halfway to my mouth. I kept my face completely blank, turning to give him a neutral, questioning look. Had the city watch linked the 3 dead serfs back to me? No, impossible. I left 0 physical evidence, and I was locked in a cell by curfew. The only loose end was that kid with the clay jar. Had the boy talked? I was drinking in the western taverns last night, and it's all the lowlifes are talking about, Domitian whispered, eyes wide. I tapped the table, motioning for him to spill it. "Now, I know this sounds totally insane," Domitian muttered, "but 3 nights ago, a literal undead corpse dragged itself out of a tenement in the slums, stumbled down the alley, and tried to throttle some poor street merchant. The city guards had to hack the thing into pieces to stop it." I slowly exhaled through my nose. He wasn't talking about a human assassin. He was talking about a literal, ghoulish corpse. My relief vanished, instantly replaced by a sudden, chilling realization. Leeching a man's life force at the exact moment of death didn't just drain his soul. It stripped away the natural energetic barrier that kept the physical corpse grounded. Without a soul or natural mana to stabilize the body, The hollow shell had reanimated as a mindless, hunger-driven ghoul. The third serf I killed in the slums. I had left his drained corpse lying on the floor. A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. I snatched my wax tablet and scribbled furiously. Domitian blinked. Whoa, never seen you write that fast, Northman. I slammed the tablet in front of his face. What happens to the dead in the arena? Domitian chuckled, waving a hand. Scared of ghosts, huh? Don't worry. All corpses from the sand are thrown straight into the pyres behind the city wall and burned to ash. Standard imperial protocol. I relaxed my shoulders slightly. Back home in Tyria, we buried our dead in stone mounds, where the strong-willed rested as silent, motionless Draugr. But an unholy, hollowed-out ghoul wandering the streets was a direct result of my forbidden soul harvesting. If all arena casualties were cremated, the bodies I harvested in the ring wouldn't be returning from the grave. But for any future street contracts with Lucius, I was going to have to burn the bodies myself. Freaky stuff, Domitian grunted, shaking his head. Makes you glad to be behind high walls, honestly. Let the city guard deal with the male ficus. Male ficus, the imperial catch-all word for forbidden magic. Word as the magistrate might request a spell breaker from the central province. Domitian added nonchalantly, taking a bite of bread. Though they say that every time a rogue, mage pops up, never actually seen one show up. A spell breaker. My eyes narrowed. An imperial anti-mage. If an inquisitor with mana-tracing abilities came to Aquila, my reawakened core would stick out like a bonfire in the dark. I needed to move faster. Sister Helena is in the yard for evening prayers, Master Mahan announced, shouting over the mess hall chatter. I stood up. I had zero interest in her moon deity, but I needed to keep up my ruse of learning sign language from her. It was the only cover. I had to stay close to her and monitor her hidden healing magic. Out in the twilight yard, the gladiators finished their oil and moon disk rituals. When they dispersed, I stepped up to Sister Helena. She turned, her face obscured behind her thin black veil, her hands moving in smooth, practiced arcs. Ready to learn? I mirrored the hand signs carefully. Yes. For the next 20 minutes, we sat on the wooden bench, exchanging silent gestures as the sky turned to deep indigo. A bell chimed in the distance. Helena looked toward the outer walls before turning back to me. I must leave soon. You learn very fast. I signed back. Thanks. You are a good teacher. As a trained Tyrian Skáld, memorizing languages, cadence, and linguistic patterns was literally built into my DNA. The silent gesture language was remarkably easy to pick up once you understood the underlying syntax. Except for her hidden healing magic, I hadn't seen any other signs of spellcraft on her, but a high-tier healer in hiding would naturally be paranoid. Her black veil wasn't just for modesty. It was a literal shield to hide facial telltales and magical flare-ups from imperial eyes. Do you feel ready to try a short conversation? She signed. Yes, I feel ready. Tell me your name. My name is ARN. Where are you from? I am from the north. Green Islands. I signed, using every word she had taught me over the past week. She paused, her hands hovering in the air before forming a sharp, heavy sequence of signs. Why are you here? The second the hand signs left her fingers, I saw her entire posture stiffen behind her veil. I am sorry, she gasped out loud, her vocal voice cutting through the quiet yard. I should not have asked that. That was deeply insensitive. I gave a casual shrug. I was taken prisoner. I stopped, looking at my hands. For the first time since my capture, someone was asking about my past without trying to evaluate my combat value or exploit me for silver. And for the first time, I could actually answer without painfully scratching words into a wax tablet. I raised my hands, slowly forming the gestures. They took my tongue, my words, my song. I cannot sing. The second the signs left my fingers, a wave of bitter anger rose in my chest. My vocabulary was exhausted, and I immediately regretted revealing even a shred of vulnerability. Showing weakness to an Aquilin, even a holy woman, was an amateur mistake. Helena stood completely still. Then, slowly, her fingers formed 3 simple signs. I am sorry. I wish I could hear you sing. My throat tight, I cut the conversation short with two sharp hand signs. Does not matter. Thank you for teaching. Yes, I should let you rest for your fight tomorrow, she said softly, picking up her heavy quarterstaff. She bowed her head behind the veil and turned toward the iron gate. I watched her dark robes vanish into the torchlit corridor, my jaw clenched tightly. Tomorrow, I was stepping back into the blood and sand of the arena. And this time, the crowd wasn't just going to see a gladiator fight. They're going to see a Spellblade harvest another soul. Will Arn's second arena match go according to plan, or will the unexpected arrival of an imperial spellbreaker ruin his path to freedom? The rest of the fighters threw up half-hearted salutes as Mahan led our designated roster out to the transport cart. I climbed into the back with two other guys, Cornelius and Hector. Both were triarii, spear fighters. I'd sparred them a few times, knew their names, knew their reach, didn't care about anything else. I had a much better mental map of the city now. The Ludus sat in the Eastern Temple District, anchored by the massive lunar shrine. The Grand Arena was dead center in the city, flanked by sprawling markets, with the harbor docks bleeding out into the west. Commerce and entertainment, silver and blood. The twin engines of the Aquilan Empire. When we hit the arena underbelly, Mahan marched us through the damp stone tunnels to our staging gates. An attendant shoved a buckler and a short sword into my hands. Strapping the tight leather to my forearm felt instantly grounding. Cornelius, leverage your reach or the spear is useless. Bait the strike, Mahan barked, pacing the line. Hector, watch your lead leg. Don't overextend past your shield. He stopped in front of me. Northman, remember that you'll be treated exactly how you treat others. A vague warning, or with just a lack of actual tactical advice. I didn't care. Physically, the lingering stiffness from my injuries was gone. My blade form was sharp. A pale arena official poked his head through the iron grate. You're up. I drew the second slot. I waited in the dark until the portcullis groaned upward, half expecting the rusted iron teeth to drop and impale me. I stepped out onto the sun-baked sand. This time, I wasn't just a crippled barbarian relying on muscle memory. I was armed with actual magic. From the opposite gate, a heavily armored Triarius marched out. Spear and tower shield. A bad matchup for me. I was lightly armored, equipped only with a buckler and a short Tyrian blade. I had to close the distance fast, get inside his guard, and turn it into a knife fight. For the second time, the savage from the frozen north returns. The announcer's magically amplified voice boomed over the roaring crowd. Last time, he butchered his opponent without a shred of mercy. People of Aquila, welcome the Blood Eagle. The stands erupted in a deafening mix of cheers and venomous boos. I tuned out the noise. There were nothing but insects buzzing around the sand. I was only here to harvest a soul and claw back another piece of my stolen power. Fight! My opponent didn't bother with Mahan's cautious circling tactics. He exploded forward, lunging with a brutal, two-handed spear thrust aimed straight for my throat. I snapped my buckler up, catching the iron spearhead and deflecting it wide. I stepped inside his guard to counter, but the Triarius was a veteran. He immediately aborted his attack and backpedaled to maintain his reach advantage. We reset, circling each other in the center of the pit. He threw a few probing jabs. I parried them cleanly, refusing to take the bait on a counterattack. He expected me to wait for him to overextend. I wasn't going to wait. I was going to use the hidden gun in my pocket. He lunged with another calculated thrust. Instead of parrying the iron tip, I stepped into the strike and swung my sword in a vicious downward arc straight at the thick wooden haft of a spear. Normally, an iron sword would just bite into heavy ash wood and get stuck. But at the exact millisecond of impact, I triggered the rune of force branded into my right bicep. Supernatural kinetic energy exploded through my arm. My blade sheared through the heavy wooden pole like it was brittle glass, shattering the weapon in half. The crowd screamed at the impossible impact. The Triarius stared at a splintered stick in absolute shock. I stepped in for the kill, and my right arm completely gave out. Violent tremors locked my muscles, and a blinding wave of white-hot pain shot from the rune straight into my chest. My grip failed. I could barely hold the hilt of my sword. Seeing me falter, the gladiator didn't freeze. He gripped his broken, jagged spear haft and swung it like a heavy club directly at my skull. I barely managed to raise my buckler. The impact rattled my teeth and sent a nasty shockwave up my left forearm. I staggered back, desperately trying to raise my right arm. Nothing. The rune feedback had completely fried my primary limb. My arrogance had just bought me a death sentence in front of 10,000 people. I had one option left, my newly restored spell power. I backpedaled as the Aquilin swung his heavy club in wide, crushing arcs. I tossed my sword from my paralyzed right hand, catching it cleanly in my left. I couldn't chant a major incantation without a tongue, but my personal signature magic, the art that had made me infamous in the North, didn't require vocal triggers. I routed the raw spell power from my core straight down my left arm and into the iron hilt of my sword. Blade song. The blade suddenly felt weightless, humming with kinetic life. It practically dragged my arm into motion, reacting with superhuman velocity. When the heavy club came crashing down, my left hand whipped up in a blur, parrying the strike with terrifying, calculated precision. I spun off the block, dipping under his guard, and slashed my blade violently across his lower thigh, just above his iron greave. The gladiator screamed, his leg collapsing under him. I didn't hesitate. I stepped inside, kicked the heavy wooden club out of his hand, grabbed his chin with my right hand, and drove the sword straight down into his neck. The second his pulse stopped, his soul violently detached. I pulled it in, breathing in the invisible, rushing torrent of life force. It hit the dry, starved roots of my Tyrian core like a flash flood. The sheer, intoxicating euphoria of the raw mana almost made my eyes roll back. Around me, the stadium was screaming themselves hoarse, totally unaware that they were cheering for a magical execution. The cart ride back to the Ludus was dead silent. Hector and Cornelius had both lost their bouts and were nursing nasty lacerations. Mahan looked furious, glaring at me even though I was the only one bringing home a victory. The moment we stepped off the cart in the outer yard, an armed guard stepped into my path. "Wash off the sand. The Dominus wants you in his office." I hadn't seen Igneous since the day I woke up on his medical table. I scrubbed off the blood in the bathhouse, threw on a fresh tunic, and followed the guard up to the administrative wing. Igneous sat behind his heavy desk. He looked exactly as I remembered. Faded silk clothes, bags under his eyes, carrying the unmistakable scent of a man deeply in debt. For a ludus that produced decent fighters, his operation was barely scraping by. It meant the bigger schools were monopolizing the arena slots. It explained why a desperate mid-tier Lanista was willing to risk imperial execution by harboring a Tyrian Spellblade. "I heard you secured your second victory," Igneous said, steepling his fingers. "Your purse has been updated with Gaius. 15 silver pieces this time." I kept my face neutral. I hated that I had to go through that weasel account to touch my own money, but it wasn't a fight worth picking right now. "Should I take this performance as a sign that you are recovering?" Igneous asked, his eyes dropping to my arms. "Not just physically, but your other abilities." I glanced at the guard standing by the door, then gave Igneous a slow, deliberate nod. At the same time, I passively flared my magical senses, scanning his desk. Two things popped instantly. He was wearing an enchanted ring, an arcane artifact I couldn't fully identify, and a heavy gold amulet tucked beneath his silk shirt, likely bought to ward off magical attacks. It was pathetic. The gold was impure, and defensive amulets only stopped direct hexes. If I actually wanted to kill him, I wouldn't use a spell. I'd just rip his heavy oak desk off the floor and smash his skull with it. "Excellent." Igneous smiled thinly, oblivious to my internal threat assessment. "We are still over a month out from the Solstice Games. I don't want you fighting too frequently and risking exposure. I've instructed Mahan to keep you on a light schedule." My eyes narrowed. That completely derailed my timeline for soul harvesting, but arguing with a desperate, paranoid man using a wax tablet was pointless. "That is all. Back to your cell." The spiritual hangover from the arena leeching was fading much faster this time. My soul was adapting. I could control the intake better, but the resulting physical crash still left a hollow ache in my bones. I needed to test my newly expanded core. The seer, the deep, foundational root of all Tyrian magic, was finally strong enough to support my elemental affinities. I sat cross-legged on my straw cot, pulling a smooth, ordinary pebble from my pocket. Before I could focus, the heavy iron lock on my door clicked open. I tightened my fist around the stone and leveled a dead-eyed glare at the door. Iris, the Ludus escort for my first victory, leaned against the doorframe. She offered a practiced, sultry smile. "Hey there, Savage. Heard you gutted another one today." She casually pushed the door shut behind her and dropped the fake bedroom voice. "So, we doing anything tonight, or are we just running the exact same play as last time?" I let out a slow exhale, waved my hand in a dismissive circle, and leaned my head back against the stone wall. "Perfect. Best gig in the building," she muttered, sliding down the opposite wall and pulling her knees to her chest. "I'm Iris, by the way. Seriously, request me every time you win. If the rest of the gladiators were like you, I'd probably be out of job, but I appreciate the break." I gave her a sharp, silent glare. She put her hands up in mock surrender. All right. Quiet time. I'll shut up." I closed my eyes. Hours later, the corridor lamps were finally extinguished. Iris was asleep on the floor. The cell was pitch black. I sat up, opened my palm, and felt the smooth surface of the small pebble in the dark. I didn't need to see it. I could feel it with my seer. To my people, the earth wasn't just dirt. North of the Frozen River, the land was a living, breathing entity. We bled to protect it, and in return, it granted us dominion over its elements. I slowed my breathing, tapped into the newly blooming root of my Tyrian core, and pushed my intent into the stone. In the suffocating darkness of the aquiline cell, the small pebble slowly lifted off my palm, floating silently in the air, perfectly obeying the silent command of my mind. So here is the play, running a stealth build without the actual stealth cheat code active yet. My subtlety rune was burning up my mana pool just to keep my footsteps muted, turning me into a literal shadow in the dark, dodging guard patrols, feeling the ground vibrations like a human radar unit, all to find where the local warlord keeps his high-value prisoners. Then, boom, a massive spike of raw magical energy detonates on the far side of the perimeter, and just like that, the stealth mission turns into an ambush. Next morning, I wake up back in the gladiator barracks, floating pebbles on the floor like a complete telekinetic rookie, which is a massive downgrade from my old high-level build where I could rip the actual landscape apart. But at least my core Terra sense is back online. The bad news is the soil down here in the capital feels totally dead, like an unbuffed, desiccated husk. After pulling off a clean win in the arena yesterday, I hit the Ludus boss for a temporary pass into the city market. I threw out some corporate gibberish about paying respects to my local gods, and the weapons master just grunted and waved me off. Crossing through the middle district feels like walking through a massive multiplayer hub. Politicians screaming, vendors hawking loot, citizens debating. Back home, my northern tribe held assembly moots to settle blood feuds, and last winter I was giving speeches telling our clan leaders to boycott imperial trade deals. Now, I am walking their capital streets as a branded gladiator, which feels like the absolute peak of cosmic dark humor. I roll up to the old lore master hut, and the guy is sitting on the floor tossing bone dice like a low-tier fortune teller. I hate RNG fortune telling. Give me raw magical stats with instant feedback any day. He tells me my next upgrade node is waiting up by the harbor at a tavern called the Broken Mast. Before I leave, I have to pick my next skill tree. Speed would give me insane combat gains in the ring, but if I want to run unsanctioned side quests in the city without drawing Imperial guards, I need stealth. I grab the wax tablet and etch the rune for subtlety. I trace the harbor route and find the tavern, which is basically an active PvP zone. Every patron is packing daggers, scarred up from street brawls, gambling silver away, while the staff runs secondary side hustles. I keep my head low, hold up my tablet to the kid behind the bar, and he just stares at it. Turns out the guy cannot read a single line of text. Lucky for me, a sharp serving girl steps in, calls him an idiot, and points me to the VIP backroom. Walking through the crowd, my heart skips a beat. Sitting right there in a drunk sailor lap is Iris, the escort from the Ludus, casually picking the guy's wallet while he giggles into his drink. If she spots her mute gladiator project hanging out in a high-tier criminal dive, my entire operation goes offline. I yank my hood lower, shield my face, and slip past without raising an alarm. I kick open the double doors into the private lounge, thick with pipe smoke and packed with heavy enforcers. 3 guys immediately stand up, reaching for their sidearms, telling me I have 2 breaths to explain myself. Then Lucius steps out, laughing off the tension, calling me a friend of the house, and leads me up a narrow, cramped stairwell designed specifically to choke out any invading guild. We wind up 3 stories high into an executive suite that looks like a regional CEO office. Dark wood, velvet rugs lead glass windows. Sitting behind a desk is Magnus, a bloated crime lord who looks like a literal pig with the tip of his nose missing, casually dismissing an escort so we can talk business. Magnus lays out plain. Helgi works for him. Lucius works for him, which means those 3 guys I deleted in the slums earlier were just a preliminary trial to see if my Spellblade stats were legit. Now he wants to hire me for a high-level assassination. Target is a rival syndicate boss named Vera, a one-eared, ruthless operative running a tavern called the Half Pig over in the northeast sector. He wants her deleted, no questions asked, same payment as before. 1 fresh runestone for the kill. I sign off on the hit, ask for a disposable gladius to be staged at the bar down below, so I do not have to carry illegal steel through the streets, and walk out. I skip the free drinks, skip the tavern amenities, and head straight to the Northeast District to scout the objective before the 2-hour wolf bell locks down the city gates. I slip into the Half Pig, drop a silver piece for a watered-down barley drink, pull a stool into a dark corner, and map the entire server. The place is jammed with armed thugs, but I spot Vera right away, radiating high-level boss energy. Executing a silent hit here is going to be 10 times harder than the slum contract, but I finally understand the board. Magnus is a harbor mobster running a dockside smuggling ring. Vera is his main turf rival, and he is using a mute, off-the-grid gladiator as an untraceable assassin to win his gang war. I do not care about his gang war or his turf dispute. He has the runestones I need to rebuild my build, and as long as the loot keeps coming, I will keep clearing his targets, leaving a trail of bodies all the way back to my ultimate revenge. So here is the situation, running another unsanctioned night raid. Only this time, I am operating entirely unbuffed without my core stealth cheat code active. My subtlety rune is locked away in a mobster vault, which means I have no passive shadow cloaking, no noise suppression, and 0 extra movement stats to muffle my footsteps. I am relying entirely on raw, physical agility and human timing to slip out of high-security gladiator barracks, dodge guard patrols, and infiltrate enemy turf. Back in the training yard, the morning sun is hitting the dirt while the rest of the Ludus roster runs basic melee drills. The sound of wooden swords clacking against each other is echoing off the high stone walls, mixed with guys yelling and cursing every time they take a hard strike. My body is going through the standard combat loops, but my brain is completely offline, running pathfinding simulations for my target. Hitting a high-profile syndicate boss during peak operational hours is a terrible strategic play. The tavern main floor will be packed with drunk enforcers, heavily armed muscle, and constant human traffic. If I want a clean deletion, it has to happen in the absolute dead of night when the server goes quiet. Crawling out of my cell after lockdown is high risk, but gives me a solid 4-hour window before dawn. Far better than racing the evening curfew bell. And thanks to my restored Force rune, scaling the 20-foot stone perimeter wall is a piece of cake. Suddenly, a heavy wooden gladius cracks me right across the cheekbone, sending a sharp shockwave down my jaw. I stumble back, resetting my footing, while my sparring partner Titus lets out a loud laugh, enjoying the big red mark rising on my face before I can counterattack. Master Mahan stalks between us like a pissed-off raid leader, looking at me with pure disappointment. He barks at me, asking how a high-level northern fighter lets a short-reach scrub slip past his guard like a total novice. I wipe a smear of sweat from my chin, glaring at the weapon's master. I am so sick of answering basic questions that take 2 full minutes to scratch into a fragile wax slate. I do not even bring my tablet to live drills anyway, given how fast the clay would shatter the second I hit the dirt. Mayhan steps closer, demanding an answer, telling me to use my hand syntax since the local sister has been running speech tutorials with me. I blink, genuinely surprised the old man remembers the inputs, and quickly sign back, asking if he actually understands the code. He grunts, telling me I'm not the first silent killer he has trained in this pit, even if the last one was a decade ago. Then he demands to know why I just ate a face full of wood. I suddenly miss my ironclad excuse for staying silent, signing back that I was just distracted. Mayhan snaps, telling me that being distracted in the arena gets your health bar emptied in 3 seconds. A blow like that with live steel means instant deletion. He gives me a hard ultimatum, stating that if I drop my guard like that again, I am pulled off the active roster and assigned to scrub equipment for the next 5 days. Behind him, Titus is grinning like a toxic guildmate. Getting pulled from live sparring is the ultimate public humiliation in the Ludus, and it completely locks you out of arena matches, coin payouts, and soul harvesting. Seeing that smirk gives me an instant focus buff, and I sign back that it will never happen again. Mayhan barks at us to get back to work, turning around to scream at 2 fresh recruits near the pit. After training wraps, I head over to the administrative office to clear my balance with Gaius, the Ludus accountant. The guy is a skinny, sharp-nosed bureaucrat who treats every copper coin like his personal life savings. I slam my tablet onto his desk, displaying 2 words demanding my coin. He sneers, flipping through a dusty ledger, reading off 15 silver for the Northern Gladiator, grumbling that it is barely worth the ink to record. He zeroes out my balance, unlocks a heavy iron chest, and drops 1 gold crown and 5 silvers onto the desk. I sweep the metal into my palm, and the second the gold hits my skin, a nasty stinging sensation shoots up my arm like a wasp bite. Gold is an anti-magic metal, carrying a passive aura that disrupts active spell cores. This tiny amount is not enough to suppress my internal mana pool, but the sharp physical burn is a brutal reminder of what imperial mages use to chain northern mages. I shove the gold crown into my belt next to my hidden bone needle, dumping the silver into a pouch. It is Monday night, and after the evening mess, a few fighters gather by the yard walls for Sister Helena Twilight prayers. My brain is hyper-focused on the upcoming hit, but I take Mayhan warning to heart about staying sharp. I follow the veiled nun to a wooden bench after her ritual wraps up, using the downtime to practice my hand signs. I ask her if she knew Mayhan understood the syntax, and she signs back that she had no idea, guessing he learned it long before she was assigned to this sector. I sign back that I miss having an ironclad excuse not to answer stupid questions, and a soft, genuine laugh bursts from under her dark veil, breaking her hand posture. I keep the focus on her, asking why she comes to a blood-soaked gladiator pit every week, and if her moon goddess demands it. She grins under her veil, signing back that staying inside a cold stone convent all day drives anyone crazy, explaining that her order does community outreach, teaching street kids, tending to the sick, and helping whoever needs it. It sounds like a complete waste of grinding time to me, but I keep my opinions to myself, letting her ramble until she catches herself, playfully shaking her finger, reminding me that I'm supposed to be practicing my syntax, not listening to her talk. She asks me what my northern name actually means. I sign back that it means eagle, representing my people. I do not have the complex vocabulary to explain the 9 sacred animal clans of Tyria, or how my tribe wielded sky magic. Probably for the best, because I catch myself wanting to open up to another human being, and I instantly shut that down. Soft feelings are a massive liability in my line of work. She notes that Aquila is full of eagles, referencing the imperial war banners hanging over the city, then looks up at the darkening sky, telling me she has to leave until next 5 days. I mirror her signs, watching her dark robes vanish through the iron gate. I look up at the night sky and see absolute pitch blackness. The moon is completely new, casting 0 ambient light over the city. If I'm going to pull off a silent infiltration without a light source burning my location, it has to happen tonight, or I'm stuck waiting another 4 weeks for the next arc cycle. I sit in my cell as the hours tick by, weighing the operational risks. I could play it safe, wait a month, spend 4 weeks scouting the target, and strike later, but time is a massive enemy. Every single day I spend locked in this ludus increases the odds of my identity getting leaked. The Lanista knows I have magic, the Dockland mobsters know I am an assassin, and if anyone connects the dots, an imperial execution squad will be waiting at my cell door. Plus, I have a blood vow to fulfill. I cannot sit on a straw cot night after night while the scumbag who mutilated my tongue lives his best life. If I delay out of caution, the universe might let him die of old age, robbing me of my ultimate kill. Around midnight, the guards finish their final head count, their heavy boots fading down the stone corridor until the entire complex goes silent. I slip out of my cell, moving through the yard like an unbuffered shadow. I reach the foot of the 20-foot stone wall and prime my force rune. Pain flares through my arm as kinetic power floods my muscles, and I leap straight up into the dark, soaring twice my height. My fingers clamp onto the top masonry, and with one more sharp burst of physical force, I haul my torso over the lip, check the alley, and drop silently into the dark. My boots hit the gravel, my eyes sweeping left and right. The alley is dead empty, the night is black, and just like that, I'm an off-the-grid free agent until the sun hits the sky. Step 1. Acquiring a disposable blade. I hit the broken mast at a brisk march. The pimply barkeep boy was useless as ever, but after I fetched the serving girl who could read to double-check Lucius' instructions, she reached under the desk and pulled out a heavy gladius like dispensing sharp steel was just another routine side quest in her shift log. It was a standard issue short blade without legion markings, and I strapped it beneath my cloak before heading back out. I grumbled to myself that I would rather have a full-length longsword suited for broad arc swings, but a short blade was way easier to conceal. In a city full of guards, carrying a gladius under a cloak draws zero aggro. I made the long trek over to the half-pig, bought a mug of cheap barley drink, and pulled a stool into a dark corner. I did not actually drink the slop, tipping a splash into the floor rushes every time someone started a brawl, buying another round once empty to keep up the surly traveler disguise while mapping the room. Zero sign of my main target, meaning she was either out on business or already retired to her second floor room. By my 6th mug, my silver stash was practically wiped out, but my patience paid off. The heavy oak doors to the back room burst open, and some idiot stumbled out, crashing into a table to heavy crowd laughter. As he ran past my corner, I caught his health bar status, seeing a nasty cheek slash and 3 fingers snapped backward. I drained my cup, stepped up to the bar, and jerked my thumb toward the swinging doors. The barkeep helpfully explained it was just another deadbeat owing coin he could not pay, advising me to only drink what I could cover. I dropped a few coppers on the counter, and 2 minutes later, a one-eared woman walked out of the back room to head upstairs. I waited as long as I dared, giving her enough time to hit deep sleep mode. When dawn was only a few hours away, I pulled up my hood, circled around to the walled yard behind the building, and checked for witnesses. Finding the alley clear, I activated my force rune, scaling the stone barrier with a single jump. The yard was empty, but searching the building room by room was way too risky. Looking up at the second story, I counted 4 shuttered windows. I jumped up, snagged the ledge of the first window with one hand, forced the shutter open with the other, and peeked inside. Pitch blackness offered zero visibility, but it felt like an administrative office, so I dropped down and tried the adjacent window. I caught the ledge, pulled myself up, and heard soft snoring from inside. But just as I was about to cross the sill, I spotted a thin tripwire stretched across the frame, hooked to a noise trap. Pleased with my perception check, I carefully navigated around the thread and dropped onto the floor. I drew my sword, stepping up to the sleeping target, verifying the single-ear profile. Time to execute the target. Then a sudden wave of hesitation hit my brain. I had killed plenty of gladiator builds, but they always faced me with weapons in hand, and I had zero personal feud with this woman. A small part of my mind protested against an unsanctioned execution. Then my internal voice reminded me that with my magic unlocked, it made zero difference whether someone faced me, sleeping or armed. The gladiators in the arena gave me no offense either, and I slaughtered them all the same to build up my stats. Besides, nobody pays Spellblades to delete decent citizens. And the best perk of all, doing this silent takedown meant I could harvest her life force to expand my spell tree. I slammed my free hand over her mouth and drove the gladius straight down through her ribs. Her eyes bulged in shock as she tried to scream against my palm, but her health bar hit 0 in seconds. The moment life left her body, I seized her soul force, forcing it into my internal core to grow a brand new skill branch. Water magic was back on my skill tree. The instant power buff was immediately replaced by a brutal spell backlash. My vision blurred, my knees buckled, and I hit the floor next to the bed, dry heaving from the magical recoil debuff. Once the nausea passed, I remembered Northern Necromancy rules and pulled the steel from her chest. Priming my Force rune, I severed her head with a single strike, ensuring she would not resurrect as a Draugr build. Suddenly, a knock rattled the bedroom door, with a guard asking if he could come in. I panicked, throwing my sword out the window and lunging for the sill. In my rush, I snagged the hidden tripwire, sending a brass platter and 2 metal cups crashing onto the floor with massive noise. The door burst open. The guard spotted the headless corpse and screamed for reinforcements. I hit the ground outside, leaving the blade behind since my combat stats were way too compromised for a group fight. I sprinted across the yard, primed my Force rune, and leaped for the outer wall. But as I prepared to drop down, the guard hurled a throwing knife from the upper window. Without my blade song or swiftness runes active, I could not parry or dodge it, and the steel buried itself deep into my left flank. I groaned in pain, ripped the dagger out, threw it away, and dropped into the dark alley, stumbling off into the shadows. After putting distance between myself and any pursuers, I collapsed against a wall, bleeding profusely while trying to manage the double debuff of physical damage and spell backlash. I tore a piece off my shirt to stem the bleeding, untied my empty scabbard, and threw it into the dark. Returning to the docks for my coin reward was completely out of the question, so I pivoted toward the only safe shelter on the server. Using the last of my energy, I retraced my steps back to the Ludus wall, primed my Force rune one final time, and vaulted the barrier. I dragged myself into my cell, washed the wound with water from my jar, and wrapped my torn shirt around my waist. Collapsing onto my cot, I wiped the cold sweat from my brow, wondering how I was going to survive tomorrow training drills unbuffed. I closed my eyes just as the first morning bell began to toll across the city. Hearing my fellow gladiators exit their cells to assemble for morning mess, I realized there was 0 chance I could survive today live drills unbuffed. Blood loss and 0 sleep had my health bar flashing red, leaving me sluggish, uncoordinated, and completely exposed. The weapons master would spot my compromised stats in 3 seconds, and explaining away a fresh 3-inch dagger wound on my flank was an absolute impossibility. My fevered brain scrambled for an emergency exploit, landing on the single most desperate play imaginable. Enacting my plan, I unwrapped the blood-drenched shirt from my waist and shoved the rags deep into the hay of my cot. With shaky, unsteady steps, I stumbled out into the training yard. I had previously noticed a bent 4-inch iron nail sticking out of an old timber post, and that rusted piece of scrap metal was now my gruesome salvation. Despite my severely weakened condition, my core spell tree still responded. I primed my Force rune, using a burst of physical strength to tear the rusted spike clean out of the wood. I hesitated for a split second, gritting my teeth, before plunging the sharp iron straight into my existing stab wound. The sheer physical damage nearly emptied my stamina bar, making my vision go completely dark. Leaving the yard before I passed out, I staggered down the corridor toward the infirmary. When I woke up, I was lying with my eyes shut, listening to 2 NPCs talking above my bed. The first voice belonged to Mayhan, demanding to know how a trained northern warrior managed to impale himself on a rusted nail. The old medicus grunted back a few lame theories about old woodwork or wall hooks, but admitted that up close, it looked like a straight-up stab wound that had been mangled by a sharp spike. Mahan let out a long silence before declaring he would investigate the incident personally and ordered me moved to a private room in the inner house. The doctor mentioned he had cleaned the puncture, applied a poultice, and wrapped it, asking if the dominus needed to be notified. Mahan replied that the master had left yesterday on business and would be off the grid for at least 5 days. I drifted off again, waking up later in a proper bed inside unfamiliar quarters, shivering under heavy blankets despite my burning skin. Pain radiated from my left side like expanding shockwaves every time I took a breath. Sometime later, Mahan entered the room, stepping up to my bed to ask if another fighter had jumped me in the yard. Flashes of the night hit my mind, specifically a throwing knife flying through the dark. Even in a fever haze, my survival instinct warned me to keep my operational data classified. I opened my lips to feign total ignorance when a brutal fact hit my brain. I had no tongue, just a dead stump in the back of my mouth. I could not speak even if I wanted to. Mahan reminded me I could use hand signs, but I just stared up at him with glossy, bloodshot eyes and turned my head to the wall. Voices woke me up later in the afternoon. Mahan was asking for an update, and the medicus mumbled back that a massive infection had taken hold unnatural fast, leaving my vitality drained. Mahan cursed the bad timing, asking what kind of high-level treatment was required. The doctor suggested his body might fight it off, but otherwise I needed expensive alchemy or a divine healer. Mahan admitted the Dominus would never pay for a top-tier healer, but promised to pull silver for a basic alchemical elixir, adding that none of the other gladiators saw anything in the yard. The doctor shuffled his tools, promising to return tomorrow to swap the bandages, and left. As the fever gripped my brain, my grasp on reality went completely offline. Unknown caretakers drifted into the room, pouring water down my throat like watering a dying plant, occasionally disturbing my bandages and shooting white-hot agony through my body. Eventually, I caught a brief window of lucid thinking. Looking at the sunlight streaming through the window, I remembered my main rule. No one could know about my magic, and no one could know how I got wounded. I clung to that single operational command like a lifeline. Then I remembered another secret. Sister Helena was hiding her own magic under her robes. It was time to cash in that intel. I needed way more help than a low-tier medicus could offer. Luckily, someone had left my wax tablet on the bedside table. I reached out with a trembling hand, opened the frame, and used my shaky fingers to scrape crude northern letters into the wax, requesting them to send for Helena. The cool sensation of a wet cloth against my face woke me up, and I opened my eyes to see a dark veil hovering above me. I tried to speak, but only a dry, raspy sound came out. Helena asked if I could hear her, explaining that they had to find a harbor translator to read the northern letters on my slate. I forced my shaking fingers into basic syntax, asking her to help me. She offered to pray for my recovery, but I snapped back with sharp hand signs, telling her to skip the prayers and help me with magic. Her hands froze over the water bowl. She tried to play dumb, claiming I was more delirious than she thought, but I signed right back that I knew she was packing high-tier magic. Helena abruptly stood up, making the water splash out of the bowl, formally declaring she would pray for my soul before fleeing the room at a rapid march. Night fell, and the open window offered zero light under a dead new moon. Lying in the dark, I drifted between fever nightmares and shivering fits. My brain was trapped in a chaotic simulation loop, jumping from stealth raids to getting torn apart by lions in the arena, before flashing back to my childhood longhouse on my home island. I tried calling out for my parents, but only unintelligible noises rasped from my throat. I wiped cold sweat from my brow, accidentally tasting the salt on my lips. My fingers drifted down to my left thigh, searching for my old recovery rune, but my touch only met smooth scar tissue. My ancient healing cheat code was gone. As morning light bled into the room, My health bar kept dropping, and the fever burned hotter than ever. "Northman, wake up!" A hand slapping his cheek snapped Arn out of the fever haze, revealing a muscular, dark-skinned stranger looming overhead alongside an aquiline physician holding a small glass flagon. "Drink this." The sight of the vial triggered instant trauma from past tortures, prompting Arn to throw off his blankets and lunge for an escape, but Mahan intercepted him mid-movement, shoving him flat against the mattress while the old physician fumbled with his limbs. Pour the potion in him. A heavy hand clamped over Arn's jaw, prying it open as bitter liquid forced its way down his throat, cutting off his struggles until sheer exhaustion drained his stamina bar completely. "Will it be enough?" Mahan asked. "Gods only know." As the fever receded, a wave of mental clarity allowed Arn to piece together his situation, recognizing that his septic wound required far more than low-tier apothecary remedies, and that his current reprieve was merely temporary. Fumbling in the dark, he located his wax tablet, erased his previous delirious scribbles in Tyrian, and carved a clean, urgent message in aquiline requesting Helena. Hours bled into a monotonous loop of sour wine and worsening chills until the heavy door clicked open to admit the veiled nun. Once alone, Helena hissed for silence, but Arn fixed her with a burning stare, using sharp-hand syntax to demand a healing miracle, exposing her secret magic while leveraging his own survival against the threat of exposure. She panicked, arguing her lack of training and the inherent evil of the art, but Arn backed her into an absolute corner, giving her a stark ultimatum between cooperating once or facing imperial enslavement. Trembling with fear and moral dread, Helena finally relented, stepping up to the bedside to hover a shaking hand over his blood-soaked bandages. Moments stretched into an eternity of pouring sweat and ragged breathing before a faint, invisible glow of restorative energy flooded Arn's bloodstream, purging the infection and aggressively repairing his damaged tissue. The magical backlash hit Helena instantly, forcing her to stumble backward, rip off her veil, and violently vomit into a washing bowl from sheer exhaustion. Without a word of parting comfort, she yanked her veil back into place, declared she wished he had died, and bolted from the room. Arn leaned his head back against the stone wall, feeling his HP stabilize as the remaining fever broke, fully aware that a novice spell could not fix everything, but knowing with absolute certainty that he was going to live. Waking up felt like respawning after a brutal server crash. My health bar was green again, the deep infection status debuff was completely purged, and my HP regeneration was back to normal speed. Give it 48 hours, and my combat stats would be fully restored. Mahan dropped into the recovery room, demanding to know how I managed to inflict such a clean, deep stab wound on myself. I gave him the silent treatment, then scrawled a lazy lie on my tablet, claiming it was a clumsy accident with a nail. He obviously didn't buy it, throwing out threats about prison sentences and interrogating me over whether I was planning an unsanctioned revenge quest against another gladiator. I gave him nothing, and after exhausting his patience, he marched me back to the standard barracks. That evening in the mess hall, the social meta shifted instantly. Even Sigismund, the Ludus champion, gave me a respectful nod as I walked by. Then Domitian slammed a massive hand in my shoulder, nearly staggering me, and shoved his way to the front of the food line to secure us a pair of bowls filled with lukewarm barley paste. Sitting across from him, I realized with dark irony that if my infection had actually killed me, this muscle-bound bruiser probably would have been the only entity on the entire server to give a damn. Midnight rolled around, and I made my move, cracking open my cell door to slip out for the docks to collect my overdue rune payment from Helgi. But as I poked my head into the corridor, heavy footsteps echoed down the stone hall. Mahan had anticipated my exact play, instituting a lockdown patrol specifically to counter my stealth build. With the moon sitting high and bright, casting zero shadows, scaling the perimeter wall was a complete suicide run. I slammed my door shut and cursed under my breath, forced to wait out the cooldown. Morning training resumed in full force, and I cornered Mayhan between drills, flashing a hand sign asking for a night pass to hit the city shrines and offer prayers to the gods. Denied. Mayhan snarled back, telling me that if my hands were healthy enough to sign demands, they were healthy enough for heavy weapon conditioning. The lockdown was total, with Dominus Igneus still away on business. Mayhan had absolute administrative control, effectively turning my cell into a high-security prison instance. Days blurred into a relentless grind of sparring, blocking strikes, and taking minor hits from toxic partners, pushing all useless mental processing out of my brain. When night fell in total isolation, I quietly tested my newly unlocked skill tree, manipulating the water in my clay jug, floating droplets into the air, and testing my telekinetic control before drinking the water to quench my thirst. A full 5-day cycle ticked away in absolute silence, until a fresh wave of gossip swept through the Ludus yard. Dominus Igneus had finally returned from his extended trip. Getting an audience with Dominus Igneus required bypassing Mayhan, so I played a high-risk conversational bluff. I tracked down the guard at the inner gate and dropped a clean lie that the Lanista had personally requested my presence for an urgent debrief. The guard grumbled, went to check, and finally escorted me across the threshold into the inner house domain. Igneus raised a hairless brow when I walked into his study, demanding to know the point of the intrusion. I smoothed out my wax slate and wrote that unlocking my magic had caused a minor accident, but everything was fully under control. The Lanista went pale, muttering about the extreme death penalty for sacrilege if anyone discovered my spellcaster status, which would instantly trigger his own exile. I cut straight through his panic, telling him Mayhan constant surveillance was blowing my cover and restricting my movement. Igneus sighed and agreed to call off the hound, but pushed back on letting me leave the Ludus. I played my killer card, noting that to dominate the arena and secure his financial recovery, I needed to keep grinding stats and growing stronger. He caved, ordering Mayhan to grant my night passes, but hit me with a nasty administrative curveball. In 5 days, I had to fight in a high-stakes exhibition match for a visiting city luminary hosting a massive noble feast. I hated the assignment. Exhibition matches were locked down, meaning zero opportunity to execute targets, harvest life force, or farm real combat drops. But Igneus was holding all the cards, cutting off my regular arena matches until Solstice to minimize operational risks. I bowed my head, banked the frustration, and exited. True to his word, Mayhan cleared me that evening. I slipped out of the Ludus gate, stepping into the indifferent city streets and heading straight toward the docks. Lacking a blade on my belt left my status vulnerable, and the lingering threat of Vera dead syndicate cronies seeking revenge kept my threat radar pinging. I bypassed the tavern thugs and headed straight to Helgi's shop. The lore master grinned his obnoxious grin, producing a smooth, magic-infused stone from his pouch and dropping it into my palm. Instant stat relief. I pocketed the rune and signed my readiness for the next upgrade node, tracing the sign of swiftness on my slate before wiping it clean. Before leaving, I tapped the strange metal ring clamped around my upper arm and asked for identification. Helgi's eyes widened, identifying it as Archean tech, elite wizard hardware that never leaves their secure faction outposts. He pointed me toward the massive stone tower dominating the northeastern district. Walking through the city, I approached the towering spire of the Arcane, a structure completely immune to fire and ordinary siege weapons thanks to heavy administrative wards. I pulled the magic stone from my pocket, pressed it against the heavy wooden gate, and watched the massive locks swing open. High up in the tower, an attendant burst into Vasilia's study, breathless with news that a legendary spellbreaker and fiend slayer named Atrus had just bypassed the ground floor wards. Vasilia dropped her parchment in pure shock, hurrying down the winding staircase to join 2 other master wizards waiting at the bottom. The scruffy traveler bowed his head, offering a low greeting to the masters of the tower and requesting temporary hospitality and supply restocks. The red-robed wizard eagerly handed over an access token, while Vasilia watched the newcomer with cold, suspicious eyes, her hand instinctively closing around the wardstone hidden in her pocket. Rejoining morning training drills after my recovery felt like stepping back into a brutal physical loop, as Mayhan kept me sweating on the mats without a word about my next arena booking. But I kept my head down and worked the gear quietly to avoid drawing unwanted administrative heat. That same night, my subtlety rune finally finished its cool-down period as meditation ended and the passive stealth cloak reactivated, pulling ambient shadows tight around my frame while actively repelling light to give me the ultimate utility tool for slipping out of the ludus undetected. Midday brought an unexpected priority alert when Gaius the accountant stomped into the yard with an overbearing sneer to demand the Tyrian gladiator, ignoring Mayhan annoyance as he announced that Dominus Igneus was dragging me along to a high society event at House Flavis and ordering me to wash up, grab clean civilian gear from my cell, and report to the courtyard immediately. The civilian clothes were standard issue wool and linen, clean and unblemished by arena blood, but completely lacking tactical utility. And as a guard escorted me to the waiting carriage, the sudden cultural disconnect hit me hard, because back home in Tyria, a noble gathering meant patterned garments, braided hair, and an animal bone belt buckle, whereas here, I was just a shorn-headed combat asset. Igneus appeared with his family dressed in ostentatious wealth, and looked me up and down with open disgust, ordering me to strip off the leather pouch containing my wax slate and bone needle, because it made me look like a spice peddler, before telling me to hop onto the rear board of the carriage as the driver snapped the reins and set the horses in motion. House Flavis operated on a massive resource tier with a sprawling mansion that dwarfed the ludus entirely, surrounded by extensive manicured gardens and an army of servants. And while the respectable guests entered through the front doors, a footman steered me around back toward the kitchens, where over 30 gladiators from rival luddies sat eating. I grabbed a slab of dry bread and chewed silently, while ignoring the chatter from rival fighters speculating about my recent victories and the mysterious absence of Sigismund. And once the chow line cleared, we were herded outside in a single-file line toward the main gardens. The display of wealth was nauseating, with marble statues everywhere, while aristocrats flaunted imported silks and heavy gold jewelry. And extending my internal magic sense allowed me to feel the constant thermal hum of golden trinkets pulsing off the guests as pure status symbols. We were lined up like prize livestock in an auction block, while elite patricians swarmed our group to poke muscles and critique physical builds, and each time a greasy hand grabbed my arm, a low growl rose in my throat until my neighbor nudged my elbow to remind me to loosen my clenched fists, explaining that we were merely wading through the mandatory moon ritual before the exhibition bouts commenced. Finally, a solemn procession of veiled priestesses drifted into the gardens, the maidens of the moon, and as the aristocratic crowd fell silent, the priestesses planted their staves in the turf and began their synchronized chanting beneath the half-moon hanging overhead. Once the chanting concluded, the nuns stepped back to the perimeter, and a magistrate stepped forward to call for the finest gladiators to be chosen for exhibition, prompting loud cheers as fighters stepped out into the staved-off ring. My eyes locked onto the row of nuns standing at the edge of the audience, zeroing in on a silhouette matching Helena's exact height. And as her veiled head turned slightly in my direction, I risked a quick hand sign, saying hello. She instantly snapped her head away to ghost me, before flashing sharp hand signs back from the shadows, demanding to know how I dared speak to her. And with panic flaring slightly as I realized I had zero conversational script prepared, my hands moved in a frantic blur, apologizing for my prior desperation and admitting that the hours spent talking to her had been my only anchor in this pit, until the magistrate voice boomed through the garden, cutting through the murmurs to announce that as the last fighter from the house of Igneus, they would see the Blood Eagle. Stepping forward from the line, I approached the gear table and strapped a wooden buckler to my wrist before drawing a practice blade as my bald companion grinned beside me, warning me to keep it strictly to a friendly spar. The moment a giggling noblewoman dropped her handkerchief to signal the start, I surged forward with blade raised, pulling strength from my force rune to slam my wooden sword into his with enough violence to shatter both weapons in a splintered kindling. With the gladiator staggered by the impact, I stepped inside his guard and delivered a heavy physical shove that sent him sprawling onto his back, ending the bout instantly while I unstrapped my buckler and tossed it aside with zero attempt to hide my disdain for the cheering crowd. Dominus Igneus bowed to our host, Master Flavis, eagerly taking credit for my performance by spinning a lavish tale about capturing a bloodthirsty northern savage who killed legionaries in the wild. But a drawling voice chimed in from the gallery, declaring that any barbarian who slew imperial soldiers deserved immediate execution. Looking over, I spotted the speaker wearing a plain black tunic emblazoned with a silver eagle, and every muscle in my body froze as I recognized Sir Salvius, an imperial mage knight whose military record in Tyria included brutal campaigns against my people. Because my hair was shorn short and my face was bearing fresh arena scars, he failed to recognize me, allowing me to process the tactical reality that while my skaldic runes could easily unravel his martial magic in a fair fight, attempting any overt spellcraft surrounded by patricians would guarantee my immediate execution. A noblewoman praised my raw strength, while Salvius scoffed that any imperial mage knight could easily subdue 100 barbarians like me, prompting the intoxicated crowd to cheer and demand an immediate demonstration of imperial superiority. Feigning reluctance, Salvius picked up 2 wooden practice swords, stepped into the consecrated circle, and tossed the second blade to my feet while smirking and daring me to strike with everything I had. I advanced like a standard gladiator, swinging a heavy physical strike, but pure defensive magic shimmered around his blade and body, absorbing the kinetic impact and shattering my wooden weapon against his invisible barrier. As the crowd erupted in triumphant cheers and Salvius turned to soak in their applause, I hurled my splintered hilt directly into his jaw, catching him unawares and drawing a trickle of blood that wiped the arrogant smile off his face. Enraged by the sting, the mage knight advanced with supernatural swiftness, swinging his blade with magical acceleration. But with no weapon to parry and knowing the wood held no sharp edge, I raised my bare forearm to absorb the blunt impact, stepping through the pain to shove him off balance and drive him into the dirt. Salvius rolled back onto his feet immediately, dropping his broken sword and raising his bare fists, eager to turn the match into a brutal hand-to-hand brawl. We traded heavy punches in the center of the ring, but his defensive magic absorbed the bulk of my kinetic impact while his spell-enhanced strikes hit with supernatural force, leaving my face bruised and bloody. I had the minor force rune to match his physical strength, but using magic under the eyes of the patricians meant guaranteed death, so I absorbed blow after blow while he shouted for the benefit of the crowd, asking if the savage had had enough. I knew tactical logic dictated yielding a worthless exhibition match against an opponent I could not openly fight with my true powers, but standing bruised before the elite of the Empire, a fierce tribal pride stirred in my chest, demanding I stand my ground to represent the 9 tribes of Tyria. I forced myself back up after every crushing blow, swinging wild and unenhanced strikes that he easily ducked before knocking me back into the dirt, until a woman's voice cried out from the gallery, begging him to stop, prompting the host to intervene and politely declare that Sir Salvius had amply proven his point. The mage knight adopted a mask of civil composure, stepping back while the crowd dispersed, leaving me standing exhausted and bloody on the grass, my physical fatigue blessedly muting the raw murderous rage that the sight of Salvius had ignited within me. Meanwhile, across the city, in the silent upper reaches of the arcane spire, Atrus pressed his wardstone against a heavy red door, stepping into the high-altitude quarters of Master Cora, who greeted him warmly with a pour of wine after he bathed. Cora admitted she had summoned the Spellbreaker because deep paranoia had infected the tower, with the Masters hoarding secrets behind locked doors, a situation compounded by recent reports of an undead construct wandering the streets of Aquila several 5 days prior. Atrus dismissed the undead sighting as likely low-level magic cast without proper discipline rather than dangerous dark spellcraft, expressing his desire to return quickly to Arkhen before an impending celestial alignment occurred in a few months. However, when Cora pressed him on his urgency, Atrus confessed that the secrecy within Arkhen itself bordered on extreme paranoia, fearing that hidden cabals were actively practicing forbidden arts right under the noses of the Spellbreakers. Acknowledging her persistent plea to ensure her fellow local masters had not strayed into heresy, Atrus took a deep breath and agreed to delay his departure just long enough to investigate the strange magical occurrences within the city. Aching jaw and bruised skin woke me intermittently through the night, but the morning medicus smeared a cooling salve over my smarting flesh that blunted the worst of the pain. Knowing I needed my full rune array restored before I could ever hope to settle accounts with the Aquilon Mage Knight, I pushed the encounter aside and stepped into the mess hall for breakfast. My battered face drew immediate stares, but as I joined the line, something unexpected happened. Gladiators stepped aside one by one, yielding their places until I reached the front, and when I took my bowl, space was cleared on the upper bench right next to Sigismund. The champion of House Igneous studied me for a moment, asking if it was true that I had stood against a mage knight without yielding, and when I gave a silent nod, he returned the gesture with genuine respect, noting that while I still had to prove myself at the solstice to claim the city title, Igneous had chosen well in bringing me along. Domitian squeezed onto the bench beside me, eagerly begging for details of the garden brawl, so I put my bowl aside and clapped the edges of my hand together twice before mimicking a heavy shove to clarify that I had shattered the bald fighter's weapons and dropped him in 2 blows rather than 1. Before I could finish my porridge, Mahan approached with an unusually grim expression and ordered the others to the training yard, sitting down to inform me privately that my performance at House Flavis had generated massive crowd demand, earning me a spot in the headline match on Sol Day. Seeing my confusion at being placed in the main event, Mahan explained that my opponent would be Cashin, last year's Solstice champion from House Petrus, who remained completely undefeated on the sands. When I remained unimpressed, Mahan warned that Cashin would show no mercy against a ruthless fighter like me, and that defeat meant death, prompting me to write on my slate that I was surprised he cared, to which the arms master replied that my victories honored his training before ordering me to spar exclusively with Sigismund for the next 2 days. We drilled relentlessly until eventide, after which I soaked my aching muscles in the cellar pool, grudgingly admiring the Aquilon luxury of subterranean water heated by enchanted stones. Once locked in my cell for the night, I prepared to test my newly restored subtlety rune, knowing I needed to verify its stealth capabilities under controlled conditions before attempting a real escape over the Ludus walls. Activating the rune inscribed on my leg, I slipped through my cell door without a single hinge creaking, my silent footsteps leaving no sound as I trailed behind the night guard carrying his lantern down the corridor. Stepping into a deep pocket of shadow, I tossed a small pebble at the sentinel's back, and when he turned around to squint suspiciously into the pitch-black hallway, the rune kept me completely invisible to his sight, allowing me to slip back into my cell with a satisfied smile once he resumed his patrol. Meanwhile, across the city slums, Atrus moved through the alleyways, using his authority as an Arkhen spellbreaker to question locals until he tracked down a dilapidated tavern where a young boy was being harbored. Taking a lantern down into the damp root cellar, the spellbreaker found the traumatized survivor of the recent undead attack hiding among the storage crates, and used a gentle touch of mind magic to soothe the boy's psychological wounds. Once the child was calm enough to speak, Atrus softly nudged his memories to focus exclusively on the attacker's physical features, writing down the boy's description of a heavily scarred man with striking blue eyes, a profile that immediately pointed the spellbreaker toward a dangerous Tyrian living within the city walls before he lulled the boy to sleep and departed into the night. Sneaking through the enemy encampment to track sentinels and search tents, a sudden burst of light dispelled my stealth cloak, exposing me to rushing Aquilon soldiers who raised the alarm. I unleashed a gale of Galder, weaving a deceptive auditory illusion that caused the legionaries to turn their blades on each other in confusion. But as I turned to flee, a frost mage blocked my path and fired a razor-sharp ice projectile in my chest. I flicked my left hand to deflect the icy blade while drawing my sword with my right, leaping forward to strike her protective magical barrier until chains of ice slithered across the dirt to bind my limbs, which I shattered with a single heavy sword stroke. As she screamed for assistance and reinforced her shield, I rained down relentless physical blows to drain her spell pool, only for a battle mage to strike my back with a magical firebolt that sent tremors of agonizing heat through my spine. Rolling clear of a second firebolt, I channeled a Frostblade technique and hurled an icicle at the battle mage, but he absorbed the projectile behind a wall of flame, leaving me trapped between two fully armed mages. Trapped on both flanks, I summoned a major rune into the air to bind the ambient mana, releasing a force wave that hurled the frost mage backward into a tree. But as I renewed my deceptive galder to keep the soldiers fighting each other, the battle mage unleashed a continuous stream of fire into my torso. Forced to one knee by the scorching heat, I slammed my hand into the dirt to render the earth, causing localized tremors that knocked the battle mage off his feet before using my speed enhancement rune to leap forward with sword raised for the kill. Before my blade could impale him, chains of ice yanked me out of the air, and though I dispersed the restraints with a burst of raw magic, the battle mage regained his footing and prepared another spell until I summoned a pulling rune that dragged him directly into my ferocious blade song, slashing through his defensive barriers. Suddenly, a mage knight struck me from behind, opening a deep gash across my back with magical force, and as a third set of ice chains wrapped around my torso, he smashed his sword pommel into my temple, driving me into the dirt. As I lay bleeding, the frost mage demanded my execution, but the mage knight refused to waste a potential war trophy, ordering his companions to hold my head and pry my jaws open while Sir Salvius drew his belt knife to decal his new prisoner. I woke with a violent start in my cell, my entire body trembling as memory nightmares disrupted my sleep, forcing me to drag my aching frame to breakfast before enduring an exhausting sparring session with Sigismund to avoid drawing suspicion prior to tomorrow's arena bout. After the evening meal, Sister Helena arrived at the Ludus to bless the fighters for the upcoming games, and while I avoided the public ritual in the yard to keep my distance, Domitian soon entered my cell to inform me that the nun was specifically requesting my presence for a lesson. Joining her on the courtyard bench, I sat in uneasy silence until she switched to hand gestures, recounting a childhood story about a thief-catcher who understood criminals because he was once a thief himself, before staring intently through her dark veil to ask how I knew she possessed magic. The unexpected question caught me off guard, causing me to fumble my hand signs until she declared that I must be a northern mage, prompting me to sign back that her claim was ridiculous because all gladiators undergo strict magical screening before entering the sands. Helena countered with a curling smile, pointing out that our host Lord Flavius was the patron of her convent and could easily arrange a second, more thorough magical examination that would instantly expose my active rune array. Realizing my arrogance in the garden had exposed me to a re-examination that meant guaranteed execution, I signed back with fierce hostility to ask what she wanted, to which she demanded a mutual pact where we protected each other's secret, and I swore to never threaten her again. I signed my agreement while scrutinizing her face through the veil, noticing fresh, distinct bruises across her cheek that indicated she endured frequent physical violence outside the Ludus. Though I decided to accept the stalemate for now, since I planned to escape the city within a few months. With our secret understanding established, Helena rose with a faint smile and wished me good evening, leaving me alone in the yard to return to my cell and focus my mind entirely on preparing for tomorrow's fight. Riding to the arena in the gladiator cart after a hearty breakfast, the route felt completely familiar to me, no longer feeling oppressive as I extended my hand to touch the outer wall, letting my earth affinity sink into the stone to feel only a feeble, slumbering gasp carved out by tools. In the tunnels below, Titus and Cornelius prepped, quietly, while Mayhan pulled me aside to deliver final warnings, stressing that Cashin was last year's Solstice champion who struck faster and harder than anyone, advising me to parry his spear with my sword and use my buckler as an extended fist to force a short-range dagger fight. I listened with feigned interest, knowing my blade song could easily bypass a mortal's guard, while Mayhan added a final request to spare Cashin's life to repair my public image, which I ignored since my sole purpose on the sand was absorbing spell power rather than showing mercy. Hearing the official announce the final match, I stepped into the blinding light of the arena as the magistrate roared my name to a divided crowd, locking eyes with Cashin, who possessed a lean frame better suited for a buckler than his bulky round shield and heavy spear. When the fight began, I threw out a few testing strikes to gauge his reaction, only for his spear to counter with fluid precision while his shield easily turned my blade aside. Seeking a quick finish, I activated my blade song to unleash a rapid series of magical strikes aimed at his chest, but Cashin brought his shield up with supernatural speed to intercept the blows and shove me back, proving instantly that he was suppressing his own magic to play to the crowd, just like me. Forced onto the defensive against his furious assault, I realized he was not an official imperial mage knight, but a self-taught hedge mage with unpredictable abilities, and, as I retreated, he channeled a burst of earth magic through the sands to raise a sudden ridge behind my foot, which I barely stepped over to avoid tripping. When his spear thrust forward again, I caught the haft with my left hand to chop it down, but his magical strength matched my force rune, pulling the weapon back and slicing my palm wide open. Harassed without end by his superior reach and unable to use obvious spells without exposing myself to execution, I grew desperate until I remembered Mahan's tactical advice, switching my sword to my bleeding left hand while unstrapping the buckler to wield it openly in my right to confuse his read. Expending the last drop of my spell power, I activated my blade song through my left arm to beat his spear aside, using the sword flurry as a high distraction before stepping inside his guard to stomp his knee and drive my buckler straight into his jaw. As Cashin fell flat on his back, I dropped onto his chest and drove my blade through his throat, immediately drawing his fleeing soul into my spirit to feed my magical core. Leeching from a fellow mage unleashed a roaring storm of raw mana within me, restoring my seer to unlock deeper earth and water affinities alongside my full spell capacity. But as the crowd erupted into a chaotic storm of cheers and jeers, the sudden surge of power overwhelmed my exhausted body, causing me to keel over and collapse into the sand. Waking to blue skies and a pounding headache under the crowd's roar, I pushed myself up on one elbow as blood rushed to my head, the sharp pain in my sliced left palm cutting through the magical haze until I forced myself back onto my feet. Leaving my weapons and Cashin's corpse on the sand for the Ludus crew to collect, I trotted back toward the tunnel, enduring severe magical exhaustion from expending more spell power than my body could safely sustain during combat. Though leeching from a fellow mage expanded my spirit's capacity and unleashed a surge of raw, newly unlocked strength, my fellow gladiators watched my return with a mix of awe and terror, while Mayhan simply stared with an inscrutable expression before congratulating me with rare brevity. Back at the Ludus common room, Mayhan announced my victory to the waiting fighters, prompting jubilation from the ranks as Domitian cheered that I had slain the undefeated champion, while Sigismund growled his respect for proving our house's dominance over House Petrus. I acknowledged their accolades with a silent nod, collected my meal from the kitchen servant, and retreated straight to my cell to recover the heavy toll of spellwork exhaustion. As I collapsed onto my cot, Iris slipped into the cell to offer her usual congratulations, prompting me to use a wax slate and quick hand sketches to bypass her illiteracy, drawing a bald man with pointed ears, a nose-less enforcer, and a one-eared woman to quietly probe her knowledge regarding Lucius, Magnus, and Vera's history. Iris recognized the enforcers immediately and correctly deduced that Magnus had murdered Vera, revealing that a long, dark history connected the gang leaders of the Broken Mast. Meanwhile, across the southern docks, Atrus used his magic to question locals before tracking down a Tyrian lore master named Helgi, entering his runic hut to inquire about northern mages and the creation of Draugr undead. When Atrus subtly wove hypnotic magic into his questioning, Helgi easily resisted the spellcraft while denying any knowledge of scarred Tyrian mages or necromancy, forcing the suspicious spellbreaker to write down a note about the lore master's magic resistance before paying local street urchins silver pieces to keep the shop under constant surveillance. Mahan knocked on my cell door in the morning to hand over 3 golden crowns, explaining that Gaius the accountant had delayed the payout because he fully expected me to lose against Cashin on the sands. I placed the gold on my clothing shelf while keeping my back turned, ignoring Mahan's lecture about leaving money out in the open, until he asked point-blank why I had to kill the Solstice champion. When I turned around and signed that I fight to win or die, the weapons master asked if my battle prowess was fueled by a desire for revenge, admitting that he too had been brought to Aquila as a captive prisoner from his distant homeland of Kiva. After brushing off his overtures and stitching the golden coin securely inside my belt, I spent the day sparring in the training yard, noting that the other gladiators had completely ceased their insults and now treated me with genuine, silent respect. That evening, I carried an oil lamp to my cell to test my restored elemental resistance, plunging my finger directly into the burning flame and pulling it back completely unscathed to confirm that my second blessing from the Seerwise had fully reactivated. Taking advantage of the dark, cloud-covered night, I activated my subtlety and force runes to slip out of the ludus undetected, using a subtle touch of earth magic to unlatch the iron lock on Helgi's front door down at the docks. I presented my wax slate to request my next swiftness rune alongside a method to destroy the Archean slave armband on my wrist, but the lore master warned me that a dangerous Archean spellbreaker was actively asking questions about a scarred Tyrian gladiator across the district. Helgi urged me to avoid his shop entirely, addressing me directly as the Bladesinger and explaining that the imperial criers had boasted of my capture months ago after I spoke out against Aquilan expansion at the Solstice thing, prompting me to nod in weary agreement before signing that he should leave any future updates regarding the armband with the barkeep at the Broken Mast before I vanished back into the night shadows. Mahan granted my leave request without open resistance, though his lingering apprehension made it clear he still harbored deep suspicions about my combat performance on the sands. Stitching 3 golden crowns into my belt provided the perfect cover for venturing down to the docks, giving me a plausible excuse to wander the city streets while under the constant pressure of returning before the final evening bell. I moved swiftly toward the Broken Mast, keeping my hood pulled low to avoid drawing eyes, though my frustration spiked when Lucius loudly announced my Tyrian origin to the tavern before escorting me to the back rooms. Magnus greeted me warmly in his office, openly chuckling alongside Lucius as he noted that my bloody victory over Cashin in the arena made him completely confident in my ability to handle his next target. Realizing the gang leaders had connected my identity to the gladiator games froze my blood, giving them immense extortion leverage over my freedom, though Magnus quickly reassured me that as long as I carried out his hits, they would honor our arrangement with Helgi and keep silent. Accepting that I had zero choice if I wanted my remaining speed and recovery runes restored, I checked my slate to take the assignment, learning that my target was a hulking enforcer named Carl who operated out of a heavily guarded warehouse near the Merchant Gate. Recognizing that Carl was likely a lieutenant for the Scindian gang leader Aya, just like the late Vera, I realized Magnus was using my martial skills to systematically dismantle his primary rival's criminal empire block by block. I knew the recent assassination of Vera would have the warehouse guards on high alert, making an uninvited infiltration far more dangerous than a tavern hit. But with time running out before the spellbreaker caught my trail, I set off toward the northern gate to scout the location before my leave expired. Passing the warehouse once to avoid suspicious looks from the armed sentries outside, I noted the windowless stone structure and a single massive cart gate. Recognizing that while entering unseen would be difficult, my earth affinity provided a reliable entry point when the time came. Walking back to the ludus under the gathering dusk, I weighed the tactical risks of striking an alerted enemy compound blindly, knowing I had to act during tomorrow night's pitch-black moon before the shifting lunar cycle forced me to wait another entire month. Surrounded by compounding threats from an investigating spellbreaker, a suspicious weapons master, a blackmailing nun, and extortionist gang lords, I returned to my cell determined to rest my body, save my strength during tomorrow's training drills, and execute the strike as soon as night fell. At the evening meal, Domitian babbled endlessly about his upcoming match while Arn drifted in thought, recalling his tense, boundary-defining exchange with Helena and the strange realization that a trained healer could harbor such deep-seated disgust for her own magical gifts. Impelled by a quiet curiosity, the Tyrian drifted toward the training yard after the blessing ritual concluded, finding the priestess alone and confronting her with slow, deliberate hand signs about how his conversations with her were his only remaining anchor to his former self. She challenged him on his past threats, lies, and coercion, prompting a bitter confession about his lost bard song and how losing his voice had reduced him to speaking like a clumsy child, to which she admitted a quiet sorrow that she would never hear him sing. Dismissing her pity while acknowledging a fragile mutual truce, Arn retreated to his cell to wait for the deep cover of night, securing a smuggled blade before navigating the dark docks to reach the isolated warehouse near the merchant gate. Because the massive stone structure lacked windows and doors on the lower levels, Arn activated his force rune to scale the vertical brickwork entirely by hand, pulling his strained body up the towering wall before using a pulse of earth magic to shatter the wooden roof hatch from the inside. Moving through the pitch-black upper corridors with his sword drawn, he wound his way down to a middle-tier office level where a thin strip of light betrayed a doorway, though his cautious approach triggered a hidden tripwire that sent a clattering cascade of crockery crashing down. The hulking enforcer Carl sprang from his desk with a massive sledgehammer, bellowing for guards as Arn called upon his blade song to drive the attack home, only for his magic to die instantly against the dense plating of golden trinkets, rings, and belt buckles adorning the giant. Trapped in the cramped room as armed henchmen swarmed the doorway, Arn smashed a water jar into the burning oil lamp to plunge the office into absolute darkness, relying on his earth sense to navigate the shadows while the terrified guards swung blindly. Crouching beneath the swinging sledgehammer, Arn drove his steel blade straight through Carl's throat, ignoring the golden amulets that blocked his spellcraft, before slipping past the panicking guards using his subtlety rune and scaling back down the exterior wall to vanish into the night. The quiet routines of Solday brought brief respite from the arena's violence, allowing me time to reflect on Carl's inner door tripwire and process the grim news of Domitian's critical belly wound from the day's matches. Pinned to a stone slab in the Medicus quarters, a pale, feverish Domitian gripped my wrist and pleaded with me to slip away to the docks to protect an island girl and her young brother from a predatory loan shark named Marius. Securing leave under the guise of praying for my comrade's recovery, I navigated through the coastal slums, making a swift stop at the broken mast to trade my recent assassination success for my restored speed rune before tracking the girl to a squalid insula. Bursting through the threshold, just as Marius and 4 heavily armed enforcers moved in to threaten the siblings over unpaid passage debts, I immediately intervened, tossing 2 golden crowns at the leader's feet to cover part of the interest before escalating to brute force. Drawing on my force rune, I snapped the fingers of the nearest thug and shattered another's jaw with a swift magic-enhanced strike, instantly sapping the gang's appetite for violence. Chalking a swift warning onto my slate that promised complete annihilation should any of them return, I intimidated the bruised debt collectors into taking the gold and fleeing into the alleyways. The young woman introduced herself as Iolana from the distant Western Isles, expressing deep gratitude for my intervention and asking after Domitian, to which I signed that he was recovering before securing her promise to remain locked inside. Duty fulfilled and my 3rd rune safely secured in my pocket, I slipped out of the crowded tenement house, stepping back into the gathering dusk to return to the Ludus. Siphoning power from a third rune token through the night, I finished by daybreak, catching the drained pebble out of the air with falcon-like swiftness as the restored mark flared with pain through my arm. Only one rune remained to restore, and with the solstice games approaching, I could leech enough life force from my opponents to regain my missing powers, unfasten the Archean armband with Helgi's help, and prepare my revenge against Salvius. After breakfast, I entered the medicus quarters, where Domitian lay sweating on a slab. Writing on my slate, I dismissed the grumbling physician so I could check on my friend. When Domitian woke in a feverish panic, I wrote that I had paid 2 crowns to Marius, prompting the wounded fighter to smile and explain that Iolana was an islander girl who had escaped being trafficked into a brothel upon reaching port. Domitian had protected her from the ruffians, sending his arena winnings to hire a smuggler to bring her younger brother over from the Western Isles to unite the siblings. Calming his fever with a wet cloth, I satisfied my curiosity about his debts, leaving him to rest while hoping his health would return. Meanwhile, in a tenement office near the docks, the loan shark Marius agreed to meet a hooded woman named Vasilia, who noted with satisfaction that he wore no protective gold before pressing a glowing, magic-infused hand to his temple. Brainwashing his mind through raw arcana, she altered his memories of our recent confrontation, commanding him to report that the Tyrian who paid him was a young man with long brown hair and no face scars. After forcing Marius to repeat the false description, Vasilia ordered him to send his henchmen into the room one by one so she could rewrite their memories as well, ensuring any investigating spellbreaker on my trail would be fed a complete lie. Leaving the ludus under the pretense of private errands, I tracked down the loan shark Marius to settle Domitian's debt, surprised when the thug and his henchmen accepted 3 golden crowns without a hint of fear or recognition from our previous encounter. Passing by the tenement house, I informed Iolana that her brother's passage was paid in full, awkwardly brushing off her tearful embrace before heading straight to the docks to meet my handlers. At the broken mast, Lucius escorted me up to the top chamber, where Magnus confronted me about a spell breaker hunting a dangerous male ficus in the city, warning me not to drag his syndicate down with my dark magic. Realizing the gang lord was draped in magic-dampening gold out of sheer paranoia, I chalked a brief response on my slate promising that my steel did the killing, forcing him to move on to my next assignment: assassinating Aya, the wily Scindian gang leader who was hiding out at a fortified merchant house near the harbor. In exchange for taking down his primary rival, I demanded Helgi provide my final rune of recovery, determined to sever my ties with these extortionists once and for all. Uneasy about Magnus' shifting demeanor, I pulled the tavern girl Iris into a private room, using quick slate sketches and 5 silver coins to confirm my suspicion that Magnus employed an earth mage of his own. Scouting the target merchant house, I noted the walled courtyard, multiple entry points, and an armed guard posing as a casual bystander, realizing the place was likely a lethal ambush designed to kill both Aya and me in one stroke. Returning to the ludus under the heavy weight of mounting treachery, I stopped by the medicus quarters, only for the old physician to solemnly warn me that Domitian's fever had broken for the worse. Leaving the ludus under the pretense of private errands, I tracked down the loan shark Marius to settle Domitian's debt, surprised when the thug and his henchmen accepted 3 golden crowns without a hint of fear or recognition from our previous encounter. Passing by the tenement house, I informed Iolana that her brother's passage was paid in full, awkwardly brushing off her tearful embrace before heading straight to the docks to meet my handlers. At the broken mast, Lucius escorted me up to the top chamber, where Magnus confronted me about a spell breaker hunting a dangerous male ficus in the city, warning me not to drag his syndicate down with my dark magic. Realizing the gang lord was draped in magic-dampening gold out of sheer paranoia, I chalked a brief response on my slate promising that my steel did the killing, forcing him to move on to my next assignment: assassinating Aya, the wily Scindian gang leader who was hiding out at a fortified merchant house near the harbor. In exchange for taking down his primary rival, I demanded Helgi provide my final rune of recovery, determined to sever my ties with these extortionists once and for all. Uneasy about Magnus' shifting demeanor, I pulled the tavern girl Iris into a private room, using quick slate sketches and 5 silver coins to confirm my suspicion that Magnus employed an earth mage of his own. Scouting the target merchant house, I noted the walled courtyard, multiple entry points, and an armed guard posing as a casual bystander. Realizing the place was likely a lethal ambush designed to kill both Aya and me in one stroke. Returning to the ludus under the heavy weight of mounting treachery, I stopped by the medicus quarters, only for the old physician to solemnly warn me that Domitian's fever had broken for the worse. Steeling my nerves despite the dangerous reality that Mahan now knew my true nature, I focused on my endgame. Restore my final minor recovery rune. Use the upcoming solstice games to siphon enough life force from my opponents to replenish my spell power, and let Helgi unclamp my binding armband so I could exact my revenge on Salvius and vanish from Aquila. Pacing myself through daily drills, I noted with quiet relief that Mahan kept his distance while barking his usual commands, putting on a convincing front since my exposure as a mage would drag him to the executioner's block right beside me. That evening, a fully restored Domitian joined me on the yard bench to express his deepest gratitude for clearing his debt with Marius, offering an open-ended oath of brotherhood that I quietly accepted, knowing a reliable ally in the ludus was a rare commodity. Driven by growing suspicions that Magnus was preparing to double-cross me once his rival was eliminated, I secured leave to cross the city and inspect the stonemason workshop where his earth mage supposedly operated. Confronting the desk clerk with my slate, I discovered that no orders or stone payments had ever been logged from Magnus or Helgi, confirming my worst fears that the gang leader had no intention of delivering my final rune token once Aya was dead. Forced to choose between playing into an ambush or striking preemptively, I waited for nightfall, activated my subtlety rune under a half-lit sky, and scaled the outer walls of the ludus to collect my smuggled blade from Harbor Tavern. Approaching the target merchant house, I bypassed the courtyard sentries and street traps entirely by using my force-enhanced jump to leap across adjacent rooftops, scaling down the wide chimney stack, and stepping into the upper hearth covered in shadow and soot. Moving silently past the sleeping bodyguards on the main floor, I sent my magical sense through the upper corridors until a dense, fiery aura of protective gold revealed Aya's private quarters. I slipped inside, drew my steel, and pressed the cold edge directly against the sleeping Scindian leader's throat, watching her eyes snap open in sudden, helpless terror. Cruising through the prep festivities of the pre-solstice streets, I slipped past early revelers and navigated the long crosstown hall to the broken mast. With Mahan now complicit in my illegal arcana, returning before dawn was no longer a frantic priority. He would cover for my absence to protect his own skin. I crossed the threshold into the tavern's closed common room, where Lucius dropped a pair of dice and smirked at my bloody return. Claiming my final payment waited upstairs, Lucius led me through the quiet halls to Magnus' private office. Inside, the gang lord sat behind his desk, pig snout nose twitching as my magical sense picked up the thick gold adornments strung across both men. When Lucius asked for my sword under the guise of disarming, I ignored him, extending an open palm for the rune token. When Magnus stalled for time to let his guards position themselves, I offered a grim smile, drew the lent blade, and prepared for battle. Panicked, Magnus bellowed for his men as Lucius threw open the door, sending a wave of gold-armored thugs spilling into the room. Unleashing my raw, force-enhanced power, I grabbed the heavy wooden desk with one arm and slammed it straight into the doorway, crushing the advancing front line and shattering bones. I disarmed the advancing Lucius with effortless gladiator precision, grabbed his collar, and launched him straight through the upper window to crash onto the alley cobblestones below. Superior swordplay made short work of the remaining bodyguards. Without the element of surprise, their tavern brawling instincts were useless against a trained ludus fighter. Leaving the survivors dead or fleeing, I cornered the cowering Magnus, foregoing any life-leeching magic to conserve my strength before slicing his throat wide open right above his gold necklace. As the chaos spilled into the surrounding alleys, I wiped my blade and descended to the lower level to clear out the staff quarters and kitchen. Before a dark-cornered serving girl could thrust her dagger into my ribs, my speed-enhanced grip clamped down on her wrist, halting the strike instantly. Iris pushed her way through the panicked cooks, barkeeps, and harlots, recognizing me and calming the room. Unwilling to leave the helpless staff to be slaughtered in the inevitable power vacuum I created, I raised my bloody blade and stood watch at the doorway, defending my makeshift tribe as Aya's incoming syndicate took the building by storm. I turned back 2 separate waves of rogue attackers with brutal disarms, holding the line until the tavern fell completely under Aya's control. Steering my charges out into the ruined common room, I met the Scindian leader as her men cleared away the corpses. Reminding her of the deal we brokered when I held a blade to her throat the previous night, I secured her promise to treat the innocent staff well and take over Magnus' debts. When her minions brought in Helgi, Aya confirmed she would connect the lore master with her own earth mage to craft my final rune token of recovery. Deal struck and the tavern secured under new management. I stashed my bloodied sword, slipped out into the pre-dawn shadows, and set a swift pace back to the Ludus before morning call. Arn slept well that night, taking quiet satisfaction in how he had turned Magnus' snare back on him and eliminated his greatest liability. Slicing through the gang leader's throat had drastically shrunk the circle of people who knew his secret as a spell-casting gladiator. Igneous, Mayhan, and Helena were all bound to silence by their own self-preservation. Helgi retained his northern loyalty, and the Spellbreaker, hunting his shadow, remained hopelessly off his trail. On Mandoi, Arn watched Helena complete her blessing over tomorrow's fighters, feeling a strange, lingering unease at the thought that forcing her hand to save the mission might have shattered their fragile truce. Joining her on the bench after the yard cleared, he opened their silent conversation by reassuring her that the mission was fully recovered and none the wiser. When he probed into why she despised her gift, using swift hand signs to explain how her patron Lady Luna's light naturally amplified all arcana and spell work, he watched the fabric of her dark veil shift as she frowned, completely ignorant of the divine connection between her goddess and the art. Shifting topics, he confirmed his entry in the upcoming Solstice Games, revealing to her horror that last year's champion had been a secret spellcaster himself. Her quiet dismay over the Empire's endless deceit brought a half-hearted laugh between them as they acknowledged their contrasting roles in the city. She bound to mend the broken, and he destined to break them. Mayhan broke up their silent debate to usher her toward the residence gate, following the mute Tyrian back to his cell to grumble about theological chatter and accuse him of bringing nothing but trouble to the house. Arn simply closed his cell door with a quiet smirk, amused by how little the weapons master would appreciate the massive surge of spell power he planned to siphon from every arena victory. Far across the city, high in the tower of the arcane, the spellbreaker Atrus met with Master Cora to report his lack of progress. He cleared Master Vasilia of necromancy, explaining that buying arena corpses for anatomical studies violated city law, but not their arcana codes, as he had found no trace of reanimated flesh in her possession. Frustrated that he could not break into her private chambers on speculation alone, Atrus shifted the blame to the elusive Tyrian Skáld, admitting the northern barbarian had somehow slipped through every net set at the docks and gates. With the celestial conjunction drawing near, the spellbreaker promised to wrap up his search shortly and return to Arkan, leaving the red mage to stew in her unproven suspicions. A 5-day melted into Soul Day as the gladiators of House Igneous gathered in the common room, foregoing their usual arena bouts to hear Mayhan lay out the rules of the Solstice Games. The weapons master barked his warning into the silent crowd, explaining that every fighter faced daily, life-or-death matches, with the survivors of the first 4 days advancing to a brutal, free-for-all grand melee on the 5th. Stunned by the chaotic nature of the upcoming Royale, where taking out last year's champion made him the primary target, I realized my magical edge would be tested to its absolute limit, resolving to pay close attention to Mahan's guidance when the day arrived. That night, I wrapped myself in shadows and slipped past the Ludus walls to Helgi's home, shaking the grumpy lore master awake to claim my final rune token of recovery. Grasping the stone with quiet satisfaction, I knew its healing power would keep my body whole through the grueling 5-day of nonstop combat, completing my full set of minor runes. I then held out my bound arm, pressing Helgi on a solution for the tracking band. The old man confirmed he could craft an unbinding rune, but warned it would take 10 days for the necessary materials to arrive by ship from Tyria. I quickly scribbled a promise on my slate to return in 10 days with all the gold won from my championship, then set off into the bustling, pre-solstice streets, dodging drunkards and trash piles on my return journey. The foreign festivities stirred sudden, vivid memories of the last solstice moot in Tyria, where I had taken the floor to fiercely oppose an imperial expansion proposal presented by the Mage Knight Salvius. My impassioned speech as the Bladezinger had swayed the 9 tribes to reject the Aquilan Empire's creeping reach, unwittingly setting off the dark chain of events that led to my capture and enslavement. Returning to my cell, I shoved the bitter ghost of my past aside, tightly gripped the stone, and began siphoning its magic to reactivate my final rune before dawn. Trumpets blared and bronze glinted in the oppressive solstice heat as 40 gladiators mounted 21 elevated wooden platforms, looking like prize cattle waiting for an oversized butcher's block. From a central pedestal, the master of the games bellowed through a magically amplified voice, dedicating the coming slaughter as a sacred sacrifice to Sol, while a massive bull bled out across the planks to inaugurate the day. I idly wondered how they dragged such a fat beast up those narrow stairs without turning the opening ceremony into an accidental comedy, but my attention quickly shifted to the spear-wielding Triarius across the narrow ring. Paying no mind to the roaring crowd, I summoned the blade song, letting spell power guide my steel to parry his point and carve a lethal furrow across his chest. As the man collapsed to his knees, staring in wide-eyed shock at his own slipping innards, a fleeting, completely useless urge to apologize crossed my mind, a silly thought, considering the arena didn't exactly offer refunds for emotional distress. I struck him down, drank in his stolen life force to fuel my seer, and endured the familiar surge of magical backlash, taking comfort in the fact that while my muscles burned, his were currently being readied for the garbage pile. Face to face with a weary official who struggled to figure out if I was mute or just illiterate, I tapped my slate, confirmed my name, and limped back into the underground tunnels, leaving the blood-drunk audience to cheer for an empire that spent millions on bronze trumpets just to watch men die in dirt. By the second day, the original field of hundreds had been trimmed down to 200, the dark lower halls thick with the stench of the furnace room, where workers shoveled the losers like cheap firewood, while physicians handed out laudanum drops to the dying, the ultimate imperial mercy. Waiting alongside my surviving housemates, I gave a quiet nod to Domitian as he returned victorious, accepting his unnecessarily aggressive slap on the shoulder before stepping up to face a legionarius who paled at the sight of my scars. The poor bastard began frantically mumbling prayers to Sol and Malik, seemingly unaware that gods rarely take last-minute defense calls from men standing on a butcher's plank. Arcana flowed through my steel, and I decapitated him mid-verse, taking his life force and proving once again that a fast blade beats a slow prayer every single time. The third day brought the field down to 100, pairing me against another Triarius whose arterial blood painted my face red before my steel finished the job. The rush of siphoned power washed over me in a wave of dark euphoria, instantly drowning out my brief moment of guilt alongside the delightful taste of bile and aching muscles. Returning to the Ludus that evening, the barracks were dead silent for Titus, a fellow fighter who had committed the unforgivable arena sin of dying on the cart ride home instead of putting on a proper show. Following Sigismund into the workshop, I looked down at the corpse, feeling a strange mix of sympathy for his new widow and relief that I wasn't the one currently being sized up for a dirt hole. I pulled a silver coin from my belt, placed it on his eyes to pay his toll to the afterlife, and retreated to my cell, hoping the boatman accepted imperial silver. On the fourth day, with 50 gladiators remaining, I cut open the throat of yet another Triarius, confirming that spears gave men just enough extra reach to die 4 seconds later than short sword fighters. As I siphoned his vitality, my seer swelled back toward its old glory, leaving me so lightheaded with power that I almost forgot I was standing in a pool of another man's gore. Descending the ladder, a deafening, unified roar echoed from the packed stands, the crowd wildly chanting my title, Blood Eagle. Blood Eagle. In hungry praise of the free slaughterhouse demonstration I had provided. I looked up at their cheering, foolish faces with pure disgust, chuckling internally at the irony that these people were paying good coin to celebrate the very man who would happily slit all their throats for a quiet walk home. Returning to the dark tunnels, I steeled myself for tomorrow's grand melee, ready to turn their precious festival into my official exit strategy. Mayhem gathered the 3 of us left standing from House Igneous on the eve of the final grand melee, laying out the ugly reality of the Royale like a butcher explaining how to haul cattle. While I cared nothing for the title of champion, having already milked enough siphon arcana to fully restore my baseline strength, I knew the other houses would happily slaughter a lone survivor just for the sport of it. Mayhem laid it out plainly. 25 gladiators from 10 houses would crowd a single, rail-less elevated platform, with larger stables like House Petrus fielding 6 fighters to swallow everyone else whole. Our only hope was to stick together in a tight, 3-man tripod, Sigismund anchoring the right with his tower shield, Domitian using his long spear in the center, and me on the swift left flank, covering each other's blind spots like a makeshift tribe. When Sigismund made a gruff pre-battle speech in the holding area, asking me to set aside my hatred for Aquilans for 1 hour so we could survive the carnage together, I leaned my blade against the wall and clapped a hand on both their shoulders. They had helped me rebuild my broken body over months of brutal training, and in this rotten empire, these doomed men were the closest thing I had to a family. The next morning, we stepped onto an expanded central platform with no guardrails to catch a falling man, looking over a sea of 50,000 screaming lunatics who paid good coin to see 25 men butcher each other on a giant dining table. As the official bellowed for the fight to start, the platform instantly degenerated into a chaotic meat grinder. We took 2 steps forward to keep from getting pushed off the edge, letting single fighters and smaller houses foolishly crash against the 6-man wall of House Petrus while a few stray attackers tested our line. Activating my rune of swiftness, I parried a thrusting spear with my buckler, seized the wooden shaft, and chopped it clean in half with an arcana-boosted stroke, leaving my attacker staring at a useless stick like a shocked child before he scrambled to pick up a dead man's gladius. The strategy was working smoothly until a legionarius forced his way, close under a heavy shield. Domitian surged 2 steps out of formation to impale him, breaking our line and leaving his own right side wide open. A second attacker carved a deep gash down Domitian's sword arm, and before I could even choke out a warning through my ruined throat, a third enemy launched a flying kick straight into a shield, sending our spearmen tumbling off the edge to the soft sand below. Now down to just Sigismund and myself, I unleashed my blade song, weaving through a flurry of strikes to gut 2 encroachers in a blur of blood before retreating behind Sigismund's iron defense. But our relief was short-lived. The 5 remaining gladiators of House Petrus had finished off the rest of the platform and were now advancing on us like a pack of hungry wolves. Knowing that stepping forward would leave Sigismund surrounded and cut to ribbons, I waited for an opening, only to watch a thrown javelin punch straight through Sigismund's leg, dropping the big man to 1 knee with a roar of pain. Realizing his bleeding leg would drag us both into a grave within seconds, I did the only logical, merciful thing a good teammate could do. I swung my blade in a wide arc to clear a foot of space, grabbed Sigismund by the back of his heavy collar, and unceremoniously heaved him off the platform to join Domitian in the sand. The 5 Petrus thugs actually laughed when they saw a skinny, mute Tyrian standing entirely alone, obviously assuming the rat had just saved them the trouble of killing his partner. I offered them a bloody, psychotic smile, summoned my full blade song, and showed them why assuming things in arena gets you buried in a ditch. Their spears and swords struck empty air as my spell-guided blade cut through armor, bone, and flesh with terrifying, unnatural force. In under a minute, 4 of them were bleeding out across the wooden planks, leaving only a bald gladiator I vaguely recognized from the magistrate's garden party. I sliced his leg open, bringing him to his knees, where he closed his eyes and awaited the executioner's blow. My internal hunger screamed at me to cut his throat and feast on his remaining life force, but I had all the power I needed. Instead, I cracked him across the temple with my heavy pommel, knocking him cold and sparing his life. Dropping my blood-soaked sword, I stood alone on the platform, gasping for air as sweat washed through the drying gore on my face, and raised both arms to the sky to hail thunderous. The 50,000 idiots in the stands erupted into a deafening, delusional cheer, completely convinced my victory salute to the northern storm god was a humble bow to their imperial majesty. Ignoring their roaring ignorance, I dropped off the edge of the platform to the sand below, landing right in front of my 2 battered housemates. Domitian threw a heavy, laughing arm around my shoulder, shouting about his mad northern dog, while Sigismund simply inclined his head in solemn respect to the new champion of the Solstice Games. Naturally, there was a ridiculous victory ceremony. They dragged me right back up onto the gore-stained wooden platform, surrounded by 24 fresh corpses, and placed a leafy green laurel wreath upon my head like a garnish on a roasted pig. After an endless parade of pompous rituals, my cart finally rumbled through the streets toward House Igneous around dusk. The city was packed with solstice drunkards dancing, screaming, and singing, a chaotic wall of noise that barely registered after 5 straight days of 50,000 bloodthirsty lunatics roaring in an arena. When we returned, the ludus had transformed into a hero's welcome. Tables were set up across the training yard for a proper feast, and after I scrubbed 5 days of sweat, dust, and dry blood off my skin, I threw in a clean white tunic and returned wearing my stupid wreath. The gladiators erupted, stomping their boots and slamming their fists until the jug handles rattled and plates bounced on the tables. Only fighters sat at our board, filling cups endlessly and serving one another without a single inner-house servant in sight. Just as I sat down to finally eat, an imperial guard ruined the mood by announcing that the Dominus summoned me immediately. My table mates loudly protested, swearing it was an outrage to steal a champion away from his own meal, but I simply shrugged, got to my feet, and followed the guard through the inner corridors to Igneous's private study. The bald Lanista sat on his desk, his massive eyebrows looming over his hairless face like 2 caterpillars. He offered a fake smile, informing me my prize money had been credited to my ledger, and promising he would look for a high-tier healer to restore my severed tongue. I knew it was pure rat talk. He had zero intention of wasting coin on a cure, but I bowed my head obediently, letting him believe his lie worked. He went on to gush about how I would no longer fight in standard matches, boasting that he would pack arenas by putting me up against multiple opponents at once for higher stakes. I could practically hear the coins clinking in his greedy head. Then came the final catch. I was required to attend formal victory galas hosted by city magistrates over the next 5 days. He smirked, reminding me that since I was mute, my only job was to stand around looking pretty in my wreath without ruining the mood with conversation. Clenching my fist behind my back, I took a deep breath, reminded myself it was only for a few more days until Helgi finished my unbinding rune, and bowed one last time before returning to the yard. Back at the feast, the atmosphere was gloriously out of hand. The usual ludus hierarchy had completely dissolved under a mountain of wine. Volunteers, prisoners of war, and condemned men sat shoulder to shoulder without a hint of bad blood. Domitian sat on my left and Sigismund on my right, both nursing their injuries with brimming wooden tankards. Marcus, the arrogant damnatus who had tried to bully me on my first day in the cells, was now leading the table and singing my praises louder than anyone else. Raising my cup to the room, I looked around at their battered, smiling faces and realized the bitter truth I had tried so hard to deny. Despite my desperate plans to escape this city, these doomed bastards had become my tribe. By sunrise, The training yard looked like the aftermath of a catastrophic military defeat, except the casualties were caused by cheap wine rather than iron. Men lay passed out across benches, slumped over tables, or sleeping face down on the dirt. Thanks to my recovery rune, I was the first one awake, my body purging the brutal hangover before the sun even hit the yard walls. Mahan strolled through the wreckage like an officer surveying a fallen platoon, wincing as he passed Marcus, snoring directly into a bowl of half-eaten stew. When I gestured to him that I wanted half of my championship prize money transferred directly to Domitian's ledger, the weapons master squinted in suspicion. I quickly signed a lie, claiming I was simply repaying Domitian for a debt from when he was ill. Satisfied, Mahan reminded me to keep my golden wreath clean for the magistrate's party tonight and excused me from morning drills. Heading off to the baths to scrub away the cheap wine and sour sweat, I took a deep breath, telling myself the exact same line once again, just a few more days. The white tunic they forced me in and made me feel like a painted clown at a street carnival, leaving the cheap green leaves of my laurel crown as the only splash of color on my back. I would have gladly pitched the wreath into the sewer, but Sigismund had explained its history, how old legionaries were once crowned with bay after impossible deeds of valor, before squeamish legates banned soldiers from honoring their own. After scarfing down cold kitchen leftovers to ensure I didn't starve among nobles who considered feeding a mute gladiator an afterthought, I was herded into a carriage with Igneous and his family. Rumbles of citywide solstice drunkenness filled the streets as we passed the Maidens of the Moon convent and pulled into the courtyard of a sprawling, columned palace. It was built to radiate imperial grandeur, yet its cold, dead stonework felt hollow, as if Aquilans built giant halls purely to disguise how small they were inside. Stripped of my writing tablet to avoid embarrassing my master, I stepped inside, carrying only a hidden sewing needle and a few coins tucked in my belt. The Dominus stepped forward to greet us, and the moment his voice echoed through the hall, my blood ran cold. It was Salvius, staring into the face of the very mage knight who had overseen my downfall. My fingers reflexively twitched for an absent sword hilt. I forced my breathing to steady. I couldn't kill a trained battle mage with my bare hands, not when the tracking band on my wrist still bound me to the ludus. Igneous bowed like a groveling dog, while Salvius ushered the family toward the gardens, leading us instead into a luxurious trophy room packed with high magistrates sipping wine in silk doublets and velvet togas. The noble parade immediately treated me like a prized heifer at market, chuckling over how a lithe fighter could take the wreath over heavier brutes. But their fleeting interest vanished the moment Salvius casually directed the room toward his latest collection of foreign oddities. Hanging on the wall above a brown feather tied to a nail was my unsheathed blade, its runic engravings glistening in the lamplight. Seeing my own steel, forged from iron, I gathered myself, and enchanted by Tyria's greatest lore master, reduced to a wall decoration for bored imperial aristocrats, drained every drop of color from my face. When Salvius bragged to his guests that he had won the blade after defeating a northern skald and feeding him to the lions, my jaw set tight. I waited for the trap to spring, preparing to play the deaf idiot and ignore his taunts while weighing the suicidal impulse to tear the floorboards apart with raw arcana, seize my sword, and butcher every noble in the room. But the true strike came when a magistrate asked if Salvius would lead the next northern delegation. The mage knight shook his head, nonchalantly revealing that the emperor was reassigning him to the distant Western Isles, and that his ship sailed in a matter of days. The realization hit me like a physical blow. If Salvius left Aquila, he would be months across the ocean before I could ever hope to track him down. The gods had placed my enemy, my stolen blade, and my revenge in the same room for a reason. Salvius had to die tonight, consequences be damned. Seeping my seer into the floorboards beneath my boots, I prepared to shatter the stone, send the nobles sprawling, and repaint the trophy room in imperial blood. I felt footsteps approaching the threshold and paused for a fraction of a second to trap the newcomer in the blast. A servant stepped inside, announcing the arrival of the prioress, and two veiled nuns entered the room. My spell halted in my throat as I recognized the younger woman following behind, Sister Helena. The surge of seer humming beneath my boots dissolved as I let the spell fade back into the stone. Fortunately, the room's wealthy parasites shifted as one toward the threshold to greet the newcomers, completely ignoring the mute gladiator standing in the shadows behind them. Salvius put on a theatrical display of hospitality for the aged Mother Superior, who formally introduced Sister Helena as her successor in training before leading the group toward the garden feast. Igneous signaled impatiently for me to keep pace, but as the crowd shuffled into the corridor, Helena subtly fell back until she was walking right beside me. Her fingers flickered in swift, silent hand signs to congratulate me on my laurel wreath, explaining that she was attending the gala to learn the delicate art of coaxing donations from the Empire's elite to establish a new chapter house on the Western Isles. Moving past dead marble columns and carved stone trees that filled me with nothing but disgust, she read the tightness in my posture with uncanny accuracy, signing a quiet question about what had made me look like a jar about to burst in. The trophy room. Left with no tablet, I signaled the ugly truth directly. Salvius had my stolen sword and my tribal token pinned to his wall like hunting trophies. A heavy pause hung between us as the realization settled in. Instead of offering a sanctimonious lecture on turning the other cheek, she admitted she could barely comprehend the sheer discipline it took not to tear him apart on the spot. But then her signs turned urgent, warning me that if the mage knight didn't know my true identity, attacking him now was a death sentence, that he was far too dangerous, and she couldn't bear to see me broken any further. Just as we reached the edge of the torchlit gardens, her hand darted out to give mine a forbidden, desperate squeeze, her voice dropping to a fragile whisper that pleaded for me not to do anything rash. Igneous immediately yanked me back to his side to act as a silent garden statue for the rest of the night, sparing me from making a promise I had no intention of keeping. Igneous and his host traded shallow pleasantries until we finally took our leave, with me continuing my act as a deaf, illiterate brute so the drunk aristocrats would quickly lose interest and return to their wine. Rumbling back through the chaotic, solstice-drenched streets in the open carriage, the dark fog in my mind cleared into absolute, sharp focus. I no longer cursed the gods for Helena's interruption. I blessed them. In a single evening, I had uncovered 3 vital truths: the exact location of my sacred blade, the layout of Salvius's personal estate, and the undeniable fact that I had to strike before his ship set sail for the Western Isles. Eyeing the faint sliver of moonlight overhead, I mapped every turn of the city streets in my head, knowing that tonight, the Bladezinger would finally collect his debt. Once the Ludus fell dead silent, I set my long-awaited retribution into motion. Channeling a faint pulse of earth arcana into the lock mechanism, I slipped past the gate separating the gladiator barracks from the inner house and ducked into Gaius's office. Working swiftly under the cold moonlight streaming through the glass window, I penned a brief missive, folded the parchment, and tucked it into my leather training tunic. Then, gathering the surrounding shadows like a second cloak, I scaled the outer wall and dropped into the silent streets. The journey to Salvius's palace was an agonizingly slow crawl compared to the swift carriage ride, but every step was fueled by months of agonizing preparation. Rebuilding my shattered bones, honing my muscle back into lethal shape, painstakingly restoring my body's minor runes, and coaxing my drained spell power back from the brink, it had all been leading to this single midnight hour. I knew better than to rely on raw spellcraft. In a prolonged clash of magic, a fully restored legionary mage knight would outmatch my diminished elemental reserves. But I didn't need a prolonged duel. I just needed one clean, perfectly timed strike. Reaching the high walls of the estate, I bypassed the shadow-draped perimeter and outer guards with ease. The locked-back entrances proved more troublesome. The sneaky Aquilin bastards had laced the keyholes with gold leaf, making the deadbolts completely inert to my unlocking magic. Scanning the manicure gardens, I spotted an open second-story window. Activating my rune of physical strength, I hauled my weight up the stone facade, pulled myself over the sill, and ghosted past a pair of snoring, wine-dazed guests. Pulses of sear trickled through my boots into the floorboards, mapping the silent corridors until I reached the familiar trophy room. There, hanging on the wall like a common ornament, was my sword. The moment my fingers wrapped around the silver-bound hilt, an overwhelming wave of relief washed over my chest. I traced the subtle, steel-strengthening runes etched into the metal. The sacred blade that had once felled a lindworm was back in the hands of its true master. I strapped the scabbard to my hip, took a deep breath as its familiar weight anchored my soul, and snatched my enchanted eagle feather off the display, tying the tribal token directly to my belt. Rearmed and whole once more, I retraced my steps to the upper residential wing, checking room after room until I found the largest chamber. There lay Salvius, fast asleep in his massive bed. I could have easily slit his throat in the dark, but taking my blood debt like a coward in the night was beneath me. The Mage Knight had reduced me to a beast, and I wanted him wide awake to witness my resurrection. I ignited a small oil lamp, stepped to the bedside, and gripped his shoulder. Salvius stirred, squinting against the lamplight. "Sextus, is that you?" Instead of speaking, I thrust the folded parchment into his face. Grumbling, he opened it to read the bold ink. "Salvius, Mage Knight of Aquila, the Bladesinger challenges you to a duel." He lowered the paper, staring into the gloom. What utter nonsense is this? I shifted the lamp, letting the warm light illuminate my scarred face. Recognition hit him instantly, his sneer twisting into incredulous amusement. "The Northern Savage. So you truly survived? You weren't just some gladiator, but that arrogant northern rooster crowing in the mud. To think the mute beast I threw to the lions stands in my bedroom." He tossed the blankets aside, standing tall in his nightshirt without a trace of fear, completely oblivious to the fact that the wing-clipped bird in front of him was ready to rip his throat out. I pointed sternly to the parchment in his hand. If he dared to raise the alarm, I would burn my remaining arcana to kill him instantly, but a proper warrior's duel was the honorable path. Salvius smirked, waving the paper in the air. "You're serious? Very well, Savage. I accept." He gestured toward his wardrobe. "Mind if I dress for the occasion?" I made a sweeping gesture, stepping back to grant him leave. He quickly pulled on a leather tunic, buckled his arming belt, and unsheathed his gladius. "One weapon, then? My estate has a stone gymnasium in the cellar, spacious, quiet, and far from my sleeping guests. Shall we?" I nodded, gesturing toward the door for him to take the lead. "Lead the way, Master Blood Eagle," Salvius chuckled, grabbing the lamp as he stepped into the dark hallway. Though calling a mute a Bladesinger feels like a bit of a cruel joke, doesn't it? I suppose your gladiator title will have to do. Walking 2 paces behind his exposed back, my hand rested lightly on my silver hilt. The Bladesinger he thought he broke was dead, but as we descended into the dark depths of his palace, the northern dog was about to collect his piece of flesh. Salvius made no attempt to call for help as we descended the long flights of stairs toward the basement gymnasium, bound by a battle mage's warped sense of honor to answer my challenge. The underground ring was a circular pit of thick, earth-backed stone, a brutal cauldron where spellcasters could unleash their arts without bringing down the house. Salvius set the oil lamp in the center of the room, drew his gladius, and lunged the second I nodded. Defensive wards flared around him as he closed the distance with magically boosted speed. I parried his first assault with my Spellblade, using my own strength runes to match his momentum, but he immediately tried to pin me against the stone wall. Turning his own trap against him, I slammed my offhand into the stonework behind me, tearing a chunk of masonry free with Earth Arcana and launching it straight at his head. Salvius dove out of the way, accidentally kicking over the lamp in his haste. Retreaking a step, he placed the light safely on the lowest stair, flashed a psychotic, toothy grin, and rushed me again. He used his shorter blade to press close where I had less room to swing. Activating my blade song, I wove through his rapid thrusts, buying a fraction of a second to stomp the wooden floorboards and shatter the boards beneath his boots. The sudden tremor threw him off balance, and I seized the opening, letting sear flow into my silver runes as I drove him back with precision strikes. My edge slipped past his guard, slicing into his shoulder, only to bite into a layer of invisible, dense mana armor that left his skin completely unmarked. Before I could reset my stance, Salvius sneered and counter-slashed across my chest, his gladius carving a burning gash through my leather armor that immediately drew blood. Realizing I would run out of magic long before his unblemished reserves drained, I changed tactics. Stomping the cracked floor a second time, I forced him to step aside, creating just enough space to retreat toward the shadows while coating my blade in a thick layer of frozen, magical ice. As Salvius charged into the dark, swinging his sword in a wide arc, I ducked beneath his blow and drove a deep, frost-covered thrust straight into his chest. His anti-steel wards failed against the magical ice. The blade punched through his sternum like paper. I pulled the sword free, circled behind him as he clutched the fountain of blood pouring from his chest, and cleanly severed both of his hamstrings. Dropping the dying mage knight to his knees, I grabbed him by the hair and severed his head with one heavy, arcana-charged stroke. The moment his life extinguished, I seized a massive surge of raw arcana bursting from his dying soul, leeching his power directly into my own core. The sheer feedback of stealing a high-tier wizard's magic hit me like a sledgehammer. My vision went black, blood filled my mouth, and the agony in my chest burned like liquid fire as I collapsed to my knees beside his corpse. When my sight finally cleared and my body obeyed me again, I forced his headless frame back into a kneeling position, using earth magic to keep it upright. Refusing to stain my own sacred blade with dishonorable butchery, I grabbed his discarded gladius, sliced open his tunic, and carved the blood eagle into his bare back. A grim, bloody warning to the empire of what awaited them in the far north. I wiped my sword, sheathed it, and turned toward the exit, only to see a lantern flickering at the top of the stairs. I pulled the shadows tight around myself, wincing as the small spark of magic sent fresh agonies through my drained body. An old servant stepped into the gymnasium, carrying a cup of wine, froze at the sight of the mutilated corpse, and dropped the cup, spilling red liquid across the blood-soaked floor. Help! Murder! The Dominus is dead. I broke into a dead sprint, shoving the screaming old man aside and taking the stairs 3 at a time. The entire palace exploded into chaos around me as I raced through the corridors into the outer courtyard. Pursued by the shouts of armed guards and baying hounds, I pushed my body to its absolute limit, calling on my force rune to vault the high outer wall. My arms nearly tore from their sockets as I hauled myself over, dropping onto the hard cobblestones on the other side. The moon suddenly burst through the clouds, bathing the open street in bright, unforgiving light and destroying any chance of slipping into the shadows. Behind me, the heavy clatter of hooves signaled mounted guards giving chase. With my lungs burning and the chest wound pouring blood, I realized I would never make it back to the Ludus on foot. Cornered against the surrounding estates, I summoned one last desperate surge of force arcana and threw myself over the stone wall of the compound to my right. I hit the dirt on the other side like a sack of stones, an agonizing pop echoing from my right ankle as I crumpled into the grass. Dragging myself up against the wall, I tested the joint, sprained but not broken. Catching my breath under the canopy of sweet-smelling fruit trees, I looked toward the quiet inner buildings, realizing the desperate irony of where my desperate leap had landed me. Tonight, the Maidens of the Moon had an armed, bloody intruder in their sanctuary. The shadows had already lengthened across the limestone courtyard by the time I breached the high wall of the convent, dropping silently into the herb garden. Every breath tasted of iron and salt. My magic lay coiled like a dormant serpent beneath my ribs, spent and aching from the slaughter at the estate, but the adrenaline carried me forward. I knew every shadow, every quiet archway of this sanctuary. I had lived in its belly as a broken monster, and now I returned as a killer, Sister Helena was kneeling before the stone altar in the quiet sanctuary, her hands clasped in silent prayer beneath the faint shimmer of moonlight. She did not hear my boots on the flagstones until I stood directly behind her, my dark silhouette cutting across the candlelight. When she turned and saw me, her body recoiled in violent shock. The color drained from her visible skin above her veil, her dark eyes widening with a mix of terror and disbelief. I did not utter a word. I simply stood there, blood drying on my leather brigandine, letting my silence deliver the truth of what I had done. Her fingers twitched, then flared into the swift, silent motions of our shared sign language. Arn, are you insane? What are you doing here? I lifted my hands, my fingers responding with slow, deliberate precision. I came to tell you it is finished. Salvius is dead. A shudder racked her frame. Her hands flew to her face, pressing against the cloth of her veil as if to stifle an invisible scream. You promised me. Her hands trembled violently as she formed the shapes. You swore you would leave Aquila. You swore no more blood. I swore to protect you. I signed back, my expression stone, unwavering in the conviction that every drop of blood spilled was righteous. The man was a beast who took pleasure in the suffering of others. He knew what you were. He would have dragged you into the dark just as he dragged me. I excised the cancer before it could spread. You were the monster, Arn. Her signing was furious now, sharp and chaotic, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. You bring death wherever you walk. You hide behind your vengeance, but you are no savior. You are just a hollow weapon that knows only how to destroy. Her words were meant to cut, to shatter my resolve, but they struck against the cold armor of my certainty and broke harmlessly. She was naive. She lived in a world of whitewashed stone and gentle hymns, ignorant of the brutal truth of the arena and the wolves that governed it. She did not understand that mercy was a luxury for the dead. I had carved a blood eagle into that imperial bastard's back for her, for my slaughtered kin, and for the honor of Tyria. She would see the necessity of it eventually. When the fear subsided, she would realize I had set her free. Before I could sign another response, heavy footfalls echoed down the outer corridor. Iron-shod boots clattered against the stone steps, accompanied by the muffled, agitated shouts of the convent guards making their evening rounds. Helena froze, her eyes darting toward the arched doorway, then back to me. The anger in her posture gave way to a desperate, panicked urgency. Go, her hands commanded frantically. If they find you here, they will drag us both to the block. Get out. I did not move immediately. I reached out a hand toward her, offering the silent protection she refused to see she needed. She violently slapped my hand away, stepping back into the shadow of the altar, her eyes burning with a cold, absolute rejection that felt far sharper than any blade. Do not touch me. Never touch me again. Leave. The iron boots grew louder, rounding the corner toward the sanctuary doors. I gave her one last, long look, certain that once the shock faded, her gratitude would remain, then turn on my heel. Melding into the darkness of the vaulted ceiling with a quiet surge of my remaining strength, I slipped out through the high stained-glass window and vanished into the night air, leaving the convent and its fragile peace behind me. With my seers sufficiently recharged, I ghosted through the silent convent under the cloak of shadow and scaled the outer wall with effortless speed. The streets were dead, completely drained of the previous 5 days' drunken solstice chaos. My body screamed for sleep, but I couldn't risk stashing a northern blade inside the ludus. If Igneous recognized it as the missing trophy from Salvius's estate, my head would be on a pike by noon. No longer limping on my healed ankle, I altered my course and sprinted toward the harbor. Reaching the docks, I slipped through the back door of Helgi's hut using a spark of arcana to pick the lock. The room was pitch black. I ignited a small oil lamp, looking for the lore master to hand off my blade and check on my unbinding rune, but his bed was empty. On the wooden table sat a smooth stone engraved with the unbinding symbol. Helgi had started the ritual, but it was far from finished. Suddenly, a tiny noise drew my eye to the window. The wooden shutters were cracked slightly, and alone I was peering inside. Remembering Helgi's warning about imperial spellbreakers watching his house, I doused the lamp, bolted out the door, and ducked into the dark labyrinth of harbor alleys. Outside the hut, a local street urchin chuckled to himself and ambled off into the night. Once I was sure no one was tailing me, I caught my breath and faced the cold reality of my deadline. Dawn was fast approaching. If I wasn't in my cell when the morning bell rang, my absence during Salvius's murder would be impossible to explain. Stashing the sword at the Ludus was too dangerous, but running past the docks gave me a far better alternative, someone who owed me a debt for saving her life the night Magnus died. I pounded on the back door of the broken mast until Iris yanked it open, her annoyed grimace turning to total shock. "Northman!" I pushed past her into the room, unbuckling my silver-bound sword and eagle feather from my belt. "Look, I'm flattered, but I'm exhausted," she muttered, eyeing the weapon with deep confusion. "What am I supposed to do with this?" Without a word, I took the blade back, shoved it deep under her bed alongside the feather, and held up a single finger before resting my cheek against folded hands. "You'll be back tomorrow night?" Iris sighed, taking the hint. "Fine, I'll keep it safe, but get out of here before you owe me coin." Leaving my sacred blade in her hands, I sprinted back across the city to House Igneous. My body protested violently as I used my force rune to clear the Ludus wall one last time, landing heavy in the training yard with a jolt of pain in my tender ankle. Staggering into my cell, the overwhelming fatigue of a night filled with blood, escape, and desperate sprints finally crashed over me like a tidal wave. Tomorrow, I would figure out my freedom. Tonight, my head hit the straw, and I surrendered to the dark. The stench of blood and spilled wine still hung heavy in the air when I returned to the estate at midnight, slipping through the broken gate like a ghost. I needed to see my work one last time to ensure the imperial dogs understood the message carved into their master's flesh. From the shadows of the upper gallery, I watched the chaos unfold below. The household was in total ruin. Panicked patricians in rich silk robes fled into the streets, while the remaining guards babbled nonsense, terrified that a horde of northern demons had descended upon the house. Among the fleeing crowds, a single figure walked against the tide, moving with a calm, terrifying intent. He wore no armor, carried no drawn steel, yet the air around him warped with a suffocating, dense weight. An Archean spellbreaker. I pulled my cloak tight, stepping deeper into the alcove's gloom, holding my breath as he passed beneath my vantage point. The old household servant who had caught me earlier scurried up to him, weeping and wringing his hands, pointing a trembling finger down toward the basement gymnasium. The spellbreaker offered no words of comfort, merely stepping past the old fool and descending into the dark pit where Salvius's corpse lay. Curiosity pulled me toward the stairs. Slipping silently through the upper corridors, I reached the threshold of the subterranean ring and peered into the chamber from above. Down in the circular pit, a floating orb of cold, unnatural light illuminated the butcher's shop I had left behind. Salvius's headless torso sat upright, held in place by my earth arcana, the carved rib wings on his back gaping open to the stone ceiling. The spellbreaker knelt beside the body. He showed no horror, no disgust. His eyes were cold, calculating, tracing the path of my blade with practiced precision. He pulled a small wax tablet from his tunic and scratched notes into it, his fingers moving with rhythmic, clinical speed. He knew, looking at the severed hamstrings, the frostbitten chest wound, and the carved blood eagle, he was piecing together the profile of a Tyrian Spellblade. He wasn't just investigating a murder. He was hunting a Skáld. The spellbreaker rose, extinguishing his floating light, and ascended the stairs. I melted backward into the darkness of the servant quarters, tracking his heavy footfalls as he returned to the main hall. The domina stood waiting for him, pale and rigid in her mourning robes, clutching a blood-stained kerchief to her chest. She gestured wildly toward the basement, her eyes wide with hysterical rage as she pointed toward the western gates, toward the docks. The spellbreaker listened without expression. He reached into his coat, retrieved a silver token stamped with the crest of the Archean Order, and held it before her face. Whatever unspoken authority that token carried, it instantly silenced her ranting. He turned on his heel and strode out of the mansion, heading straight into the night toward the harbor. He was following the scent. He believed the city belonged to his order, that his ancient magic gave him total dominion over the streets of Aquila. He didn't realize he was marching into a web I had already spun, chasing a ghost who had already hidden his steel in the dark. I watched him disappear into the foggy alleyways, feeling the cold thrill of the hunt settle deep into my bones. He was coming for me, but when we finally met, he would find that a Tyrian Skáld does not break so easily. I dragged my bruised body onto the training sands as the noon heat hit its peak, every muscle aching from the morning's brutal sparring. My seer remained dangerously low, flickered like a dying candle, leaving me exposed and hyper-aware of every footstep in the ludus. I had managed to secure a single bell of rest from Mayhan, but it had done nothing to wash away the exhaustion or the cold dread coiling in my gut. A heavy hand clapped on my shoulder, interrupting my breathing exercise. A guard motioned toward the iron gate, separating the ludus from the inner quarters. Sister Helena stood behind the bars, wrapped head to toe in her grave vows and veil. The guard gave us a wary glance, then turned and ambled down the hall to grant us privacy. The moment his back turned, her hands flew into sharp, trembling shapes. Sister Joanna is dead. You killed her. I met her hidden gaze, my chest rising and falling in silent, unyielding calm. Yes. Her fingers flared in a chaotic burst of furious hand signs. How could you? I sheltered you. I lied for you. And you murdered a sister in her sleep. My own hands moved with cold, deliberate force. She was a monster who beat you. She used your past to chain you in guilt. I cut away the poison. She fed orphans. She tended the sick. Her signing grew frantic, tears spilling over the rim of her veil. She was going on an expedition across the sea. She was leaving Aquila forever. I would have been free of her without your blood on my hands. I stood unmoving as her accusations rained down. She was blind to the nature of the world, trapped in the false morality of her convent. Cruelty dressed in holy robes was still cruelty, and I had simply delivered the judgment she was too weak to execute. You bring only death. Her hands delivered a final, bitter sign. I have taken her place on the ship. I am leaving this continent. Do not ever seek me out. She whipped around and fled down the corridor. I gripped the iron bars of the gate, my knuckles turning white, tempted to unleash a surge of force arcana and warp the iron to prove she could not run from the truth. But I let go. Freedom was nearly mine. Let her nurse her delicate lies across the ocean. By late afternoon, as the gladiators began clearing the yard for evening rations, the front gates blew inward off their hinges. Dozens of city guards poured onto the sand, spears leveled. Behind them walked the man from the Salvius estate, the Archean spellbreaker, Atrus. He wore no mail, drew no steel, yet his presence flattened the air in the yard like an incoming storm. Slipping behind Sigismund's broad shoulders, I dropped my wooden sword and backed toward the rear wall. Atrus raised a single hand. The air around me suddenly solidified into an invisible, crushing vice. Before I could plant my feet, the spellbreaker flicked his wrist, hurling my body across the yard to slam violently against the stone wall. Sigismund roared, swinging his heavy practice blade straight at Atrus's head. With a casual wave of his palm, the spellbreaker sent the giant gladiator airborne, crashing unconscious into the dirt 30 paces away. Mayhan dropped his weapon, yelling for the rest of the men to hold their ground. Realizing the absurd gap in power between an imperial mage and an Archean master, I caught the weapons master's eye and signed frantically, "Order them back. He will tear them apart." Mayhan shouted for the men to retreat against the walls. Atrus stepped toward me, his eyes locking onto mine as a suffocating wave of mental magic crashed into my skull, commanding absolute submission. The spellcraft battered against my mind, threatening to force me to my knees, but my ancient Skáld training held the line. My soul endured the intrusion. Gasping for air, I retrieved a discarded wooden practice sword, raising it in a Spellblade's high guard. If I was to die on these sands, I would die with a weapon in hand, resisting until my last breath. Atrus sighed, thrusting both palms forward to fling me back with telekinetic force. I rallied every scrap of my remaining seer, breaking through his invisible grip, and used my arcana to rip 20 wooden swords off the ground, hurling them at his face like a flight of arrows. Atrus summoned a localized gale that swept the weapons away, but I instantly raised a dense wall of sand, smothering his wind spell in an explosion of dust. Closing the distance with magically boosted speed, I drove my wooden blade toward his temple with my blade song. Atrus blasted the sword from my grip with a compressed air bullet and retaliated with a spell that required no words, no gestures. Pure, agonizing soul fire hit me squarely in the chest. An agony far beyond physical flesh tore through my very spirit. My soul burned like liquid iron. My vision shattered into white sparks as I dropped to my knees, mute screams tearing at my throat. Surrender, his crushing mental voice echoed inside my burning skull. I forced my eyes open, reached out with a desperate strand of arcana, and ripped a steel spear from a guard's hand, driving the point straight for the spellbreaker's heart. The tip struck his hidden chainmail. Atrus ignited a flash of fire arcana, snapping the wooden shaft. Flipping the broken spearhead, I lunged for his throat. A second gale blasted the weapon from my hands, sending it flying into the crowd, before Atrus unleashed his soul fire once more. The spirit flame consumed my core entirely. Pain flooded every nerve ending until my muscles gave out, and I collapsed face first into the sand. As the world dissolved into total blackness, I felt the heavy drag of anti-magic gold collar and manacles snapping shut around my neck and wrists, sealing my magic into absolute silence. Consciousness returned in jagged, painful fragments. My mind drifted through a dark, feverish haze, echoing the agonizing days after the arena lions had torn my throat to shreds. When my eyes finally focused, I found myself slumping against the cold stone of a subterranean cell, chained to a heavy iron ring in the wall. The golden shackles around my wrists and neck burned against my skin with a stifling, sickening heat, completely smothering my seer and leaving my core hollowed out. They had caged me at last. Yet as I sat in the darkness, staring at the filth and straw on the floor, no regret touched my heart. I had butchered Salvius, carved the blood eagle into his imperial flesh, and proved that their mighty mage knights were as mortal as the slaves they trampled. My blood debt was paid. All that remained was choosing how to end it, whether to drive the thin needle concealed within my belt lining into my own neck, or wait for the heavy cell door to open and choke the life out of the first guard who came within reach. The heavy oak door groaned inward, a ball of floating light illuminating the gloom as Atrus stepped inside. He carried a wax tablet and a stylus, setting a small wooden stool across from me. Without a word, he offered the tablet, signaling his desire for an interrogation in exchange for answers. Taking the stylus, I smoothed the surface with my thumb and carved my first demand into the wax. Where are my brothers? Atrus gestured that answers would only follow my compliance. He pointed at me, raising his eyebrows in a silent inquiry. Had I worked alongside another spellcaster in Aquila? I offered a cold, sharp shake of my head. I walked my path alone. His eyes fell upon the heavy metal band encircling my forearm. He touched the rim, identifying the craft as high Archean spell work, demanding through stern gestures how a mere gladiator came to possess such artifice. I took the stylus and cut my answer into the tablet. Igneous. Placed upon me while I lay unconscious. A tracking mark to bind me. The spell breaker frowned, scratching his unkempt hair as he probed the residual arcana beneath the gold's deadening aura. He motioned for me to explain my motives, why I had raised an undead shell in the slums, slaughtered a decorated legionary, and struck terror into the hearts of their patricians. I met his gaze with unyielding disdain, etching my truth deep into the wax, to reclaim what was stolen. For blood vengeance. To teach this empire fear. He accepted the tablet, nodding slowly before allowing me my response. I smoothed the slate and wrote my query. How was I betrayed? Through sparse hand gestures, he revealed he had traced the silver blade to Iris's room at the Harbor Tavern, where weaker souls had broken under his magic. My mind seized on the detail with cold satisfaction. Helena remained entirely unsuspected, her delicate sanctuary untouched by his investigation. I wiped the wax one final time. The fate of the gladiators? Atrus hesitated, his face darkening. He indicated that while his order viewed my fellow fighters as ignorant bystanders, the imperial authorities of Aquila would likely show them no such leniency. I tossed the tablet onto the stone floor between us, turning my face toward the damp wall. There was nothing more to negotiate. Atrus stood, muttering bitterly to himself as he gathered his stool. From his hushed, frustrated soliloquy near the doorway, I gathered that Igneous was already dead, slain by city guards while attempting to flee the city, and that my tracking band was part of some larger, insidious conspiracy among the Archean masters that had slipped beyond his control. He pulled the door shut, plunging the cell back into total blackness. I leaned my head against the cold masonry, my golden chains rattling in the dark. They had bound my body and silenced my arcana, but my spirit remained unbroken, patiently waiting in the shadows for the final blood price to be collected. For days, time bled together in the damp gloom of the solitary cell. A sliver of morning sun would creep across the stone floor, and I would track its slow, agonizing crawl until dusk swallowed a whole. When my mind threatened to fracture in the dark, I recited every ancient Tyrian song, every rune, and the lore of my people until the words lost all meaning. I was reduced to a filthy, hollow shell, trapped in the silence of my golden restraints. The heavy iron door groaned on its hinges. I did not bother looking up, accustomed to guards dropping slop onto the stone. Arn, the quiet voice shattered the fog in my mind like a thunderclap. I froze, suddenly, acutely aware of the filth caked on my skin and the pathetic sight I must present. As the door clicked shut behind her, her presence remained in the small room. I turned my head away, staring fixedly at the floor. Leave, my hand signed in stiff, brief motions. I will, she whispered, her voice trembling. I had to see you. Now you have. I didn't bring you anything. I'm sorry. I gave all the bread I could carry to the others. My hands twitched in surprise. They're still here? Alive? Yes. For now. Why? What will the Aquilans do to them? There's a celestial conjunction next 5 days. Extra games have been called. They are to be the entertainment. You as well, I suppose. I exhaled slowly, my chest tightening with a bitter, heavy guilt. I had accepted my own execution the moment I drew Salvius's blood, but I had held out a desperate hope that my brothers would be spared, sent to the galleys or the mines. Instead, my vengeance had dragged 20 innocent men into the arena's jaws. I forced myself to look at her, taking comfort in the plain black veil that concealed her face. They don't deserve this. I do. I chose blood regardless of the cost. If I had let go of my hate, they wouldn't be facing the sands. She knelt on the cold stone before me. They are innocent, but so were you when they dragged you here. If true justice existed in this empire, all of you would be free. It matters little now. We will all be dead soon. I paused, my mind clearing as a practical question surfaced. Why are you still in Aquila? You said you were leaving on the expedition. The voyage was delayed, she said softly. Its leader was killed, after all. We sailed the day after the conjunction. Silence stretched between us. I recalled our sharp, angry words through the iron gate at the Ludus, back when a world of choices still lay open. Now, chained to a dungeon wall in gold, any lingering resentment felt absurd. I instinctively raised my arms toward her, only for the brutal weight of my shackles to yank my wrists back down with a sharp clatter. Mahan told me something before the spellbreaker came. Her fingers moved into the low light, switching to sign language. He guessed I was the one who healed Domitian when he was dying, but you told him it was you. I blinked, recalling the conversation in the training yard. Yes. Why? Her hands formed the shapes with urgent confusion. He could have turned you in to save himself. Why take the blame for my magic? I stared at the dark fabric where her eyes were hidden. How could I ever betray you? It might not be too late, she signed eagerly, leaning closer. Tell the guards you wish to trade information. Tell them a nun in the city possesses high healing arcana in exchange for your life. No, I signed firmly. I slaughtered a mage knight. I humiliated their games. They will never let me live. I have caused enough ruin. Leave this city as you intended, and remember only one thing. What? Her voice was barely a breath. They taught you to hate what you are, my hand signed, a mirthless, genuine smile touching my lips. They tried to smother your light. It burned so brightly it pierced even the shadow surrounding my soul. What greater magic could exist than that? Her veil fluttered as she pressed her face into her hands, her shoulders trembling with silent, weeping sobs. When she finally composed herself, she lowered her hands, her fingers moving in slow, deliberate shapes. I hate what you did. I tried with all my heart to hate you. But when I heard the Spellbreaker took you, my heart broke. Why do I care for a man who embodies everything I was taught to despise? I had no answer. The sheer weight of her words left me entirely speechless. Slowly, deliberately, Helena reached up and untied her veil, letting the black cloth fall away. In the dim ray of sunlight, her bare face was revealed to me again. Overwhelmed, I instinctively cast my eyes downward, staring at the dirt. She knelt before me, her bare hands gently reaching out. Why do you hide from me? I'm a monster. My fingers signed toward the floor. I don't deserve to look at you. Her cool fingers touched my jaw, gently but firmly turning my face back toward hers. We are both far beyond what anyone deserves. Looking directly into her brown eyes hit my chest like a physical blow, knocking the breath from my lungs. Do not torment me with what could have been. She did not look at my hands. Her gaze remained locked into mine, fierce and unyielding. You were right, Arn. I was a coward. I should have embraced my power long ago. If I had been strong, I could have saved you. Before I could process her words, her second hand rose to frame my face. She leaned in, pressing her lips to mine in the dark of the dungeon, and in blinding, beautiful light blazed through the quiet depths of my spirit. The grand, ancient towers of Arken meant nothing to a chained man waiting for his execution. Though the guards in the Aquiline dungeons babbled about the legendary city of spellbreakers built into the northern mountains, I knew only the cold stone beneath my knees and the suffocating weight of my golden shackles. Yet on that night of the celestial conjunction, as the stars aligned over the continent, the very air inside my cell began to hum with a strange, terrifying resonance. My suppressed seer pulsed violently against the anti-magic gold around my wrists. Deep underground, beneath the foundations of the world, something immense and cataclysmic was waking up. I sat back against the damp wall, closing my eyes, feeling the invisible vibrations traveling through the earth. Through the faint, instinctive thread of my scaldic senses, I could feel distant ley lines straining, gorged on raw, uncontrolled arcana. Somewhere far to the north, in the vaulted heart of the arcane conclave, a massive web of magic had been woven. A ritual spanning across every outpost on the continent, fueled by 9 dark masters trying to tear open a gate to the nether. I could feel Atrus's soul in that distant storm. The spellbreaker who had subdued me in the Ludus, who had hunted me through the streets of Aquila, was standing in the dark center of that northern vault alongside 3 of his sworn brethren. I sensed his desperate resolve, the absolute certainty of a man marching into a meat grinder for the sake of his homeland. Through the earth, the shockwaves of their battle echoed like distant thunder. Fire arcana collided with howling gales. Mental assaults shattered against defensive wards. Soul fire ignited the dark, burning spirits to ash. It was a glorious, fatal blade song played on a continental scale for slayers fighting 9 corrupt masters as the cosmic conjunction reached its absolute zenith. Then came the rupture. Atrus, battered and dying under a torrent of soul fire, summoned his final scrap of power and smashed the stone floor, shattering the ritual circle to stop the nether gate from opening. The unrestrained, volatile power of a continental ritual had nowhere to go. Detonating inside the central nexus, the magical feedback did not merely destroy the chamber. It devoured Arken whole. In a single heartbeat, the ancient city of wonders was erased from the face of the earth, reduced to atomized dust beneath the mountains. And then the web snapped. The catastrophic pulse surged outward through every connected ley line, traveling along the magical conduits established across the empire, like lightning striking down a copper wire. In the dungeons of Aquila, the air suddenly ignited with a blinding violet glare. The stone walls around my cell groaned and cracked as raw, unchecked arcana burst through the foundation. The golden shackles on my wrists flared with white-hot heat, fracturing under the sheer volume of wild magic pouring through the earth. I threw my hands over my face as a deafening roar shook the subterranean complex to its bones. Above me, the ceiling caved in. Around me, the imperial city of Aquila began to scream as the feedback loop ripped through its spires, bringing the empire's grand illusions down in a single, silent instant of ruin. I was stripped of my chains and dragged from the dark cell into the dawning light of the Aquila morning, a heavy black hood pulled over my head. My captors guided me through winding streets, up a grueling flight of stone stairs, and into a grand chamber that reeked of unfamiliar chemicals and dried herbs. When the hood was ripped away, I squinted against the harsh light coming through a high arched window. The entire room was draped in pristine white marble walls, white rugs, and a woman dressed in flowing white silk who stood before me, studying my face with a predator's curiosity. Behind her stood a giant of a man, her silent brood of a bodyguard, holding my confiscated silver blade and the eagle feather I had carried since Tyria. The woman spoke to her servant in the sharp, rhythmic clicks of the Archean tongue, treating the steel that had carved a mage knight's spine as a crude trinket. Her servant casually tossed the blade and the feather into a corner cabinet. Step by step, she approached me, her fingers reaching out to grab my chin with a cold, possessive grip, offering a sickly smile that twisted her lips. My pulse spiked. Domitian had pointed out this massive spire on our march to the Ludus, the high seat of Archean sorcery in the city. Every instinct screamed at me to act. I measured the distance between us, wondering if I could snap her neck and throw her corpse through the high window before her giant guardian could draw steel. She chuckled at the murderous intent behind my unblinking stare, then reached out to touch the heavy metal band on my forearm. She uttered a single activation word under her breath. The band unclasped, falling into her palm. Her eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction, reveling in how she had tracked every scrap of my restored arcana through the ring, cultivating me into the perfect vessel for her ritual. The giant stepped behind me, shoving me hard onto a central wooden table and pinning my chest beneath a heavy iron palm. I struggled against his crushing weight, but the pieces fell into place with terrifying clarity. She had not brought me here for the arena. I was a sacrifice. She intended to siphon my restored magic to feed whatever dark ritual she was building, turning my own hard-won power into her fuel. Yet as I looked at her, a cold, vicious resolve settled deep in my gut. To draw my arcana, she would have to unlock the golden shackles suppressing my soul. The moment those chains fell, she would find that the vessel she cultivated was packed with gunpowder. She uncorked a glass vial filled with a dark, murky liquid, forcing the concoction down my throat. I fought against her grip, making a show of frantic panic while my hands fumbled hidden beneath my waistline. I pulled the thin steel sewing needle from my belt lining and drove it deep into the flesh of my own thigh. The sharp, blinding spike of physical pain tore through the drug's dulling haze, keeping my mind razor-sharp while my body went limp. I let my eyelids flutter closed, feigning total unconsciousness. Upon her silent command, the giant retrieved an iron key, unlocking the golden manacles from my wrists and the heavy collar from my neck. The suffocating weight on my soul vanished instantly. My seer surged back into my veins like a roaring river, warming my frozen core. The brute carried my limp body into an adjoining chamber, placing me in the center of a massive ritual circle inscribed with glowing Archean glyphs before stepping out to guard the threshold. Vasilia entered the chamber alone, holding a bronze ritual dagger. She knelt beside me, her breath hot on my skin as she began chanting in a forgotten language. One by one, the runes on the floor ignited with a sickening violet light. Raising the bronze blade above my chest, she whispered her final triumph. I opened my eyes. Before she could register the life in my gaze, I smashed my forehead straight into her nose with a sickening crunch. As she recoiled, blood spurting from her face, I grabbed her silk collar and hurled her full force across the room. She hit the wall hard, but instantly lashed out with a wave of force arcana, blasting me out of the ritual chamber and sending my body crashing against the heavy wooden table in the main hall. She emerged from the archway, wiping blood from her face, her eyes burning with haughty rage as she sneered at me in Aquilin. I pushed myself up off the floor, wiping the dust from my chin, meeting her furious gaze with absolute silence. Her eyes widened in realization as I raised my hand and summoned a massive, burning major rune into the air between us, invoking a silent, ancient Tyrian command in my mind. The rune of repulsion ignited in a blinding flash. A massive shockwave of pure force slammed into Vasilia, lifting her off her feet and blasting her backward into the ritual chamber, shattering the stone wall behind her. I turned my head toward the corner cabinet where my gear had been discarded. Raising my palm, I summoned the inverted rune of attraction. My silver blade flew through the air, snapping perfectly into my waiting grip. I drew the cold, shining steel from its sheath, tossed the leather scabbard aside, and stepped into a Spellblade stance, ready to bleed the white tower dry. Vasilia burst back into the main chamber, her face twisted in rage as she unleashed a torrent of soul fire directly into my chest. Tremors of excruciating pain ripped through my body, but having endured it before, I anchored my consciousness against the agony. Reaching out with my seer, I seized every object in the chamber, hurling a hurricane of heavy wooden chairs, alchemy tables, glass jars, and iron tools directly at her. She raised a shimmering magical barrier, deflecting the chaotic barrage. Seeing that she relied on force wards rather than elemental magic, I channeled my wrath into the steel of my blade and invoked a Tyrian command in my mind. Flames erupted along the silver edge. I lunged forward, but while I was still airborne, her invisible force grip slammed me violently into the stone wall. Groaning through the pain, I realized I needed to break her focus. I reached deep into the core of my skaldic heritage, drawing upon my Galder. I opened my throat, releasing a harsh, resonant song of fire, fury, and retribution. The incantation echoed off the marble walls like a sonic tempest, wreathed in the dark, primal power of Tyrian blood magic. Vasilia shrieked, collapsing to her knees as blood welled between her fingers from her ruptured eardrums. Driven by the window of opportunity, I lunged forward, swinging my flaming blade in relentless, heavy arcs. She scrambled backward, frantically erecting raw force shields to ward off the strikes. I pressed the attack without pause, trusting that her spell power would buckle under the weight of a Spellblade unleashed. In a desperate crouch, Vasilia swept her hand across the floor, hurling the discarded golden chains directly into my path. Though they could not cut me, the anti-magic gold instantly disrupted my spell casting and smothered my stride. As I kicked the metal away, she lunged with a summoned blade of pure, venomous green magic, sinking the sorceress dagger deep into my abdomen. The dark enchantment coursed through my veins like liquid fire, causing the wound to bleed profusely without clotting. The flames on my sword died instantly, and a cold weakness spread outward from my core. Recognizing that prolonged combat against her in my starved state was fatal, I summoned a final rune of repulsion in my mind, blasting her backward across the room. Turning toward the open archway, I sprinted across the chamber and leapt out the window into the open air. As the ground rushed up to meet me, I activated the physical enhancement runes carved into my skin, driving my silver blade deep into the exterior stonework of the spire. The brutal deceleration nearly tore my shoulder from its socket, but the blade held, arresting my descent. Digging my fingers into the stone crevices, I sheared the sword free, jammed it into my belt, and climbed down the vertical face of the tower. By the time my feet touched the cobblestones below, my body was screaming. The wound in my stomach bled continuously, draining the strength my recovery rune desperately tried to preserve. I cut through narrow, shaded alleys, pushing through the lightheadedness as I headed toward the central city. As I ran, a sudden realization struck me regarding my replenished reserves. Major runes and Galder required massive amounts of spell power I should not have possessed after weeks in anti-magic chains. The celestial conjunction was at hand. Above the city, hidden by the daytime glare, the moon and stars aligned, flooding the earth with raw, overflowing arcana. It was this cosmic surge that had replenished my seer and saved my life. Yet the realization brought a cold dread to my chest as I recalled Helena's warnings. The day of the conjunction was marked for grand games in the arena, meaning my captured brothers were no longer locked in the subterranean dungeons. I changed my course, sprinting toward the looming shadow of the Colosseum as the roar of tens of thousands of cheering spectators echoed across the city. The roar of tens of thousands of bloodthirsty spectators thundered through the stone tunnels beneath the Colosseum. Slipping through the gladiatorial entrance, I descended into the subterranean staging grounds. A guard lunged into my path, but I seized his spear haft, wrenched it from his grip, and threw him headfirst into the masonry before he could sound an alarm. In the beast chambers, the animal keeper whirled around, his whip cracking against the flagstones. With a silent wave of my palm, I invoked a rune of repulsion, blasting the keeper through the air until he slammed unconscious against the far wall. My eyes fell upon the iron cages lining the corridor, where the arena's starving lions roared behind thick bars. My tolerance for caging living beasts for imperial entertainment had died long ago. Channeling my seer, I shattered the iron padlocks, swinging the cage doors wide open. The beasts padded out onto the cold stone, blinking in the torchlight. One lion, bearing a jagged scar over a missing eye, met my gaze for a long moment before leading its pride past me. Some bounded into the dark tunnels. Others fell upon the fallen keeper. I drew my silver blade and charged down the primary corridor toward the arena portcullis. Two heavy sentinels guarded the winch mechanism. Before they could raise their shields, I moved with the swiftness of my blade song, striking both men down in two fluid, silent passes. I threw my weight against the iron wheel, cranked the heavy portcullis upward, and stepped out onto the glaring, sunlit sands. 20 gladiators from House Igneous stood huddled in the center of the vast Colosseum. They wore no mail or leather, only filth-caked rags, clutching dull, rusted iron weapons. Across the vast oval, 20 fully armored imperial champions faced them, waiting for the magistrate's signal to begin the slaughter. A murmur rippled through the stands, then through my former brothers, as I crossed the open sand to join their line, my bloodied rags fluttering in the wind, steel bare in my hand. Domitian's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he stared at me, his mouth agape at the sight of the man he believed long dead. Sigismund and Mahan shifted their grips on their rusted swords, their jaws tight with grim disbelief. Across the arena, the magistrate raised his banner, and the opposing line of heavily armored fighters surged forward with a roar, spurred on by the screaming crowds thirsty for condemned blood. I stepped 3 paces out in front of our fragile, under-equipped line. I did not waste time with explanations. I simply reached deep into my chest, opened my throat, and released my Galder. The dark, hypnotic incantation echoed across the open sands like a waking nightmare. I wove a treacherous, mind-bending spell into the melody, turning kinsman against kinsman. The charging champions abruptly halted, their eyes clouding over with sudden, violent insanity. They turned upon one another with brutal fury, swinging broadswords and driving spears into their own brothers' throats. Behind me, the gladiators of House Igneous dropped their weapons, desperately covering their ears against the agonizing vibration of the skaldic song. In less than 10 breaths, half of the enemy vanguard lay dead in their own blood, while the surviving fighters broke rank and fled back toward their gates in absolute terror. Sigismund growled, staring at the carnage, then glanced up at the high tier where the city magistrate sat surrounded by heavily armed guards. Mayhan spat onto the sand, pointing out that the city watch would shut down every gate in Aquila within the hour. They looked to me to clear a path through the tunnels, but underground passages were a death trap. I needed to shatter the entire complex while the celestial conjunction flooded my soul with raw arcana. I motioned for the men to fall back behind me, striding toward the base of the massive spectator stands hosting the city's nobility. I dropped to my knees and slammed both palms flat against the blood-soaked sand. I reached deep into the foundation of the world, feeling the hewn stone, the buried drainage tunnels, and the blood of thousands of butchered slaves weeping into the earth. I took the raw power pouring down from the aligned stars and drove it straight into the subterranean stone. Closing my eyes, I slowly tore my hands apart in the sand. Deep below, the earth groaned, buckled, and violently ruptured. A localized earthquake ripped upward through the stone foundations. The ground split wide open, tearing massive fissures through the arena floor. High above, the stone stands shuddered, fractured, and collapsed in a thunderous rain of dust and boulder-sized debris, crushing the magistrate's box and exposing the cracked tunnels below. Tens of thousands of spectators erupted into blind panic, stampeding toward any opening in the crumbling structure. I rose, gesturing toward the newly carved slope of broken stone and fallen masonry that led directly out through the shattered outer wall. My brothers needed no further instruction. We scrambled up the rubble, stepping over fractured marble, and burst out into the chaotic city streets. We regrouped in a narrow alley 2 blocks away, 20 heavily bruised gladiators wedged between tall plaster buildings, panting for breath in their bloody rags. Mayhan glanced around warily, noting how easily 20 armed, dirty escapees would be spotted by incoming patrols. Andrew muttered that the city gates would already be barred, while Sigismund warned that an entire mounted cohort would be dispatched the moment order was restored at the Colosseum. I met their frantic glances and offered our only viable path, the harbor. An expedition fleet-bound for the Western Isles sat fully provisioned at the docks. I could navigate the open waters. My people were islanders born to the sea. Understanding snapped through the group. Land escape meant death. Staying hidden meant discovery. The sea was our only salvation. Before they moved, I held up a hand, halting their departure. I had one final debt to settle, one person I could not leave behind to the Empire's mercy. Mayhan gave a knowing nod, commanding the men to split up, gather whatever family or loved ones they possessed in the city, and meet at the harbor docks within the hour. With our path agreed upon, the gladiators dispersed into the chaotic streets, and I sprinted south toward the convent, my silver blade drawn, ready to claim Helena from the shadows once and for all. The iron gate of the Moon Maiden's convent rose before me like a familiar ghost. Without slowing my stride, I channeled my physical enhancement rune and bounded over the high stone perimeter wall. My landing was far from graceful. I struck the dusty courtyard hard, tumbling across the stone and nicking my own thigh on the silver edge of my blade. Exhaustion, blood loss, and the brutal strain of consecutive battles were rapidly eroding my coordination, but there was no time to bleed. A chorus of sharp screams erupted across the quiet courtyard. Several nuns scattered into the shadows while others snatched up heavy quarterstaves, forming a defensive ring around me. Gasping for air, lightheaded and drenched in sweat, I forced myself up from the dust. I opened my throat, my voice raspy and broken as I called her name. She turned, stepping past the line of staves. Even without her veil, her face was etched permanently into my memory. I offered a faint, blood-stained smile, but my lungs gave out in a fit of hollow coughing before I could speak another word. Suddenly, a terrifying blast of force shattered the convent gate, twisting the heavy iron off its hinges. Vasilia strode through the dust, her pristine white robes stained with her own dried blood, her eyes burning with unhinged malice. Behind her loomed her giant bodyguard, stepping into the courtyard like a mountain of muscle. She gestured toward Helena, commanding him in sharp Archaean to seize the girl while she dealt with me. Cold horror seized my chest. She knew of Helena's gift. By coming here, I had brought the monster directly to her doorstep. Acting on instinct, I raised my hand to summon a rune of repulsion to blast the witch back and buy Helena time to flee. But the major rune flickered out before it could form, its arcana dissolving uselessly into the air. Vasilia chuckled, holding up a small silver amulet set with a dull, leaden stone. She sneered in Aquilin, admitting the anti-magic trinket was a crude, hasty creation, but more than sufficient to neutralize my basic runes. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a wave of soul fire directly into my chest. The agonizing purple flames tore through my spirit, forcing me to my knees as my vision flared white. Desperate, I reached back into my skaldic heritage, opening my throat to release my galder. I wove a dark, sorrowful lamentation into the air, aiming the tragic cadence straight at her mind to shatter her focus. I looked up, expecting her to collapse, but she merely laughed, tapping her fingers against her ears. She had stuffed both canals with thick beeswax, rendering my skaldic song completely useless. Her smile turned vicious as she struck me with a second blast of soul fire, sending my body writhing onto the dirt. Pain coursed through every nerve ending, but my mind remained absolute. I forced my trembling fingers around the hilt of my silver sword and pushed myself back onto my feet. Channeling my remaining wrath into the steel, I wreathed the blade in roaring Tyrian fire. Vasilia urged me to surrender, but I lunged forward, swinging the flaming edge in a blinding strike. Despite her deafness, her mage reflexes were lethal. She erected a shimmering, transparent barrier that caught my blade inches from her throat. A long, venomous blade of green force materialized in her hand as she licked the blood from her lip, thrusting the sorceress dagger toward my heart. Parrying the thrust, I raised my offhand, forming another rune in the air between us. She smiled smugly, mocking my repeated attempt to use a suppressed spell. I activated the rune in my mind anyway. It was not a rune of repulsion, and it was not targeted at her. I had invoked the rune of attraction, locking its power onto the heavy, broken iron gate lying 10 yards behind her. The massive iron door tore free from its ruined frame, hurtling through the air like a battering ram. It struck Vasilia square in the back, crushing her protective wards and driving her forward directly onto the point of my waiting sword. The flaming steel pierced her chest, burning straight through her heart. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth opening in a silent gasp before the light left her gaze forever. I caught the iron gate as it fell, shoving the heavy metal aside and stepping over her corpse. I drew my silver blade from her ribs and turned to face her giant bodyguard, only to find the convent nuns hammering him mercilessly with their quarterstaves. A final, resounding crack to his jaw sent the brute crashing unconscious onto the stone. Instantly, the nuns whirled around, pointing their staves at my throat. I planted my silver blade into the dirt and raised both hands, calling for peace. Helena pushed through her sisters, dropping her staff as she ran straight into my arms, catching me just as my legs finally gave out. I collapsed onto the courtyard floor, pulling up my blood-soaked tunic to reveal the dark, corrupted wound from the arcane tower that refused to close. My recovery rune was completely exhausted. I was bleeding to death. Helena knelt over me, placing her warm palm directly over the oozing flesh. Her hand ignited with a gentle white light, her sear washing through my body, knitting the severed muscle and closing the dark wound in seconds. Gasping as strength returned to my limbs, I looked up at her, whispering that she had saved my life for the third time. Her eyes glistened with tears as she listened to my voice, remarking on how beautiful it sounded without the mute curse. I offered a weary smile, but the thunder of distant panic echoing from the city center snapped me back to reality. The escape was underway. I pushed myself up, extending my hand to pull her to her feet, telling her we had to reach the docks immediately if she wished to leave Aquila behind forever. Helena looked at me for a long moment, then reached down, grabbing the hem of her long monastic dress and ripping the heavy fabric up to her knees to free her stride. She looked back at me with a soft smile, noting that no one could run in a nun's habit. Glancing back at the quiet convent and the silent sisters who had sheltered her for years, her choice was made. Helena grabbed her heavy quarterstaff and followed me out of the shattered courtyard into the chaotic streets of the dying empire. We reached the harbor to find the stone pier engulfed in absolute chaos. Ragged gladiators fought a desperate retreat against city guards, armed dockworkers, and merchant mercenaries. Among the bodies littering the bloody cobblestones, I caught sight of Andrew lying motionless, his eyes staring blankly at the sky. Burying the grief deep in my chest, I threw myself into the fray. I hoarded my exhausted seer, relying instead on the burning runes wreathed around my silver blade. The sight of a bloodied Tyrian wielding a flaming sword sent the local dockworkers fleeing in terror. The city watch stood their ground, but I systematically neutralized them, slashing legs, disarming spears, and stepping aside so Helena could shatter their noses with her quarterstaff. Domitian fought his way toward us through the melee, yelling above the din that none of the men knew how to sail. I bellowed back, ordering him to get everyone aboard the provision warship and raise the anchor. He blinked, realization dawning on his grime-streaked face, before turning and bounding up the gangplank to the anchor wheel. He threw his massive frame against the iron mechanism, two brothers joining him to crank the heavy chain from the harbor floor. I parried a spear thrust, drawing the guard's balance forward so Helena could crack her staff against his temple. Breathing heavily, I urged her to get onto the deck. The pier was clearing, but imperial reinforcements would arrive at any moment. She paused on the wooden ramp, her face smeared with soot and blood, looking back at me with anxious, breathtaking intensity. She asked what I intended to do. I promised to follow, watching as her feet touched the deck. Part of me knew I should stay behind on the docks, using the last of my life to sabotage the other docked warships and ensure my brother's escape. But looking at Helena standing above me, I knew I was not that martyr. I had bled for Aquila long enough. Summoning the absolute bottom of my magical barrel, I invoked a final rune of repulsion in my mind, aiming the shockwave at the stone quay beneath the ship's bow. The powerful blast shoved the heavy warship out into the harbor channel, creating immediate distance between the vessel and the shore. Dark spots danced before my eyes as I took a desperate, running leap off the pier. But my spell had worked too well. The ship had drifted too far, and I fell short, plunging into the freezing harbor waters. The icy shock cleared the fog from my brain. I kicked frantically toward the surface, pulling water with the instinct of an island-born child. Before I could take a second stroke, a massive splash broke the surface beside me. Sigismund emerged with a roar, throwing his iron grip around my chest. A thick hawser rope was tied around his waist, and the gladiators on deck hauled us up the hull, spilling us onto the wooden deck. I lay flat on my back, gasping for air as my vision blurred. I gasped out an order to run out the oars, knowing the harbor wind was useless for the main sails. Mahan's booming voice repeated the command across the deck, followed by the heavy stampede of gladiators scrambling to the oar benches. Helena leaned over me, her face pale as she asked if I was injured. I shook my head, but before I could speak, another face intruded, a withered, gray-bearded Tyrian. Helgi cackled, remarking that he would make proper sailors out of the dry-foot Aquilans yet. I squinted against the harsh sunlight, asking the old lore master why he was aboard. He snorted, pointing out the suffocating, electric tension saturating the air, a raw, boiling surge of cosmic arcana that Helena admitted had made her skin crawl all morning. Helgi warned that doom was settling over Aquila, and seeing a band of desperate gladiators marching on the docks had been all the sign he needed to flee. A woman's voice cut in, dryly noting that he had omitted to warn anyone else. Iris stepped into my field of vision, holding a young child. I tried to push myself up, but Helena caught my shoulders, supporting my weight as I looked around. Cornelius had brought a handful of women and children from the city quarters, sheltering them near the stern. I insisted they get below deck before the harbor towers opened fire. A shout echoed from the helm. Mahan bellowed that the port guards were raising the heavy iron sea chain across the harbor mouth. I dragged myself toward the stern, leaning heavily on Helena's shoulder. Looking at the massive iron links rising from the water, a sickening metallic taste filled my mouth. My seer was utterly spent. Attempting a spell massive enough to snap imperial iron would kill me. Helgi stepped past us, patting Helena's shoulder. He walked to the bow, telling us that metal belonged to the earth, and Tyrian lore masters knew the stone. Extending both hands toward the rising chain, the old man channeled the overflowing cosmic arcana around us. He clenched his fists and wrenched his arms apart. Deep beneath the water, the links groaned, snapped under immense stress, and plunged uselessly to the seafloor. Helgi doubled over in a fit of hollow coughing, growling at the gladiators to pull the oars in unison before the ship rode itself in circles. Before we could clear the harbor mouth, a massive stone projectile slammed into the water beside us, showering the deck. A second boulder screamed through the sky, smashing our forward mast to splinters. The harbor defense towers had opened fire with their catapults. I racked my brain for an answer, but the sea water surrounding the tower base isolated the stone foundations from my earth magic, and Helgi shook his head in grim exhaustion. Helena gripped my arm tightly, whispering that dying here together was better than watching me bleed on the arena sands. I held her close, closing my eyes as the next catapult loaded. Far to the north, in the vaulted heart of Arkan, the grand ritual ruptured. The catastrophic feedback loop surged through every conduit across the continent, detonating the abandoned ritual circle inside the white spire of Aquila's arcane tower. The spire exploded from the inside out with unimaginable force, hurling thousands of tons of hypervelocity stone across the imperial capital like a volley of shrapnel. A single massive block of stone struck the harbor defense tower, reducing the structure and its catapults to pulverized dust in a fraction of a second. The catastrophic atmospheric pressure of the North's magical detonation detonated outward, transforming the gentle coastal waters into a tempestuous surge. The sudden, violent displacement of sea and sky pushed our warship out of the harbor channel, carrying us safely past the shattered city walls into the open ocean, leaving the burning, collapsing capital of Aquila to drown in its own rubble. Our ship of refugees set its bow toward the northern horizon.